mean, just hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 79 in a very weird timing. It's not weird actually, it's a US Asian timing. European can sleep, but yeah, so this one I may depend on my energy level later do a part 2 for this episode in the European timing so that the Europeans don't complain, but we'll see how because yesterday I wanted to do it last night. As you can see, it's morning for me now, but I'm burned out. I was out for the whole day again. Was talking to my contractor for my house reno and then don't do the mapping and everything, and yeah, I'm burnt out. I'm totally burnt out, so I didn't manage to wake up at all, so I have to, yeah, so you put yeah, because I just woke up, so and yeah, I also cut my hair, so I look fresher as a result. So we're gonna do the open mic. Let's see whether anyone is the regulars is awake to talk or not. Okay, let me see. If not, new guys, people from Australia, I don't think I got Japan viewers, but from Asia can join. And of course, the East Coast. East Coast is afternoon, lunchtime. Okay, never mind. It's okay. 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 Let me drop the link to join. Let me find the link first. Where is mine? Okay. To join the open mic, or the link to join is here. Okay. Paste, copy, and I have dropped it into the live chat and pin it in the YouTube live chat, as well as put it into Rumble, and maybe I should put it in Twitch. Thinking about it, Twitch. Okay, maybe you can get new people if I drop it in Twitch. I look like an anime character. Huh? Okay. Pin it. Okay. Yep. So right now it's 9:45 p.m. Oh, it's dinner. Okay. It's correct. Yeah. So stuff about USA. So yeah, it's by right. The earlier days of the open mic, I always switch between the European Asian timing, or no, actually the European timing and then the American timing, American Asian timing. I always switch between the two. Yeah. Then lately, the past few months, past half a year, has usually been on the European timing mostly. Hyena, I'm not from Indonesia. I'm from Singapore. I cut my hair in Singapore, but this one is with I cut and then wash is like 25 Singapore dollars. That's maybe like 18, 19. And but if I just cut my hair, it's probably like 10, 12, 15 Singapore dollars. So nice haircut, no homo. Oh yeah, I forgot. I wanted to do the voice thing, right? So is my link correct? Let me check. Yeah, my link is correct. So yeah. Hi Wayne. And he jammed. Oh, he's stuck. Yeah, but America doesn't matter. Yeah, so a lot of things happened over the past week. I think particularly is Putin's visit to China on a high level visit. Hi Wayne. You're lagging very badly. Yeah, Wayne, your connection is bad.
Yeah, you should be
because
able to get me now.
Oh, he's super lag. Let me put them on your phone. Yeah. So this is not the regular timing. So a lot of regulars are not around. So new guys can come and take chit chat.
Yeah, you can hear all the fireworks in the background even as I walk the dog.
There's fireworks. What's the occasion?
Oh, yeah. Party time. It's almost the May 2-4 weekend where everybody buys a 2-4 and heads for the bush and parties. A 2-4 is a case of beer with 24 bottles in it.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Wyatt, you threw everybody a curveball. It's 9:30, 9:40. The Europeans are asleep. The East Coasters in the U.S. It's 9:45 at night. Just getting home from the parties. I just got home from a restaurant. It was very good. Had some shrimp and shrimp and grits. You ever have some shrimp and grits?
Very seldom. It's very expensive in Singapore.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. And Wayne is in the Eastern time zone also, so we're a couple of geezers in the Eastern time zone, right, Wayne?
Yep, walking around on the lawn with the butt.
With the butt.
Mutt. Mutt.
I was going to say, with the mutt, the butt, and the cigarette.
Yeah, there's the big dork. Loki, look this way, you dork. Loki, look this way. They want to see your face. There you are. See?
Beautiful dog.
Yeah. What is that? A yippet or what do they call them?
A trig hound. It's basically a foxhound that was bred to be really tall, and he is. I can hold my arm out at shoulder height, which is about 5 feet off the ground, and he can grab a tree to my hand.
Yeah, we need a better connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I better drop out, guys. I just dropped in to say hi. I'm still working on that list of that shipbuilding thing I was talking about, because it got a little bit more complicated than I thought. No, I mean, you wouldn't believe the amount of stuff that's going on. It's just nuts. Anyway, talk to you later, guys.
All right, man.
You thanks for dropping in.
When you get back from your walk.
So yeah, we can chit chat. It's our live chit chat session. No, so because no one wants to come out.
Yeah, look, I haven't been in too much, but you know.
Yeah, so the earlier open mics tend to be like this, a bit more chill.
Mm-hmm.
Then because the timing got a bit more regular, then all the regulars just come in and they start fighting. So, yeah.
But I saw you got some pretty badass politicians there in Singapore saying like we're not going to put up with this. The
woke shit, right?
Woke crap. That was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty.
Well, why else people would think that Singapore will be so advanced and doing so well with good GDP and stability and whatnot? Of course, there's good politicians. Because there's good politicians, there's no reason to vote for the opposition. The only reason we vote for opposition is just to do protest votes. It's not because the opposition is good. The opposition is qualitatively not as good, generally speaking. So, yeah. So people got very triggered, when they look at the parliament graph, where they see that there's a massive super majority of the ruling party, and then people say that this is not democracy. It's like you don't know what you're talking about. It's a democratic will. It's a democratic will, but the reality is that only 66% of the people vote for the ruling party. Generally speaking, you have there's always 1/3 of these people that will always vote opposition. But the thing is that because it's always the 50% mark, and then you win the vote, or a simple majority will win the vote. So of course, then you have a mass majority. So, but it is the democracy. That's how it works. So,
well, in our democracy in the United States, I mean, generally, hardly more than 50% of the people even vote. So usually the people in power are only supported by about 30% of the overall population. So it's not even.
Yeah. So in Singapore, the voting is mandatory. So you must vote. If you don't vote, they will pull you off the election list. But then you can anytime register yourself back on the list to vote.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing is that the idea is that it's mandatory. Everybody must go and vote. There's a public holiday for election day for both the presidential and the general one. Yeah. So nobody have an excuse to not vote. And then for civil servants or what, they'll actually manage the timing so that to make sure that you can go and vote, then you come back to work. So it includes the people who are helping with the elections. So the people who is managing the elections are the government, the civil servants like the teachers and the police and everything. So the government workers are the one that is helping to run the elections. And everything, and then there is always a custody. There's a chain of custody, and then opposition parties, or any political parties can have representative at all the polling stations. They can follow the ballot box all the way. So there's no way to tamper with the votes, and every vote have a serial number. The serial number tags to it will tag to whoever the voter is. It tags to our ID. So we have a photo ID. So when we vote, you must show your ID, and then they'll mark it on the list to make sure that you are voting. Then it's a paper ballot. It's a paper ballot. So it's not like the Americans one, which is you scan through a machine and whatnot. No, everything is paper.
Yeah, well, in America, it's all, every state has their different, machines. It's like 50 different voting systems in the United States. But what the real question when it comes to vote, I mean, since as many people have said if voting did anything, they wouldn't let us do it. But I mean, in America, our biggest problem is the lobbying, the money that's involved, the money that the legislation is completely controlled by money, lobbyists, and money, and who's paying for the votes. So the elected people are they're all the same. They're all the same. And there's Dan now, and so you got to Siberia. Dan, are you still in Mexico?
No, man, I'm just dressed like a Mexican in Russia. It's okay.
Well, you can do that. Are you? But I know you were going back to Russia. Are you back in Siberia? I know you were.
Yeah.
You were in Moscow. That's right. Now you're back in Siberia.
Back home, building a house. But I got on here because I have to say, I don't know why. Did you get a haircut?
He did.
Nice haircut.
Morning, Wyatt.
Yeah. And he paid what? $15 for it? I can't remember.
I wasn't here for that talk. I just was watching the stream, saw his hair.
So you're starting to build your house.
Yeah, just getting ready for World War III. You know, I'm on the World War III stream every once in a while, and I'm going to be signing in on the World War III stream from the safest place in the world in the middle of nowhere.
Oh man, I told you this last year. I said we gotta get a bunch of DPA motherfuckers to come to Russia and help you build your house, man. It would be like an old, like an Amish, like barn raising.
What's your local time, then?
I'm Indonesian time. Singapore. Sorry, it's 9:48 in the morning.
So you're 12 hours ahead of me.
Oh, you're in the same time zone as I am.
Yeah, which is weird. Sometimes when Wyatt's doing these streams, I'm like, God damn it, dude! You're on American time. He's always doing it American time or European.
Yep.
Yeah, I was sleepy.
So
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was adjusting things.
So we're like on exact opposite points in the globe, because I'm 12 hours ahead of you guys. It's 9:50 at night right here in Eastern time zone of New York, United States, and you guys are in the 9:50 in the morning on the other side of the world.
Nice haircut, no homo.
Do you hear something? Do you hear something?
Yes, I did hear you. We did hear you.
The super chat, you guys hear it? I'm testing new things, so so I don't have to use my phone to do the super chat. Okay, cool. Super chat can now the voice, the text to talk. Yeah, so I had a haircut because the hair has gotten a bit too long, and then it looked like those dry grass. I just cut it, and my wife is very happy. Like, she has been asking me to cut my hair for a long time. I was like, no, I want to keep it long.
This is a good style for you.
Yeah, this is actually my typical short hair. If I cut short, this is the hair I usually cut. So, yeah. So this is the Asian timing. So the Asian and Australians, come on. It's a weird timing.
Yeah, breakfast time.
It's only 7:00 Pacific time. People in LA, 7 p.m. in the evening. So it's not bad time in the United States.
This is the best time for me, honestly. Like the Asian time is the best time. If Wyatt slept like a normal human being and actually lived a normal life, these things would be at the perfect time every time. But sometimes he's doing them like through the night, just going on.
Yeah, Wyatt, you're doing very rare on Asian time. You should attract some Asian audience and people coming in to talk, especially from Asian point of view. Sometimes, from time to time.
So I'm thinking about maybe later tonight. I will do the one more on the European timing, like a shorter one. So now, because usually this timing is usually not that long, because once the American reach their sleeping time, they're all gone. Then there'll be no one talking. So it's like, Yeah, so I don't think this session will be super long as well. So maybe cut into two, the part 1 and part 2. So
Yeah.
then,
Yeah.
What do you think about the Kharkiv offensive so far?
Well, in my opinion, I've always said like if we fought these two fists together, like Russia's been the biggest fist the entire time. After like a certain point, they really turned it on. They started using their numbers to their advantage. So the Kharkiv offensive, they say they don't want to take the city, but why would you even try or push there if you're not going to really take that city? That's the second largest city in Ukraine. And if they continue to open more fronts, it's just going to run the Ukrainians thin. They've already been successful. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. This is the first time where I don't know if it's real still, if what's their objectives, because on the Eastern Front, you knew they're gonna try to push forward. They have set goals, and they're moving from goal to goal to goal. But here, I have no idea. I don't know if they're gonna stop. I don't know if they're gonna continue. But in my opinion, why would they stop and not consume the city? They don't have to fight for the city. They can just that could be one of the last battles in the war. Just put all your chips there and push there. That's my opinion. I don't know.
I think that the main goal is to surround the city first. I don't think they are very desperate to move into the city centers.
Yeah.
Just try surrounding, cut out
The
the
Iranian
outside route.
Putin gifted 5 DPA Open Mic Defense Politics Asia memberships.
Why does your robot got an accent?
What's that?
Well, it begs the question: how do you buy a DPA membership? Is that something I didn't even know about that?
So I think it's at the same place where you do the super chat. You can actually buy membership for other people somehow. Oh. Yeah, Iranian Putin has been like giving 5 every week. It's actually a lot of money, when he do every one of it. Yeah, so I'm very appreciative. He's like building up our community.
But I agree with average dude. I mean, why? I don't really. Isn't the kind of my impression is that Kharkiv is a pretty much a Russian leaning city. A lot of Russian speaking people there. That they're not really. So you don't want to really try to do too much damage to the city. You just want to try to get the military guys to leave or get So I don't know. So I mean,
that's
Putin,
what I'm saying.
Obviously, yeah, Putin just said they're not going to go after Kharkiv. He just said that in China.
Blows my mind, but they should. What I'm saying is like envelop it as much as possible, like they have been doing since like the early 2023, where they just start enveloping cities. It would be a disaster. It would be an absolute loss for Russia if they didn't take it. It's just this is the second largest city in Ukraine. This would take everything from them. I posted a list of the major cities in Ukraine, and I'm going to pop them up now. And you guys can see which ones Russia has taken. So from the top, let's go top 12. Lugansk is number 12. Mariupol is 11. Sevastopol is 10. That's already the last from 10 to 12 they've taken. Donetsk was number 5. They've taken that. And so Kiev is number 1 and Kharkiv is number 2. If they were to take the number 2 city, they would be across the board taking so much population and so much wealth from a country that would potentially continue to use that wealth to fight them. And if you want your enemy to be weak, Russia needs to take it. Why even put a buffer zone? You're just going to put a buffer zone and get closer to your enemy. Kharkiv is always going to be a problem. They should take it.
Well, I think isn't part of the for me the question. I'm not a military guy. I was a medic when I was in the army, so I'm not a fighter. But I mean, what does it mean to take it? I mean, it's a shitload of civilians. I mean, how many military guys are there? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the special military operation is their goal is to destroy the military of the Ukraine and denazify it. Well,
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how much military is in Kharkiv.
I'll give you the numbers. I'll give you the numbers here. So Mariupol is a city that they actually fought for, okay? Because Donetsk was already part of the DPR, but Mariupol had about 425,000 population. Kharkiv has 1 million, roughly 400,000. This is before the conflict. That means that a bunch of people left already. So you're looking at about 1 million people, roughly. Now, some of them have to be old people, some of them have to be women. So you're not really looking at a major city if you're not going to go in the city. These men are going to have to go outside to fight around the flanks. It's totally possible to take a city with 1 million population where the front is so massive. All I'm saying is, if you're going to commit to making a buffer zone, essentially you're just putting your border closer to your enemy, and that's where you want to leave it. It makes no military sense to have your border so close to an enemy city, especially when it's on the east side of the Dnieper, so close to Russia. And militarily speaking, you want to eliminate the threat. A buffer zone is only going to make for Kharkiv to bomb these little villages that you took. And if there's peace, you're not going to have another chance to start another war. So in my opinion, it makes no sense to leave it.
Yeah, my thing is I don't know why everyone's always trying to come up with a way to save Ukraine. The whole point of this operation is to wipe Ukraine off the face of the earth and make sure that there's no threat to Russia. The idea that there's going to be some buffer zone or other horse shit. I mean, the Russians move forward until they stop, when they decide to stop. You know, the Ukrainians think they stopped them, but they didn't. And then they sit there and they fucking kill them. And then they watch the reinforcements come and they fucking kill them. And that's all they're going to fucking do. All summer long until the winter time starts, they're going to sit there and kill people nonstop. They don't have to take Kharkov. All they got to do is sit out there just north of Kharkov, work around the sides, and just kill people all summer long. Same with Kupiansk, same with everything out in front of Donetsk, everywhere else. Find them, fix them, and kill them. And when they send reinforcements, kill them. And then you can see it going on every single day. Artillery, SAMs, troop deployment, supplies. It's fucking nonstop.
The Iranian Putin. I never seen one outside the freezer, ha ha ha.
It's so good. I was waiting for that.
I just escaped. I
forgot that.
I do want to agree with Vaughn, right? Hey, Dan, what's up? I do want to agree with Vaughn that the point is looking for military victory and the point of destroying the Ukrainian ability to continue fighting. Dan, you mentioned earlier, right before I joined us, this is kind of what inspired me to come on, this list of captured cities, right? The first thing that really comes to mind about that is, what good does a captured metropolis do, a very large city do, if what we're seeing happen across, the country is the case for that city? It gets evacuated, it gets abandoned, and then every industrial center in that city and surrounding region gets destroyed. The Russians, like we just covered, are interested in only destroying Ukraine's physical manpower ability to produce war. So if you're holding a city, why hold Kharkov, right? If your goal is to make the number of military personnel in the Ukrainian military go from X to 0. What's the point of holding Kharkov? What's the point of holding Poltava or Dnipro?
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
So one interesting thing that I learned when I came to Russia is that the population, like, they really promote, hey, let's have more babies, let's reproduce. So like that city would never see the same fate as like Bakmut, where it's completely destroyed. That population was way lower than this. Kharkiv, if they capture it, this brings more people. A lot of Ukrainians will actually go to the Russian side. The population boost is so important for Russia, where to the point where they're paying people to have babies. Population is wealth in itself, and you know this as someone who is a son of somebody from the former Soviet Union. They were all about, hey, we need to keep our people alive. We need to reproduce. So like a population is a very valuable resource in itself. And that's what I think Kharkiv is. Mostly that's what its importance is to the Russia. It's a place where many people can come and live. It's already existing and it's already settled. And I think it's a big win for population.
I have a little bit of a counter to that,
I wanted to say something too.
Based on your, I just want one thing. Based on your point, Dan, because I think you're making a good point, right? Bringing home the population, so to speak, right? Encouraging that population growth. Why take it now when instead you could continue destroying the Ukrainian military, never have to displace these people at all in the first place, and then to go to the negotiating table, because that's what's going to end up happening, right? Eventually, someone's going to end up negotiating, whether it's the U.S. or the West or Ukraine itself. And then Russia's just going to say, we want Kharkov, we want Odessa, you're going to give it to us. End of, like, that's it. That's the end of the story. We'll stop.
I got an answer for that.
So why not? Why take it?
I want to say something after Dan.
Negotiate done. It's over, right?
Okay, I'll answer this question, then I'll leave. So it's better for a city this major to give it conflict so that the bad people die fighting, and the people who absolutely want nothing to do with Russia can leave. The last thing you want is to take it under unconditional surrender and have internal terrorism. Unconventional warfare is a pain in the ass. FSB is going to have so many problems. If like, for instance, if they were to take Odessa this way, I feel like there's going to be terrorism for the next 10 years in that city, because people are just going to simply stay there. They don't have to fight. And if something this close to like Kharkiv is much bigger than Odessa, it's the second largest city, there's going to be plants. The Ukrainian government for sure will tell, hey guys, it's fine, we'll give them the city, but for the next 10 years, plant bombs, blow shit up. It's going to be hell. So I think that you need to fight a little bit for it. You need to get people to run in fear. That's just my thought.
Yeah, I was just going to say
I'll talk to you more after the stream's over. Keep in touch.
Hey,
man.
I'll be in touch later, boys.
Later, Dan. Take it easy. Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I don't really see the point either of going after any of these big cities, because all you have to do is pull up, set up to the east and west or the north or the south or all three or four if you want, and sit there, and the Ukrainians come to you. So there's no reason to really exert the force when you can just fix them and destroy them. And then at a later point, when there's no one left, you can just take the cities or occupy the cities or get the cities in negotiations, because there's no military left to contest anything. And I really think that's what the Russians are going to do. They're going to kill everybody before they probably even think about negotiating, because that way they can just demand what they want under the guise of a negotiation, and they'll get it, because nobody's going to be able to tell them otherwise.
Are you kind of taking a middle ground between me and Dan then, right? Force the people who want to fight, but then take the cities, right, as non-violent.
Well, I mean, I agree with what you're saying and Dan's saying, but I mean, think about it. You don't really have to force the bad people in the city to fight. All you have to do is create a situation, 5 miles outside of Kharkov, and the dumb fucks will come. Or set up over somewhere near Sumy. They'll come.
I get that.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is invite them.
Right? You don't need to fight in the town square.
The only problem is I don't think you guys. Okay, sorry. This goes back
to
what
Wayne. We want to hear what you have to say, but your audio is really, really bad.
Oh, okay. I have no idea why. It should be good.
You maybe have to reconnect.
Try plugging your mic all the way in. It sounds like it's not plugged in. It's got that static.
Well, actually, I'm using my hearing aids for my microphone. That usually works fine.
It's not working very good.
It sounds.
I'll come back in with the PC. That's easier.
All right. Keep that spot open for Wayne when he comes back.
So just now there's a Hendrik that come into the backstage. He's new. But he dropped off. If you are still listening, you need to look at the private chat. Yeah. So my thinking was that right from the beginning, I oh my god, right from the beginning, I think that that makes no sense to attack the Kharkiv front or conquer Kharkiv, because I don't think it's the right time. As the Ukrainian army is still combat worthy at this moment. So I already. Right from the beginning, I think that it's just a diversion. The thing about diversions is that if there's no one defending, it's not a diversion. then the Russian will have to keep pushing to the point where the Ukrainian forces will start to restrain them. Then that's when you actually divert Ukrainian
Is that
forces.
not a perfect diversion then? Because if you don't have anyone to defend, right? Like, because they're putting up a defense in Donetsk, in the Donetsk Oblast, right?
Yeah.
There is an active defense there, and they're giving
Correct.
resistance to the Russians. It's a perfect diversion because it literally forces them to move the guys in Donetsk, right?
To
Because you
Kharkiv.
can't,
Yep.
if to Kharkov, so that now the Donetsk front is weakened, right? Sure, you're getting more resistance in Kharkov, but now the Donetsk front is really weakened. And if you can break
Correct.
through that front, then the rest is just going to come down.
Correct. So my point is that if the Ukrainians know that it's a diversion and purposely do not want to defend, this diversion operation will become a full-fledged offensive, those big arrow offensive. So it's a catch-22 for the Ukrainians, because it's like you don't defend, but then if you defend, then you literally trapped by the Russian ploy to do a diversion. And all these rumors about Sumy, that could also be another further
even if it's a small one, right? The risk is huge.
Yeah. So and this one is a very convincing one, because the Russians put in so much forces into attacking Kharkiv, this Kharkiv offensive, and then the Ukrainians cannot just scam it by using very minimal forces to defend. They can't, because once they use not enough forces, they just get overrun by the Russian forces. So they have to put in real forces to defend. Which is what we are looking at right now. Vaughn. You're muted.
I mean, I agree. It's a diversion in the sense that, they're trying to distract the Ukrainians and pull stuff up there. But at the same time, I mean, if they get lucky and shit opens up, they're obviously going to take advantage of it and occupy what they can, especially if there's literally nobody there or the guys are running away. And it's pretty easy for them to keep the pressure because it's the shell game, The Russians have 10 shells to move around. The Ukrainians have 3, and it's getting to the point every day, every week, every month where, they're trying to play catch up. I mean, think about it. All the Russians got to do is start bombing, and let's say
Super
West
chat.
Sumy on the
ASCII
west side of
66
Sumy.
TTS FTW.
I mean, think about it. All they got to do is, let's say you go to the west side of Sumy where it's a little more open area and there's not a whole lot of woods and stuff. If you drop 20 fabs on a normal day, drop 50, all of a sudden they think something's going on, increase your artillery tempo for a day, the FPVs, and then drive, 3 or 4 battalion tactical groups across the border to the easiest village. And then the next thing you know, the Ukrainians are going to have to respond. And that's the problem. It could be Sumy, Kharkov, somewhere around Kharkov. It could be Kupiansk. It could be Bakmut. It could be somewhere around Adivka. I mean, it's just getting to the point where they just don't have enough to keep up with it. And the Russians, I think, are just starting to figure how they want to play that out, because it seems to me like they're really starting to rubber band Ukraine's military really, really bad. Because think about it. Now all they got to do is start some shit down around Zaporizhia, and all those guys up north are going to have to run all the way back down there. And then while they're on the way there, they're going to get hit either way. And then while they're halfway there, the Russians will probably start something somewhere else, and they'll have to turn around and go back there, because that's what they were doing.
Then they're going to hit all the personnel being trained, deeper in Ukraine with their consistent.
I mean, we were talking about this earlier in the open mic.
Yeah.
If you're a soldier and you've been fighting, even if you get rotated, you can't get a fucking break, literally, unless you leave the fucking country. Because you can't go in the rear and chill with your buddies because you'll get kinseled. You can't go anywhere where there's more than a few guys. You can't go stay in a hotel with your wife, because if there's a couple mercs there, they'll get bombed. I mean, you literally either have to get your leg blown off so you can get transferred to Ramstein and get the fuck out of there, or literally leave the country. And I guarantee if you're on leave, they ain't letting you leave the country. Oh, I promise I'll come back. I'll come back in 2 weeks when my leave's up. So, I mean, think about it. You're there getting bombed nonstop, FPV'd, and then you go to the rear to supposedly take a break, and you're literally still worried about the same shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be hell for these guys. And like I said, I'm surprised at this point people aren't snapping and shooting motherfuckers.
I mean, when you're talking about discipline, I will also agree with you. It's, I don't know, man. Like, we've been watching this for 2+ years, and I am at a point where I'm just lost as to why the Ukrainian soldiers are still fighting the way they're fighting. Because the military structure has not changed. Every time they lose a major commanding officer or a massive amount of personnel, they don't change the strategy. They simply repeat it. And as you just mentioned, where is the, I mean, call it cope, call it hope, whatever, but like, where are the mutinies of soldiers saying, at least change up how we're going to fight, right? Switch to a insurgency kind of combat. But no, we're not seeing that at all anymore.
If I can respond to that.
Hi, Toby.
Hey, guys.
I'll be right back. I got to feed the cat. He's bothering the shit out of me.
Is my mic level okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Listen, I think that's a great point, Alan. I've been actually wanting to sort of like hear a discussion on this for a while. It's really interesting. The Ukrainian army are just doing as they're told. We don't see mutinies. We don't see any kind of insurrections or protests in the civilian population as well. And it's hard to know what that means. But personally, having experienced the COVID in Australia, I think it's a lot harder to rebel against authority in the modern world than maybe people appreciate. I mean, think about what happens when digital currency comes in. At that point, you can be cut off from the world and have absolutely no money like that. Like literally one bureaucrat can make one decision. They don't like you. You know, you may have misgendered somebody. And that's it. You have no money. You can't eat, right? And this is very much the world we live in. Governments have unbelievable amounts of control over people. And I think that there's very, very little scope to rebel. I mean, you see a lot of student protests in the West, but they're very organized.
Oh, man.
You know, they're part of a political system. They're not spontaneous.
I could go on about that all day long.
Yeah. So I don't know that the Ukrainian people are all that free, and certainly not the soldiers. You saw the freedom they had was to leave, right? They all left. There's something like 10,000 of them in Switzerland. Millions left to Russia. Millions left to the EU, and now they're being shipped back, right?
Well, not yet. Not yet.
So I don't know that there's all that much scope for rebellion. And that's pretty chilling because like that will apply to us as well. It's like if and when the powers that be decide that this war has to escalate, it's just going to be young men into cattle trucks and shipped off to the front. It's not going to be a people's war. And so that's kind of depressing as well, that what we're seeing is just orchestrated slaughter. But I mean, alternatively, I could be completely wrong. This could all be just like Putin propaganda, and it could be that the Ukrainian male population are just, they're so keen for Ukrainian statehood and the glory of Ukraine that they really will fight Russia to the last man. And it's not unprecedented that societies will fight very hard, I guess. But personally, I think it's very bleak. And I don't really see what you could do as a Ukrainian.
I mean, I think realistically, though, at this point, there's had to have been some mutinies. I mean, we've seen some small stuff with, you know, like guys refusing their orders or making videos or their commanders throwing a grenade in there and killing them. But I was thinking about what you were saying about how hard it is. And I agree it's hard to a point, but there's enough guns and shit laying around. If people were pissed off, that wouldn't be a problem. I think what the problem probably is there's probably revolts in small units and stuff like that. And there's probably veterans that maybe, you know, this is my 99th trip to Zaporizhzhia. I'm going to shoot you if you send me 100th time. But think about this. You have the United States and the Five Eyes intelligence service monitoring your military and your people. So I would imagine any kind of schemes that are cooked up, even if the Ukrainians aren't aware of them, they're probably getting ratted out by the Western intelligence services. So that shit could be getting nipped in the bud really hard. I mean, you hear about little stuff, but that's battlefield stuff.
who knows what kind of goon shit's going on in the cities or behind the scenes, when guys get arrested and disappeared.
Yeah. Do you guys think Zelensky may have been responsible for something like that when he got sacked, or do you think because there was all those memes that went around like every like 3 or 4 months. Oh, Zelensky's dead.
Well, I mean, he got a big payout. Didn't he get like $20 million when he retired or some shit?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Wait,
and a
what's up?
house in
Yeah, I mean, who
London.
knows? I'm just saying. I mean, it's likely the CIA and everybody's ratting out people to make sure they're loyal to the administration. I mean, they don't want nobody fucking up the game plan. So, I mean, that could be part of it. Maybe they've got Five Eyes plus the SBU and everybody else watching their own people. So if somebody starts getting irritable, they just throw them in jail or kill them.
Well, don't you? From my perspective, it seems to me that
the number of dead on one side.
I'm sorry. Wayne was saying something I couldn't.
Yeah, Wayne. Now we have the opposite problem, Wayne. You are like on the other side of the room.
Yeah,
like I can see
your audio.
You're extremely quiet.
Wayne, you check your microphone setting. I think you choose the wrong microphone. You chose the wrong microphone for your setting. Yeah.
But what I was going to say is that the Ukrainian I think Russia's kind of trying to play a long game. The Ukrainian population in general, I mean, before 2014, when they had the Maidan revolution, I mean, a lot of people in Ukraine. I mean, they had polls not long before that, where 70% of the population was not in favor of joining NATO, and they weren't all that in favor of joining the EU either. So I mean, I think there's still a chance. Russia's, I think, betting on the fact that there's still a good chance that a lot of people in Ukraine, maybe not the warriors that are in the military, which is a very small portion of the population, want to have good relations with Russia. I mean, I don't think that's alien to a lot of the people in Ukraine, that they want to have a good working relation with Russia. And what brought this on in 2014 is that when they tried to bring the EU in, Russia said, yeah, bring the EU in, make a deal with the EU and make us part of the deal. It's the EU said, no, if you're going to make a deal with the EU, fuck Russia, you can't have Russia part of it. So I mean, I think they're betting that there's some way that they can work this out where they will retain some part of a good relationship with the Ukrainian population, but they recognize the fact they got to kill the Nazis and destroy the fucking military and prevent them from being part of NATO. I don't know how that'll work.
I want
to Wayne.
I want to let Hendrik. When do you want to talk some? You want to speak? I want to see your mic. You're muted.
Sure.
You muted yourself.
Oh
no, he didn't mute himself. There is actually no mic connected. So Hendrik,
there you go. We can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me.
Okay, at least I got that right.
Okay, wait. I want to let Hendrik introduce himself first. Hendrik, introduce yourself.
yeah, sure. I'm Hendrik. I'm just some guy from New Zealand. I've been watching for a wee while, since the beginning actually, with the open mic. So I thought I'd finally ring in because it looked like no one was turning up before. So anyway,
I think you
Just
meant
some
to
guy
introduce
who just
yourself
about
as the
WW3 and all
Unibomber, not Hendrik.
Hey, what?
I mean, does no one else see this? Like, this guy looks exactly like the Unibomber. Like, I'm not blind, right?
No, I agree with that.
It's Ted Kaczynski.
It's
Selling those cool little cabins.
I know who you're talking about, but I got no idea what he looks like, so that's kind of funny.
Look,
Don't
if
worry,
you're on
he's
your phone,
cool.
just Google what he looks like, man.
He's an American folk hero, so it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. I mean it with politeness and jest, man.
You know, it'd be like if you looked like the guy that drove Killdozer, or you owned a bulldozer that was welded up. You know, everyone would think you were Killdozer.
Yeah. I've got one of those.
Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
Is it?
All his theories, I don't think he was 100%
Pull it up,
wrong.
Wyatt.
Let me see. I can pull it out. Give me a while. Share screen. Entire screen. This one. Kaczynski.
You just go to
The
images.
orange jumpsuit one is pretty close as far as the way the hair is.
No, the mugshot. The mugshot,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
The mugshot. Right there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm going to give me one of those orange jumpsuits, mate. And start rocking those.
Hey, you got your Halloween costume for this year already.
See who gets it. Yeah.
Hey, we hear in New Zealand, if you talk too much shit about the government, they're going to get you an orange jumpsuit right away.
Yeah, what are you in America, are you? Telling me that?
Yeah, most of us
Come
are.
on, dude.
Oh,
Come on,
wait a minute.
dude. Get a grip, man. Get a grip.
Yeah, we're
Get
right
a
along
grip.
we're right along with
Yeah,
you.
we're apparently we're in some kind of competition about who can fuck over whose citizens first the most fastest.
Yeah, you guys are in a league of your own, mate. You just out there.
And here in Canada, we've got a choice
Serious.
between incompetent rule.
Yeah, we're trying to set the standard, for the world
Yeah.
on how to have democracy and free speech,
Yeah, we get a choice of you or China. Yeah, awesome.
The ships are good there.
Good times. Don't say China too many times or Drew's going to come in here and start cussing you.
The ships are good there.
No, Wayne, we've interrupted Wayne like 4
New Zealand
times now.
ships.
Please, Wayne, go on.
Oh, okay. What I was trying to say is, I don't think you guys. Okay, the casualty, the death ratios, how many Ukrainians have died as compared to how many Russians have died. I don't think you guys are quite understanding how things could swing, because we really don't have any figure for the numbers right now. And a lot of the time, Ukraine has been on defense. Defense generally favors the defender. Another thing.
Wayne, where do you get this from?
Wait, Toby, hold on.
Who told you this?
Toby, let him finish.
Situation where we fought the Yanks,
His microphone
we
wants to
inflicted
shit
7
again.
dead for every one of them. And that was with relatively modern weapons in World War II. Friendly fire incident. Or not so friendly fire incident.
Well,
the point is that I think that the Russians have taken a lot more casualties than the Ukrainians, and that Ukraine is the one who's wearing Russia down. That's what I think at the present
I don't know
time.
what kind of crack you're smoking, Wayne, but damn, that must be some good shit. That's all I'm going to say.
No, I actually
There's no way in hell you saying that
I
without
do
being
have
hot.
I do have an assertion for that.
See? My point is proven.
It's a simple quiz. Doesn't matter how many
there's something that stuck out, guys.
Russia
Wayne, were you purposely saying the word ratio? Because when you're thinking about it, right, like the ratio of losses in proportion to population, right? Would you like from I want to know what you believe. Do you think that proportionally to the population, Russia or Ukraine has suffered more casualties? Purely on a percentage ratio.
I haven't actually run the numbers, so I can't tell you.
Dude,
Hey,
don't
wait,
talk like that.
guys.
Stop. I need to stop you right there. Don't talk like that because all of us are autistic about it. There's no numbers to run. The only numbers you and I could both simultaneously look at are media zona. There's no secret government information or files that you have that I won't have access to. Right? Wyatt is the king of knowing how to follow this stuff.
I haven't looked at the numbers of the Ukrainian population as compared to the number of people in their army, and
that's classified. No one's going to know that.
People have made us to losses.
That's classified.
Wait. If I could add this point, I watched it. I wasn't able to join the open mic early last week, but I want to say that you spent the open mic spent an inordinate amount of time last week, and it was dreadfully boring and stupid talking to Wayne about his retardation, because the fucking guy is a fucking retard that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and don't spend any time talking to him, please. It's fucking horrible. It's unwatchable. I'm serious. The guy is fucking out of his mind. He thinks Canadians.
My only counter to that is we get the most likes per video when we argue with Wayne.
He
That's
thinks
all I'm going to
Canada's
say.
got the best army in the whole fucking world. That they're gonna fucking take over fucking something. It's nuts.
Paul,
don't spend any time on him.
To be fair, he represents a very large amount of the population who watch
the
MSN.
most likes for the videos. It's when we argue with Wayne. The people love it.
Well, the other thing is, it's not retardation. It's not retardation to parrot the mainstream media. It's just a lot of people do it, you know.
Actually, wait. I saw you did post about the US and Canada fought, and then there was a 7-to-1 ratio. Which war is that? Which battle was that? Actually, I didn't know. A World War II, Canada fought with the Americans.
Yeah,
in a friendly fire incident.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not so.
Do you know which battle is that? I didn't know.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go on a limb because I was never an officer. But I'm pretty sure you don't count friendly fire kills in your fucking kill ratio ever. You would probably not even want to admit that you had a 7-to-1 friendly fire kill ratio. That's horrible.
Hey, man.
What officer would ever admit that or brag about that or even write that shit down?
Every A-10 pilot loves flexing their friendly fire kill ratio.
It's part of history. What can I say?
I didn't say it didn't happen. I'm just saying I don't think anybody's writing it down and bragging about it and putting it out there in papers for people to study.
Look, there's another point here that's worth making, right? Like, the thing is, this war has been massively entertaining for the whole world, and people want to see kills, right? Like, have a look at Hollywood and how many people die in Hollywood movies. It's literally, you know, like every minute you get multiple casualties, and the story moves on. People want to believe in massive casualties. The Russians want to believe, and the pro-Russian folks want to believe in huge Ukrainian casualties and vice versa. But in my view, what we've seen is lots and lots of reporting of fighting at Klishchevska, fighting at this place, fighting at the other place, right? And people imagine that means that there's like thousands of troops streaming forward and hundreds of tanks blowing up. But it's probably like some guy shooting a cat or something, right? And a shot rings out across the battlefield and somebody reports fighting. Like, one of the things about the First World War is, a lot of people don't know this, there were large sections of the front during the First World War where no one fired a shot for weeks. Like, it was dead silent on the front because nothing was happening. And so everyone just sat in their trenches and got rotten feet. And I really think that this current conflict in Ukraine, I think that there is far less casualties, far fewer casualties than people like to imagine, right? Because it's boring. But when you have a look at the aims of the two sides, both sides are very hesitant to spend lives for pretty obvious reasons. And I think we're seeing like way more clashes than we're seeing battles. I've seen like folks inventing battles on both sides, especially the Ukrainians. I mean, it's just ridiculous the way they talk about the Battle of Kiev and how they pushed Russia out of all this territory, and they just invent battles. But on the Russian side as well, they talk it up a lot as well. You know, there's a major offensive, and it's like, you know, a platoon full of tanks. So I'm very hesitant to credit any casualty figures, and I think that one of the reasons that this conflict is still ongoing is exactly because we haven't seen large-scale casualties. And one of the giveaways also is, notice how, you know, I challenge any of you to bring up massive prisoner situations where you have like tens of thousands of men taken prisoner. Because historically, when you have large battles, when you have large-scale offensives, you end up with thousands and thousands and thousands of prisoners, if not hundreds of thousands of prisoners, right? Because large groups of men get encircled and captured. And we haven't seen.
You're talking about big era warfare. I mean, what do you want to define as large battles? Would you define Bakmut as a large battle in the context of this war or at all?
In the context of this war, yeah. So Bakmut was a large battle for sure. Avdiivka was a battle, no question, right? And we saw the air power. But but they're not large by comparison to like the Korean War or World War II.
That kind of world anymore. If we
Yeah, right. And so there's not going to be a lot of. I don't think there's that many casualties.
It all is small actions now because of the long range fires. You just can't do the big, pushes. You've got to go in small groups. So you see lots of battles where basically it's 5 guys on one side and 5 on the other.
I don't think it suits either side to have them.
Well, then you can't have a war. Stop being an idealist.
Well, they want a war. They just don't want the casualties. The Ukrainians want the money. And the Russians...
I mean, like there was some photos of some of the casualties here lately, and it's anecdotal, but Dan's probably right. All these dead guys laying in the trench. He said half those guys probably never even saw a Russian and never fired their gun and just got killed by artillery. And I can remember way back, like probably Open Mic number 10, and we were talking about artillery and how many rounds the Russians were firing per day and what we thought they might have had fired up to that point. And I think we figured out in the first, I'll be conservative and say year, but it might have been 6 months of, let's say, after the Kharkov withdrawal. But we figured out, basically guessing on what we were getting out of the media and reports, that they had fired, X about million shells, which equated to 47,000 dead Ukrainians at that point, just off artillery. So the idea that there's not these massive casualties is ridiculous because everyone knows there's probably tens of thousands of bodies buried in trenches, buried in buildings, buried in basements, probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of bodies that have been incinerated into dust or blown into vaporized. I mean, think about it. I mean, you catch a bunch of fuckers in a warehouse with a fuel air bomb. Maybe there's something left in the outskirts of the area, but everybody in the middle is probably incinerated. I mean, there's probably literally thousands of people that are there's no trace of them whatsoever. So, I mean, I would say just based on artillery alone, the casualties have to be dead and wounded in the hundreds of thousands on both sides, combine both sides easily, which would be a massive amount of casualties.
Maddie, then after that, I'll let Brandon introduce himself. Maddie, you're muted.
I am. Of course, I'm freaking muted. Anyway, Wyatt, would you throw up the casualty list that I put into the main lounge chat? To Toby's point. Yeah, when you get the chance. To Toby's point, though, I think one of the things that we don't see is large encirclements right now. We're still plowing through static defense and moving into mobile warfare. What will happen later on if the Russians can get through and swing around and get some of these guys in Germany's box in a big way will be something, I think will be a different story where you'll see more men giving up in large groups. I think that, we're kind of, and it's a fair thing to do. We superimpose World War II onto this, and maybe we're right to do so, but we're living history as it happens. When we learned World War II, we learned it as like a total event for the most part. But what we're seeing right now is what was actually happening kind of during World War II, the time frame it took for these encirclements to happen and to move forward. So remember that was, let's see, they fought across Russia from 41 until 42, 43, and then they pushed them all the way back to Berlin. So we're after like 4 years, and after the third year was finally about when, they finally got, second and a half, third year was when they finally met up. And then when the Russians and the Germans, it was the Germans going first way, going east, and then it was the Russians doing the same, going west. And that's the thing. I'm babbling on here, but basically what I'm saying is the size of warfare, the time frame that we're in right now. I don't think we're seeing it yet, but we could see it in the future. And I get what your point is. I think those came from larger encirclements that maybe will happen later.
Mehdi, can you do a quick rundown of what this graphic is showing? Because it's a little bit hard to follow here because the dates, they're not done traditionally how it appears to be done, and the numbers for MLRS seem duplicated unless it's saying it's 13 million, which doesn't make sense.
They might be. Why I put it. the reason why I put it up there is because we're hearing some of the numbers up to like the 1.5 million dead and such. And this is one of the places where you see this coming from. It's a Russian news space. I actually put the link in chat. You have to, translate it to English. But, Andrei Martinov refers to this quite a bit. And he's a guy kind of in the know, at least in some things. So, I think it's a rather high estimate. They're thinking that it might be low because of the way the Russians are said to count the casualties. It's not like we do. Because they're only doing what they confirm, not people that were like evaporated where, they had no clue that they were there. They found a guy half a foot in a boot somewhere and won't know until DNA testing's done, shit like that. So I don't know, but that's where it comes from. And, those numbers are not necessarily me. Take it for what it is.
Yeah, I would say, remove the duplicate, it'll make more sense. If not, the numbers don't work out correctly.
Loss of plane 601.
I don't know. I don't really care about casualty numbers. So
I know that Ukraine didn't have that many at the start of the SVO, so
yeah,
I think
so. Anyway,
probably suspect.
Okay, I gotta drop this off. Yeah, because that's. So we let Brendan introduce himself first so that he can actually join the conversation as well. Brendan.
Hey, I was on once before, but
really?
Yeah, about a couple months ago, but not for very long. But what prompted me to come on was your discussion about Kharkiv, and I was interested in now the casualty thing as well. But I was looking at, and the two concepts kind of blend well together. If you think about what it looks like Russia's doing, you have to really look at a topographical map of what's going on north of Kharkov, because Putin did say he wanted to create this buffer zone. But if you look at like Lipsy, I hear Wyatt talking about it all the time lately. But if you look at there's like this hill that's almost like an arrow pointed at Kharkov from the north, and it comes into this river valley. It like they're seizing all the high ground up there around the north end of the city, so that they can't. They're pushing any Ukrainian artillery or anything they can away from the Russian border, and they're seizing the high ground and they're bringing it up the Volchansk, the river right there. All the natural barriers they are blocking off at this point and forming a defensible line is what's happening. Then they can concentrate their forces for whatever flanking maneuvers they need to do at a later date. But it seems pretty obvious that right now they're just clearing out, and the Ukrainians couldn't build any defenses up there anyway. They're too close to the border. I think it's a whole lot about nothing, really, because the Ukrainians were never going to build anything under direct observation of Russian drones and artillery. They're moving in about 15 kilometers or so and pushing all that artillery envelope back, giving themselves a nice cushy spot that's easily defensible. I don't think they're going to push it too much further. I think it wouldn't be worth it at this point, because Kharkov is such a large base. I mean, they've even got industrial. It'd be like Stalingrad with tanks coming off the assembly line as the battle's going on around it. Kharkov has that kind of manufacturing base in it. It's one of the few places that Ukraine actually has the ability to do those things. So I don't know. And then in terms of casualties, I think that's part of the reason for that. If you look at what happened in the Avdiivka area, how many brigades was that? That was involved on both sides. I don't recall what it was.
Alan, you're muted, but no, I think it's a one full army group. Usually the one army group covers quite a large front, but then in Avdiivka and the New York region, that was like the whole army group in that small little area. Is crazy.
What would that have been, like 60,000 soldiers or something on the Russian
probably
side?
At least.
Yeah, probably 40, 45. And you have to look at like what kind of casualty figures were coming out of a place like Bakmut. You have to think that it had been comparable at Avdiivka. I mean, I really do think it's possible you could have 200-300 KIA a day per side in a place like that. That's not inconceivable. That losing a company a day. Yeah,
I mean, like that's one thing I kind of get annoyed because people are like, oh, Russians casualties are up. It's like, yeah, they're on the move or they're hitting a city. I mean, there's obviously going to be days when the casualties are up because of what they're doing. And just back to the casualties real quick. You know, if you're having trouble figuring out how many there are, they're asking for 500,000 more. So obviously they've lost 500,000. I mean, it's not like they got 500,000 in reserve and they need another 500,000 for the million-man march to Moscow. I mean, they obviously lost their ass over the last 2 years. I mean, we've all said it before. The original army that was there on 22 February doesn't even exist anymore, other than whatever veterans are left from the original units.
Let me say something real quick. Can you hear me? I just want to say, Alan, congratulations. I need to hop off. And also, Alan, please get a new haircut.
Dude, you're telling me to get a haircut. Dude, you have no hair. It's painted on.
Okay. I have great hairline. You watch out for your hairline, okay? I have great hairline. I'm saying.
You have a 7 head. It's not even a 4 head. It's a 7 head at this point. You could land the Antonov on it. Love you.
All right, y'all have fun. I'll hop on later. See you guys.
That was my God, Forrest came in just to wreck on Alan. What the fuck?
Congratulations.
I'm gonna remember this for the rest of my life.
So Wyatt, like to what Brandon was just talking about, actually I asked you to post these last week. These are the same images that I put into the main lounge. Like he said, if you look, there's a corridor. If there's corridors that you go down, if you flow down, and that's just you're looking at terrain only. You got to understand this. This is not encountering with what you would consider with forces in place. This is just routes of possible travel. If you look at it, what he's talking about is coming down in through there. If you go to the next one down, if you wanted to take Kharkov, you would always want to come from the because if you look at it, there is a point in Kharkov where there's a natural water barrier in there. There's a river that runs through it, or I guess it's a river, and there's a wide channel there where it overlooks all that. So you would actually, if you got down to that point, you would actually control Kharkov itself. And then the last one is the concentric rings that are actually naturally around Kharkov that can be used for lines of interior defense. It's going to be a really hard nut to crack. I mean, there's a reason why they fought over it 4 times in World War II. So just to throw that out there, I thought that was a great observation by Brandon.
Yeah, if you look at the terrain there, they tried to go in there at the beginning of the war. Some recon units got into the suburbs, but it's a very, it's probably a pretty Russian-friendly city in the end. I mean, the population's probably 60-40 one way or the other, and they want it there. I mean, I think, isn't there a factory in Kharkov that actually produces the T-80 engines, or at least did for a while?
I think we could safely assume that they don't do that anymore.
Well, no, there was.
Well, no,
I think the Russians had even staged a bunch of them. There.
No, I'm talking about at this point with all the strikes we've seen.
Well, sure, yeah, but I think we'd even heard that they had moved a bunch of that underground because Soviets had all kinds of stuff under there in those major cities to do that kind of manufacturing, and I think that they can continue doing a lot of that.
I would almost bet there's no manufacturing other than drones and maybe repair stuff. I mean, yeah, because I mean, really. Where are they going to have some underground thing that the Russians don't know about? They can't build a new one because they obviously steal the money, so they're not going to have money to build anything. I mean, I don't know. I would think, with Alan said, at this point, there's probably minimal military industrial capacity.
I think it'd be zero.
Maybe they can make small arms, ammo, drones.
It'd be zero. They're getting billions of dollars worth of equipment from the West. Why are they going to allocate men to manufacturing when they could allocate them to holding Western weapons on the front? There's no way. There's no manufacturing going on in Ukraine anymore. And as long as we're giving them like several times their GDP in free stuff every year. They're not going to either. They're just a garrison of NATO at this stage. But look, the thing is, Putin said he's not going to take Kharkov, and you could probably bet your life on that, because like this is not how you take a city. You don't just like approach a city from the front and do a brute force attack on it. The way you take a city is you slaughter the civilian population by destroying the water supply, right? You carpet bomb it and you flatten it and you firebomb it, right? That's how you take a city. It's not like this is new. It's not like these tactics are new. This is what we did to the Iraqis as we freed them, right? We killed their water supply. We killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. We made it completely untenable to garrison the city, and then the city falls. That's how cities fall, right? You don't go attack them and let them make use of all of their defensive works and just waste lives. So I don't think that this is an assault on Kharkiv by any stretch. I agree with what Vaughan said earlier before I was on. This is just forcing the Ukrainians to divert troops across the line and forcing them, more than anything, to move forces around. I don't think there's any plan to assault the city.
Yeah. Mehdi is hang. Oh, yeah.
One of the I agree with Toby's saying 100%. Why waste the life at this point of war that it would take to go into Kharkov and try to ferret out everybody that's in there? It doesn't make sense whatsoever. You know, I think that they've always meant to, if they're going to go in that access, they're just going to bypass it and contain it. You know, they don't need to bomb it. They'll just starve it out. If it ain't got no bombs or bullets to fire at the enemy, it loses because of default. It has no way to resist anymore. So,
well, I mean,
it all
if you
depends.
think about it,
whatever Russian MOD. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, they could just target individual soldiers, targets that pop up, tanks, vehicles. At some point, civilians will probably rat them out so they can figure out where to drop a Krasnopol or whatever. I mean, like you said, all they got to do is just sit around the outside and wait them out. I mean, they'll either sit there and take it or they'll try to leave, and it's really a bad choice for them either way. But I mean, think about it. It's a Russian city, so I'm sure at some point the population will turn against them too. I mean, because they'll have to be heavy-handed to keep the people from ratting them out, so that'll just make them get ratted out faster and quicker and worse. So I just figure they'll just sit there and wait until it falls apart on its own, and they can just go in there.
Haven't the Ukrainians already been complaining about Kharkov civilians ratting them out and quite a bit? I've heard.
Yeah, I read that.
I've heard it in different places, you know, like Kherson. I think there was somebody down there saying it, but I would imagine anywhere. You know, there's a risk that somebody's going to rat you out.
Sorry, I'm going to have to run because I'm standing at my desk for too long. I've got something, though, that you might find interesting. The map of the fighting from MSC Time, that's what the website name translates into English, shows that Russia has destroyed 4,878 armored cars, which I take to mean BMPs and stuff like that. At least that's what I would think it would mean.
It might be like Max Pros and stuff, though.
It could be. The thing is, I'm looking at the numbers; they don't make sense because then they got tanks and tanks, APC, and BMP. They got down to 16.
Yeah. So that means if it's armored cars, then it's stuff like Max Pros, the Austrian Jackals.
Okay, but
Humvees
tanks,
and like
APCs, and BMPs. Ukraine had 800 MBTs and 2,300 and some odd BMPs and other 8 BTRs, stuff like that. And sorry, I actually got this from Military Balance. My school has it online, so I can log in. And that's why I've been bouncing around a lot on the screen. Was I was trying to look up the numbers, and my eyesight ain't what it used to be. So,
okay, so can you say can you repeat the claimed losses versus how many Ukraine started with?
Okay, they've got a claimed loss of 16,674 since the start of the SVO. Ukraine started the conflict with 800 tanks and 2,370 or 2,350, I don't remember right now, armored vehicles total that weren't tanks. Now, we know they were obviously donated a variety of stuff, but the numbers here that this Russian website has do not make sense. They were not.
I've never seen that website before. Maybe Mehdi can enlighten us.
I mean, I get what Wayne's saying, and I kind of agree. Like the starting numbers might be accurate. Like the 800 tanks, I think is right, 800 to 1,000, and maybe up to 800 in storage that they could have pulled out, plus whatever they got donated, which is, I don't know, let's say 400 to 500 tanks, because we don't really know because they lie about what they send. I would say honestly, like Max Pros and MRAMs, probably at least 1,000 of those from outside sources. And then you figure they got BTRs; those would be considered armored cars. BMPs would be IFBs. So you figure however many they had, I don't know, 500, 600 BMPs or stuff like that. And then they've gotten, Bradleys and Strikers and shit like that. So, I mean, I still think the numbers are kind of high because we don't really know what they got, but I do believe the losses are high in all those categories, extremely high, just because.
But what kind of person makes a list like this?
Max Pros or 300, Leopard A1s or 31 M1A1s or whatever, if they weren't losing this shit. But I do think it's a little high, but.
I think it's all made up. Like, how do you
they stripped out every
you make a list like this?
Armory. So it's potential they could have got thousands of vehicles.
You've got to be making stuff up. You've got to be one of these wide-eyed, sweaty freaks if you're going to actually publish a list with numbers on it like this. Like, what are you going to pretend that you have this kind of data? Like, where are you getting it from? To me, it's nonsense on the face of it. Like, even if it was your job as part of like the military, even if you got tasked by a general, go make a list, I think you'd be very skeptical about the numbers and the information you're able to get. Like, how do you gather this kind of intelligence on a live battlefield? It's kind of fantasy on the face of it.
The starting numbers, I think, might have been able. You could probably figure those out because 800 tanks, 200 artillery pieces. But the problem is after that, once the war started, you don't know what got destroyed before all the free shit came, and we really don't know how much free shit came. Plus, like I said, they literally stripped out every Eastern European armory, which could have literally been filled with thousands of pieces of equipment. Now, granted, it may not have all been put to service, but they could have stripped it for parts or whatever. But
People spend decades after wars trying to assess numbers and arguing about what are called primary sources for numbers, right? Because militaries lie about war. They constantly lie about things. They invent battles that never happened. They deny battles that did.
Like, we know that they built 9,000 M1 hulls and turrets. We know they built X number of T-55s during the Soviet times or whatever. So I'm just saying, like, the beginning numbers are probably legit. It's all the post-war numbers that no one would have an idea because you don't really know what was ever supplied, pulled out of storage, and refurbished.
And who lied?
You don't know what they had on paper at the beginning that they admitted to, or that you could figure out.
It all depends on what it counts. And like I said, I put it up there just so you know where the numbers are coming from. The link I put into the chat itself. So take it for what it is. But you got it. Are Humvees included in this? Are normal transportation shit they've been taking for local civilians and turning into equipment to use? Don't know.
Well, think about it.
And that's the whole thing. But that is where these numbers are coming from. I just wanted it to
and you're right, because think about it. You might count an up-armored Humvee as an armored car. So, think about how many reporters will be like, oh, look, there's a tank, and it's an up-armored Humvee or something that's not a tank. So it could be the same thing.
Maybe it identifies as a tank.
I think we can just safely say, like, the original Ukrainian military and all of their vehicles are gone. And maybe not all. I want to say like 90%. You can say 90% of the original shit is gone. Everything else is donated or, taken from outside sources, delivered in. And to add to the point of not being able to know, this is the last thing, and I'll let Mehdi and Brandon speak. I actually got to go. But what we also don't know is we don't know how many vehicles were destroyed in those airstrikes. We don't know what kind of vehicles. Ukraine's not going to tell you. You don't know what's destroyed in those cruise missile strikes that have been happening for the last 2 years. You don't know what gets hit by Iskander or Kinjal in Kharkov, or in a warehouse in the middle of Poltava or something like that. So you don't know actually what the actual numbers are. There's no way to know because they're just never going to tell you. But other than that, hope you guys have a great night. God bless, and hope to see you guys in the.
Amen, Alan. You never know, man.
See you later, Alan. I'm gone too, guys. Have a good evening.
It was Medley Brandon.
Just real quick, Brandon. All I was going to say is to Toby's point, he's completely right. Primary sources, it's always kills, ratios, all of that. When it comes to armor warfare and kill numbers and casualty lists are always inflated, usually beyond recognition, because you got multiple people who claim the same kills. There's battlefield engagements that happen over and over to get counted in. So that's just, Toby's got a good point. Like I said, that is where the number's coming from. They say that they count, that count is a limited count. It's severely restricted by the military. Like I said, though, the source comes from somebody I pay attention to.
Yeah,
that's all. I don't know about the counting of the numbers. Sorry.
We didn't see the dead guys. We saw the blood trails. Whatever.
Well, I was just going to point out, though, that this is probably the war where we could probably say we have the best idea about casualty rates. I mean, in all previous wars, we didn't have this degree of on-the-ground daily reporting from units at the front line, and with drone footage and, panning shots of an entire battlefield for 10 minutes showing burned out holes. It's just never, everything was so much more controlled and propagandized in the past. I mean, we really do have a better sense of what's going on. I mean, just if you look at a place like Turney, which is kind of getting very little recognition right now, even though, I mean, the Ukrainians have basically wiped out an entire brigade's worth of armor in Turney over the last month and a half or 2 months. It's pretty crazy how badly the Russians have done on that axis. And I have to wonder if it's just because they're coming down this wide open hillside into the river valley there, and they're just easy pickings from across the river valley with ATGMs and.
But Brandon, how do you know that they lost?
Well, I mean, on the east side of Turney.
If I can just,
it's pretty obvious. They attempt the same thing over and over again and just slaughter their own men. The Russians are an economy of force structure. They don't like just slaughtering men. They do not send people in fucking waves. If anything, it's an echelon attack. But they are not going to attempt the same attack over and over and get a battalion.
Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me.
I'm sorry I get heated, but
my question to Brandon was like, it's like you say that we've got all this reporting, and yeah, sure, I see drone footage, right? But I'll tell you what I've seen as well. I've seen footage from Syria passed off as Russian casualties in Ukraine. I've seen footage from 2 years ago passed off as footage from last week, right? People are seeing a lot of stuff, but what are they seeing? And it's not like we're seeing every inch of every front line. And we get this extrapolation, and, not to criticize you, but you just did it yourself. You said they lost a whole brigade. Well, that's
I said a brigade's worth of armor. I said
that's what I mean. A whole brigade's worth of armor. It's like,
it's almost 300 vehicles. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, I don't see that. I don't see how you get that, because there might be reporting and there might be footage, but there's not comprehensive reporting. And there's not comprehensive footage.
Would you mind letting me defend it? So I want to be as objective as possible about this, and I think everybody on here has got really good minds for this kind of subject matter, but I do feel like sometimes it trends a little bit Ukraine critical, Russia sympathetic in terms of data and information, and I feel like I'm not picking a side here, but I'm just saying that when you look at, there's actually geolocated images of all the burned out holes around Turney when they've been trying to go down about there's not a lot of good ways to attack it. You're just coming down the side of a hill and there's a few little forest patches there. But they want to get to the Oxo River. They want to form up that line and to prevent the Ukrainians from crossing. And they've got that mission. And I'm sorry, but there are some Russian commanders who have been pretty awful with the way that they have just charged in there. I'm not saying meat wave assaults and, 500 guys crossing an open field. That's not happening. But they are sending, 8. We've seen this at places like, what's that little place by Kupiansk, where they just kept sending, 5, 6, 7 vehicles every other day, and they kept getting lit up. I mean, that happens at certain points. You do have bad commanders. You do have bad units and sectors where the Russians aren't behaving well. And I don't think to write that off and say, well, they don't do this ever. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I didn't say that, Brandon. I asked you how you knew the whole brigade had been
because
there.
there's a geolocated photographs of the whole area. Here's
the thing, though,
holes.
Brandon. This would be the biggest propaganda wash the AFU would ever want right now. Where are all the images of this graveyard?
Oh, they've been posted online, but they don't.
We ain't seen them in mainstream media. They're not there. You'd think they'd be celebrating this shit, seeing that they just had M1s on display in Moscow. So
what we have is dudes like you making these claims, right? And then making red herrings about what I was trying to ask. All I'm asking is, where's the data? Show us the pictures. Because as Mehdi said, this would be massively useful if you could actually show that Ukraine took out a whole brigade of armor. You could make a movie about that. It'd be great.
Yeah, I was going to say in regards to Turney, I mean, and Mehdi can back me up on this. I mean, I've been looking at Turney since November of 23, and it's pretty much been on that ridge line overlooking Turney since then. So it's possible that from November till now, they've lost that much equipment in that area, but that particular area has been stagnant since November of 23. I mean, they push back and forth in there and make runs at it, but that's the north tip of the cauldron they need to create along the Oskol is Turney, and then you got Veremyorsky down south east of Seversk, and they've been pushing there the same as that, and they haven't really gone anywhere. They got Bilahorivka up there that kind of keeps going back and forth. But I mean, I'm not going to get into it about the loss of a brigade's worth of armor. I have seen losses up there, but a brigade's worth, I don't know. I would say I haven't seen that, but for the length of time they've been in that particular position, that's possible. But the idea that there's these attacks going back and forth, I mean, there's positional fighting, but that place has been pretty much dead in the water. Because, I mean, I was one of my spots I was really watching, because you got Turney and then just south is Zarishny. You get either one of those and that shit's done. It's a wrap on the north side of that cauldron, and all you got to do is get to Veremyorsky, push up against the reservoir, and you've got that whole pocket. So it's definitely important, but it's been probably a 6-month plus battle for that particular area. So a brigade really isn't a big deal at this point.
I'm just saying they're taking losses in certain areas. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I mean they do. I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying. I mean, it's been a fairly lengthy battle in that position, so the losses probably are legit. But they haven't lost them in what?
I'm looking for the image that I'm talking about, but there was a geolocated image with all the burnout holes around Turney, and it was like a 3 square kilometer, 4 square kilometer area, and there's just so many vehicles there knocked out. And I'm sure some of them are probably from both sides because Ukraine lost quite a bit too. It's just a bad area to attack.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that because
coming downhill, exposed, and it just sucks. It sucks. Somebody got the directive from up ahead, says you got to take this by this date, and
that happens for sure.
It's a bad spot.
That happens. But also, what's the time frame? Because some of these battlefields have been fought over now for years.
Yeah.
So they look like a moonscape, but not all that artillery fell on one afternoon.
Right.
But listen, I agree with you. For sure, there are bad commanders, and for sure, people get sucky assignments, go probe there. And we have seen that. We saw that in Volodar, ages ago. It's not like the Russians are some super army and never make mistakes. But yeah, I get back to Mehdi's point. It's like if there were these massive brigade level losses and everything, gee, that would be good propaganda. And the other thing is, it's like with the amount of drone footage that would come out of a battle where you lost a brigade's worth of armor in a single like engagement, gee, there would be so much drone footage. You'd have hours and hours of it.
Yeah. Can I? Hi guys, I just want to make a few points because I was listening in my car for the past half hour. I just speaking about the numbers. Zelensky said a few weeks ago on the news. I saw it on the news. He said Russia lost 180,000 troops, Ukraine 30,000. I don't know if you're looking on the pro-Ukrainian propaganda. They're going to say, yeah, Russia already lost almost 500,000. You know how the propaganda play with each other? The president says 180,000 and the propaganda says 500,000 almost. You know what I mean? No, numbers of dead people, we don't. I already told a lot about with Van. We totally agree. We're going to see footage and SD cards that we're going to find in trenches from GoPros. We're going to find the skeletons from the trenches and the future. That's something that you can't say now. Numbers is impossible. You can't say numbers about vehicles, planes, helicopters. Very easy. If I just take the example of a Sukhoi 25 from the Ukrainian force, in 2014 they have maybe 25 active, and in 2022 they tripled because they started to refurbish and put back some planes in active. That's just for the numbers. It's propaganda, propaganda. We're just going to know it a few years after the war, I think. But the casualties are totally not correct. And then about the north, the Belgorod region. I think it was, he's not here anymore. The reason why Russia is pushing is just to protect the Belgorod region for the moment. And then they're going to start to encircle Kharkiv. I don't see they're going to take Kharkiv, but they're going to bomb it, I think. And you need to look, if you just look at the map, how many highways. I have the E40 that starts here in Belgium, in Ostend. It ends in Ukraine, in Kharkiv. It's a big highway, but you have all around this big city, so you have a lot of entry points. So for Russia, it's better to try to encircle that, make it difficult to Ukrainians for passing by the ammunitions and all their other stuff. But priority for me is Belgorod itself, all these places that have been bombarded by the Ukrainians, attacked by the Ukrainians for months now, mostly civilians being targeted, actually. That need to stop. Putin said also for the morale of the Russians that lives there, it's just a tactic of Putin to say, okay, we're going to push easily outside. We're going to make, somebody said also here, we're going to make a first defense line, a very proper one, where we can stay there. And we're going to just fuck up the shit there from that defense line. Are we going to protect the people of Belgorod and the other regions that have been attacked? I see it happening also in the Sumy region. And it's also the best tactic for the Russians to mess up with Ukrainians. So yeah, so that's just my little point of view. It's a little bit messed up. I just came home from a nice night out. So it's already...
Super chat.
Yeah.
The Iranian Putin. Gifted 5 DPA Open Mic, Defense Politics Asia memberships.
Yeah. So I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying. So,
Yeah, very good.
We got to get the Iranian Putin on here, man. Jesus Christ.
I don't know who's next. If it was
what I think about this war that Brandon probably also needs to reflect about it is that nobody in the West, not the US, none of these chihuahuas in the Baltics or any country in Europe would be willing to have so many casualties like we are seeing. The thing is that this is a war that should make many Europeans and many Americans really afraid of. We never had a war like this since what? The Second World War? Well, they are not ready for these, and they should be afraid. And they should be afraid and be very careful trying to contain it, not to express, because if they have to see a Russian army like it is now, that is ready for these casualties, that is ready for these sacrifices, that it has such an ability, such an industrial capacity to keep this army going. The amount of vehicles they lose, it doesn't matter. They keep producing more. So the Europeans should be, especially the Europeans, but the Americans as well, because they would have to come and rescue the Europeans. If the Europeans really piss off the Russians, they should be really afraid of what's coming to them. This is they piece. You see, if we look at the improvement of the Russians, they are very angry. They were like a regular army that is now able to do all these horrible things. The Ukrainians have no chance anymore. If they were so ideological motivated at the beginning, now they are not. They are the ones running away from being conscripted, and what is coming for Ukraine is really bad. The Russians is the opposite. They are getting more motivated than ever, and now they probably even want revenge, and they should be very careful about if they really want on the end to have that revenge. So I don't know who was after me. I think Mehdi, or it was it.
Direct back you up. Did you hear recent Lavrov's last statement about the relationship between Russia and the Western Europe? He said he thinks it will be on the rocks for at least a generation. He said a generation. Look at his statement of what Lavrov said. You're completely right. Russia right now is done with the West. And they should be worried because they've outstripped their ammunition stocks. They've moved they've lost so much that, they really do need to start thinking about their own protection and maybe stop poking the bear.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing about losses. A lot of people say, well, if the Russians are destroying all this Ukrainian stuff, how are they still having tanks? How are they still seeing all this armament? I have an article pulled up right here because I remember this from about a year ago. It says, investigation, Bulgaria indirectly sent weapons to Ukraine. Bulgarian arms worth billions of dollars entered Ukraine through other countries in the past 2 years without Ukraine and Bulgaria even being announced. So what I'm saying is, how many times has this happened? Have they only sent what they've shown us on like the Telegram, or
much more
constantly sending shit that
much more
know about? So that's one point I wanted to make about that.
Well, I mean, real quick, think about it. There's been 2 or 3 times where they magically re-audited the order and found an extra couple billion here and there to spend. Every time they get the funding's about to run out, there's a magic audit.
Right.
And let's not forget, the Ukraine was also used as a place where they could get weapons to countries. The United States could send weapons to countries by sending them to the Ukraine. Ukraine would declare they had a surplus, and then they would pass it off to the country that originally wanted to buy the weapons or us. But because of our own laws, we couldn't sell it to them. So all we did was we give it to the Ukraine to sell for it.
Oh,
that's how shady
Iran
it
Contra
is.
2.0. Iran Contra 2.0.
Yeah, but can I say you're pointing to the super chat.
Super chat.
Well,
the Ashdale Regiment. Like, sub, and give Wyatt money. You don't need it.
That's like $2. Fucking, what's it? Fucking Norwegian money. But anyhow, but just
the number looks big. The number looks big.
But what I'm saying is, is that right now they're talking about that Ukraine is getting to the tipping point where they're going to say, NATO, save us, please. And if I was Europe, and especially if I was these, as Prada referred to the Chihuahuas, they're the next ones on the chopping block that fucking the United States is going to fucking throw at Russia to try to fucking, because the United States, the United States doesn't give a shit about Russia, Europe. If they can, they'll throw all of Europe into the fucking maw of Russia and let them chew them up, just to try to turn the tide against Russia. I mean, if Europe has an enemy, it's the United States. The United States wants to destroy Europe. They want to feed Europe to fucking Russia. They don't give a shit about Europe, because Ukraine has already been fed into the, we've been having these, I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but we've been having all these protests in this country. So a lot of people waking up about the absolute horrendous disrespect for life that the Israelis have shown with their attack on Gaza. It absolutely pales in comparison to the disregard the United States, our country, my country, has for the Ukrainian people, and our desire to send them to their fucking deaths for some fucking political gamesmanship that ain't gonna work out in the fucking end. And we should be really ashamed of ourselves and take and look a little bit harder at our own genocidal fucking tendencies. Excuse my rant.
I find it, just to follow on what you said, it's getting almost absurd, the videos of these guys being drug off to their deaths, and because they know that's what's coming, of these vans just kidnapping people off the street. And we haven't had a draft in the United States since the 70s, and you saw that Vietnam was such a smaller scale conflict than this, and at the time, people were doing everything they could to avoid it. Protests all over the place, by 69, 70, and I just can't imagine an environment where and as a male, you're just thrown into this meat grinder with zero regard for your life. I don't think we've seen that since at least World War II. I mean, it's wild to see that level of barbarity, and I don't understand how that's not even being covered in the news in the United States. You don't see that at all. Like, talk about human rights, we don't cover it at all. You do not know if they showed those videos every night on the evening news of guys having hoods put over their head and abducted off the street and being beaten by these TCC officers or whatever. I mean, that we are doing that, and there's going to be nothing left of the Ukrainian population, male population, because they were already at a worse replacement rate than Russia. I don't see how they're going to recover as a country ever.
It's a force of misinformation and propaganda, and all the rules that the Ukraine is also getting by don't show things or don't talk about some things, otherwise you can end up in jail. The point that Paul said about USA is bitching around at Europe, and Europe is worthless, is actually correct. Ukraine is actually the weakest link. They found a weaker link than Europe themselves. Like you can say, America is a top, Europe is a bottom. Ukraine is getting fisted dry in the ass. That is actually very brave said, what I just said. It's very, very. That's not even hard what I say. America's dick is hard, but
then you got Anthony Blinken playing
guitar,
song. If I was a Ukrainian widow, I would be irate
Rocking in the
at that
free world?
image. Yeah, like
Working in the free world in Kiev. It's. I would be. You need to understand one thing. What's happening now for the United States is easy money. They just give second-hand weaponry to Ukraine to be fed to be destroyed. It's money. They're going to get money for it. Don't care. It's the arm industry getting money, and United States always had that fetish since the Cold War to be able to weaken Russia as hard as possible. And that's what I am saying. Russia, United States is the top. Europe is the bottom because you're more difficult. So they still can't close their ass. and Ukraine is just get dry into it. They found the weakest link. They found President Zelinski that played the game. For what? I don't know. But the population of Ukraine doesn't know the information that we know. The population in Europe doesn't know the information that we know. Just ask people in the supermarket, what do you know about Ukraine? I think if you're from the United States, 90% of the people in the same supermarket go to the Walmart, doesn't even know where on the map is Ukraine. But we never going to. Something happened bad for Ukraine. They're going to send the news. Yeah, there is a push underneath Belgorod. 2-3 days later, they're going to say, yeah, Putin said, yeah, we don't going to push, so they don't have any more armed forces. It's not exactly what Putin said. He just said we don't intend to attack Kharkiv. That's it. But the misinformation, the propaganda, just go looking at the chat of the comments and the pro-Ukraine websites here on YouTube, like Dennis fucking Duff. Just look how the guys are commenting there. It's, yeah, Russia is losing 1,000 people a day. Fuck off, Nothing happened like that. Misinformation. It's crazy. Yeah.
I think it's Gabriel Rio.
Hey guys, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah, I think definitely the plan was more than weaken Russia. I mean, of course, that was probably the intended objective, but it seems more and more clear to me that it was demolishing the euro, the EU currency. Yeah, basically, USA is caught in a loop of deficit spending. That's propping up their GDP, and it's sort of destroying the reserve currency competition, which was the euro, and that's why they severed the connection of cheap energy to Europe, and yeah, like about Ukraine, it was so morbid to see Blinken telling them to die for the free world. It's very, very ironic that he used that song. I think it's like a morbid sense of humor. They were pissing in their faces, like playing that song. Have any of you heard the lyrics of that song? It's like so ironic.
Yeah, he should have changed the lyrics to "dying for the free world" instead of
but like
dying for the free world.
Yeah, keep on
dying for the free world.
Keep on dying for the free world. Yeah, exactly. So, well, he was totally like spitting in their faces, like, yeah, you have to just keep on going and dying. And I think it makes sense to them because, like, whenever Ukraine realizes that they've been screwed in the butt, as Lambo said, fisted dry, they're probably gonna join Russia and turn against the West. And so they want to weaken them as much as possible. But what's really interesting to me is like how the PSYOP worked. Like how Ukrainian population was so well hyped up. Like as a global protagonist and defenders of freedom that managed to lift their morale enough for them to keep on fighting. You know, like up till now, the effect is waning down, but at the beginning they actually did think it was a good idea to just go and bash their heads against the Russian wall, and it's really interesting phenomena because like they were brotherly nations. I mean, they're like the same people. They speak the same language. It's like, and they just totally bought into this. Ukrainians are the saviors of freedom and democracy, and it's super interesting how they can do that to people. Like if you suddenly, from being a backwater, obscure, corrupt country, to suddenly being like the world protagonists, can really hype up the population enough for them to commit collective suicide.
I think the techniques of information control, mass control, and so on, these are being they are not unknown, but they have been experienced in experiments in large scale in Ukraine, and for that there's a lot of Western technicians in all over Ukraine to make those to create that environment that allows a kind of information bubble where people are not aware of whatever is happening in its country in different parts of it. Of course, there are many people that have access to internet and can have better information, and of course they are, and we see that a lot of what we actually are able to get that's not propaganda is actually filmed by those people, but in a way they manage it very well, and they're also doing it in the Western countries, especially in some countries in Europe. People are really convinced of all those fairy tales they are telling us in our communication, and it's very interesting how it is manageable. But there's things that are actually very old-fashioned, like you block alternative news, like we have been seeing in Europe now. For instance, the European Commission decided to block more Russian news outlets. Not just before, it was just RT and Sputnik, but now they will also block RIA Novosti and what was that, Izvestnia. So it's going on. It's how it is. Mr. Ramos said something very interesting. The thing is, this has been being talked for a long time. It was that the West believed Russia would not rise before 40 years. And when they did in 2000, when Putin decided to talk loud in 2007, and especially when they attacked Ukraine in 2014 for the first time, directly and indirectly, they still didn't believe that Russia was rising. And now they are there. It's a very important international player they have to deal with, and the influence of Russia today, it's not yet the same of the Soviet Union, but it's impressive. So we are seeing these implications all over Africa, Asia, and so on, where actually a new understanding of realpolitik is coming to reality. And as I said, some people in the chat were saying, "Oh no, NATO would slap Russia immediately in the face." No country in NATO would allow itself to have these type of casualties every day. No country whatsoever. You see, whoever believes in this fairy tale, it's completely wrong. Our societies would not be prepared for it. This was possible in Ukraine because Ukraine is not what they have been telling you. It's actually it's not a democracy. It has not been a democracy for 40 years or 50 years or 100 or 200 years. No, this is a country that's a pseudo democracy. It has never been one, and it is just a couple of years ago. And also, we have to understand that what's happening in Ukraine is possible because it's actually a big prison. People can't really leave the country, especially men. Okay, women leave the country, but you see, men can't leave the country. So there is, if you talk too much, you end up in prison. So it's not so easy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, as far as the whole information war on the war, I mean, you got to look at it this way. You've got what's the coalition of the West that supports Ukraine? 20 or 30 countries, 4 or 5 big brothers. So you've got Five Eyes watching everything, controlling the narrative. You've got all the Western media, DW, BBC, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox, CNN, everybody all toeing the line. You've got the best, in theory, you would have the best PR people out there shaping the narrative, pushing the stories. I mean, that's probably why a lot of the people in Ukraine and stuff really don't know what's going on. And a lot of regular people don't know what's going on because, I mean, it's not just sending weapons and all the training. I mean, you got to figure it's a massive media operation to control it at every level, from the intelligence side to just the everyday news that gets out there. I mean, everything, look at the way they spin crap and hype stuff up. It's like, oh, the Russians lost a tank on this road, and they act like the whole Avdiivka offensive collapsed or something. And you know what I mean? So the Russians have said before, they're not into PR and propaganda in the same way the West is. So I just figure that's probably the biggest thing there is they've just got these massive teams working that story all the time.
I think Prada brought this up a little bit, and it might be a good. We've been talking about Ukraine for quite a while, but I mean, I think there's a very interesting correlator to this story that's going on right now is Putin's visit to China, and it's got the West freaked the fuck out, man. I think it's definitely needs something. We got to talk about that sometime or not, because they're really worried
I
about
don't really
it.
think it's all that big of a deal anymore.
I don't know.
It's in the sense of them working together and creating deals with each other. I mean, at this point, if they weren't making deals, that would be news, because you'd be like, why aren't they being friends with each other? Why aren't they driven into each other's arms? I mean, the fact that they've been driven to each other, it's like, I mean, the West just wants to hype it up so they can drive the war drum.
No, but I mean, but my point is that like, in light of the fact that we sent over, Janet Yellen, we Anthony, we kind of, made a big play in China.
Yeah, but we didn't send over serious people. They sent Lavrov, they sent Putin, they sent serious people.
No, I know, but the way China has received Putin and Russia, it is really sending a message. And my question is, what message is being sent?
You don't know we're serious until Victoria Nuland shows up. Then you know we're serious.
Oh, she is gone.
She'll still come back.
For now, she'll be back.
But when you see Xi Jinping initiated the hug, you can tell that that is the Chinese intent. It's actually more Chinese intent than Russian intent. Like Putin got taken aback because hugging, in public, in the diplomatic occasion means a lot of things. Like, if two countries hug immediately when they meet, it means that they are very close allies. China is initiating, they want to be a close ally to Russia. And Putin was like, okay, maybe. Russia isn't that sure as well.
That's interesting because
Macron, actually. He also hugged Macron, actually. So it's not so unusual. But at these moments, the message, like you guys were saying, it's very
Wait a minute. Wait. Stop right there. He hugged Macron?
Yes, he did. Yes. So
really?
That means he's trying to court France into the alliance, into this alliance, because France is the weak link, currently in the West. And then United States is constantly undermining, France. So maybe they're trying to convince Macron that, you should know what's currently happening with United States and think.
Well,
and then France was like, we're gonna send military into Ukraine.
Well,
Only Macron said that, though. He had no support at all for that in the French establishment. None. So that was an important message that's just a Macron thing. That's not a France thing.
I don't want, as an American, and I think last time I was on here I kind of mentioned this, but I would like to believe in the I personally, I don't want to live in a world where full on, dictatorship and authoritarianism is the dominant paradigm. And yet our system has for so long in the United States had this kind of veneer of democracy at home, but kind of propped up that same kind of authoritarianism all over the world, and done so, for our economic interests. But increasingly, that doesn't even translate to the average American citizen. Like, we don't see the benefit of that. And I noticed how heavily we've been leaning on China the last, I would just say 3-4 months. Have you seen all the news articles? It's one after another. Like, there's been a really big diplomatic push to try to split China off. And it looks to me like, based on that visit, that their decision was clearly made. Like, this is too far gone. The United States at this point, I mean, I was just looking while we were talking. I live not very far from a major ammunition or gunpowder manufacturing plant that had been built during World War II. And when the peace dividend came through, they shut it down in like 91, 92, something like that. And it sat there for maybe 20 years mothballed. And about 2016, they decided to tear it all down and put up a bunch of like Amazon warehouses and stuff. And just about the time they started tearing it all down, they sure could have used it, because we've only got 2 gunpowder manufacturers that produce propellants and explosives in the United States at this point, and they're both in East Tennessee, Virginia area, and they're not that big compared to the one that was here. I mean, this thing was massive, and it's all gone. They're just now
And they
tearing
had a
down the last
fire
building.
last year at one of those plants where they lost a supply of powder.
So I don't think, I mean, based on the scale of that, when I read the history on the plant when it got put up, even when World War II started, when they took them still, even at that time, almost 2.5 years to build the plant. If we were to do something at that scale today, I mean, how long would it take? I think China and Russia realize that the United States has not. I don't see any new manufacturing going up. I don't see any new, gunpowder plants going up across the United States or anywhere in NATO. I think they've been watching and they've seen there's been no commitment to long-term amping up of manufacturing of these things. We're not set up for a long-term war. We're not planning on a long-term war, and they know that now. And it's time to move forward with their plan, as far as I can see it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, Putin said it before in interviews, but he started modernizing their MIC like 10 years ago. And even if it took a couple years to get stuff built and in position and people trained and hired, let's say they've still had, 5 years head start. All we do here is talk about, we're going to start production. We're going to start onshoring these plants and, expanding production. But, then they argue about the funding and it gets dragged out. And then there's an election and then everything that was going to get funded doesn't get funded. And then the next guy funds it, or the guy after cuts the funding. So, I mean, even in the most ideal circumstances, like he said, you'd almost want to have to get it going in 2 or 3 years. You probably have to use pre-existing sites where you could move in. Because if you're going to try and build shit, I mean, we'll end up fucking ourselves, and just because, you got to have a permit for this or that, there'll be some moron that doesn't understand the urgency of the situation, and all of a sudden hold up the whole project. So there's another 6 months gone. Meanwhile, the Chinese and the Russians are, fortifying their modernization that they've already started years ago, and they have the people and nobody's bothering them. So they've been doing just fine. Whereas, and those guys are, some people don't like authoritarianism, but you can't argue with the fact that you've got 2 guys that are there for, Putin's been there for decades. Xi will probably be there for at least a decade or more. And their plans don't change. They set a plan in motion and the plan gets worked. They don't have to worry about congressmen switching out every 2 years and senators every 4 and a president every 4. Because here it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, 5 steps back. So, I mean, until we get our head out of our ass on that, our rivals are still going to be ahead of us by at least a few years, no matter what. It's going to take a while to catch up.
and I just don't see the culture or mindset in the United States anytime soon.
And it's clear that we're bluffing. It's clear now, after 3 years, 2 years into this war, that we're bluffing.
I think it's Toby now.
Yeah, if I can, it's interesting what you guys are saying about the US. I would just really quickly add to that it's actually illegal to to build new manufacturing in the West. It's not lawful, right? And it's also not possible because of labor relations. And what I mean is environmental regulations have meant that we cannot reindustrialize. So unless we firstly change all the environmental regulations, we can't build those gunpowder factories anymore, right?
Yeah.
Because they hurt Mother Earth. And the other thing is we got around labor problems and the problems with unions by just offshoring all the jobs, but we never actually changed the regulations. So if you were to build all these factories, they'd be shut down by labor disputes instantaneously. So there's a lot of legal change that would have to happen for the West to reindustrialize. But anyway, getting back to the Z point and the man love for Putin, which is something I'm very interested in. The thing is about Z hugging Putin like that it's a master stroke of geopolitics, because when you have a look at globalism and the fantasies of the globalists, it's all based on this idea of omnipotence. It's all based on this idea that came out during the 1990s of a unipolar world and one superpower. And the globalists are very much hitched to this idea, the idea that America represents the OECD, and the globalists have got the American military behind them, and therefore they can do whatever they want. They can march into Syria. They can march into Iraq. They can do 7 countries in 5 years. They can do whatever they want. And this was the mindset behind Ukraine as well. There's nothing of the Cold War in this dispute in Ukraine. It's simply Stoltenberg standing on the world stage as though someone gave him some authority and mandate, telling Russia what will happen. There's no respect for this massive nuclear power. And so the West and the globalists have very much got this myth of omnipotence, right? And have a look at the narrative that they try and put about the Ukraine war. Russia is weak. Russia is isolated. Russia is about to collapse. And when Z hugs Putin like that, it exposes the pure stupidity of that position. When you have President Z, right, the guy who is unquestionably in power in a massive state like China, when he is embracing Putin, the idea that Putin is isolated, the idea that Russia can be sanctioned, right, it all just evaporates and it becomes exposed for what it is, which is the fantasies of a few crazy folk, right? And so I think that more than anything else, hugging Putin like that is absolutely devastating for the Western case, because the Western case rests on the idea that they have the power to isolate a country like Russia. They have the power to break Russia. And when Z hugs Putin, it's exposed as nonsense. So I thought that was like a masterful piece of man love by Z, and I'm interested to know what Drew thinks about it at some stage.
If he comes
and I think Prada next, I think.
Yeah, well, it's quite true, and we have to also contextualize these in the visit of Xi to France, where he met also with van der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, and also all the latest discourse and threats from the United States and the sanctioning of several Chinese enterprises because they were working with the Russians, and also the complaints about Russia selling probably weapons to which has never been proved, but to Russia. And the thing here is that China showed themselves, you can't poke me as well. So it's both sides. It's not just giving a hug to Putin, it's also showing I have my own independence. I decided for myself. But also some analysts have said something very interesting. China probably never found itself since the creation of modern China in such a dangerous situation like today, where with all these threats from the West. And what they understand is that they need some technology from the Russians, which they still don't manage, like hypersonic rockets and so on. And I think that what some people have said, these meetings with 7 hours and so on between Putin and Shin and all those technicians, I think it goes in a way that probably the junior partner, like in the Western analysts, love to say, it's not Russia, it is China. But yeah, that's a small comment.
No,
yeah.
So I think you talk about. I mean, it's very interesting the way these things have played out. I mean, because Xi goes to France, and the only thing, it was a weird thing. Why did he go to France? And the European Union, I guarantee you, forced that fucking von der Leyen bitch on Macron to keep him in line, because Macron went to China last year and he actually said something like, China, we really need to do a better job of connecting, and we realize the fact that Europe's future is connected to China, and we need to make sure, we're too heavily reliant on the United States. We need to diversify our interests and pay attention to China. And of course, he was rebuked for that immediately as soon as he came back. But then Xi goes to China. I mean, goes to talk to Macron, who maybe he thinks he's maybe his secret ally, and it's a little weird thing. But then he goes to Serbia and Hungary, and the only other, and that's it. I mean, the only other two places that are both very, very very tied to trying to bring in the China one belt, one road notion of interconnectivity between Europe and Asia and Russia, and they're kind of saying, they're kind of. I believe that Xi's message to Macron and the message that he's sending to the world is America is a fucking paper tiger, just like Mao said. Ain't nobody. They ain't nothing to be scared of. They can't build a fucking gun pack. They couldn't build a gunpowder factory to save their fucking lives, and we ain't got to worry about them. Let's just try to do some business to make our lives better. Forget those fuckers. They're ancient history. We're done with them. We're done with them. They're the past. They ain't gonna step up to us at all. Period.
I think with China and France, China's looking at it a little more realistically. I mean, France was party to Minsk 1 and 2. Macron has talked a lot of trash about France or Russia. He says he wants to be friends with Russia. That he supplies weapons to Ukraine. He says he wants to be friends with China, but he's a NATO member, and they're talking about bringing Japan into NATO. So how can China actually look at this guy and think that there's anything legit or serious? I mean, they probably look at him as very disingenuous and probably schizophrenic, and just assume that he's trying to pull the same game that the French and Merkel pulled on Putin, on him. Get him to deal with shit or accept terms while they can continue to build up Taiwan, maybe start some shit in Malaysia or somewhere else. It's probably why he's blowing off Macron, because he just looks at it as it's the Minsk 2 scam, but now they're going to try it with Taiwan. Because I mean, think about it. He's acting like he wants to be their friend, but then they're, hey, come join NATO. Why the fuck do you want Japan and NATO? Other than to fuck with China. So why would China even think France is being honest or genuine?
I'm gonna
Can I answer to that, Vaughn? Can I answer to that, Vaughn, real quick? And also address what you were saying before, and what Brandon was saying as well about the, like, first of all, you were talking about the change of how do you call it, president? You have a word for that in the States. Of office, no, Well, this shift of governance every 4 years.
Transition? Are you looking for
transfer of power? Or?
No, the change of office, the government, administration, the change of administration. Yeah, this shift of administration in the States is kind of irrelevant because you have the deep state, which is what's actually running shit. So there is long-term planning and consistency. Like Trump does the same thing, and so does Obama, and so they're all following the same, like containing China, containing Russia, severing ties of Eurasia, and in Middle East keep hegemonic dominance. So it's not like it's a matter of strategy of like it's not that things can't be done. It's that who's making the decisions and what is their objective. And what I've seen, like I was saying this thing earlier about the expansion of NATO, and one of the reasons, and that's where I wanted to address what Brandon was saying. One of the reasons for the expansion of NATO, like the main reason, is precisely the peace dividend. The peace dividend took a huge amount of funding from the MIC, but that was precisely the moment in which the MIC took control over the U.S. government, and they dictate the long-term planning. Like Iraq wasn't for oil. No major oil companies installed in Iraq. Actually, Russia and China grabbed a larger share of the oil production of Iraq after the Iraqi war. The objective was to expand the mic to an area that was more lucrative than this like minutiae, the raw material aspect of what you were saying, like gunpowder and explosive chemicals.
Yeah, but I mean, can't you say that scheme worked the first time on Russia because they underestimated the deep state and the diabolicalness of the plan and the long-term goals, whereas China sees what's going on and isn't going to play the game, or they're going to try and insert their own rules into the game. I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I mean, it may have worked the first time on Russia because Russia was weak and they're coming out of the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they may have thought, oh, America really wants to be our friend, when they didn't. And China saw what happened to them. Now China's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Say whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. These are my friends. These are people I can work with. These are people that don't lie to me. They don't have a history of lying and deceit. So, you know,
but my point is that, like, it's not that the USA doesn't have a strategy. They do have a strategy. It's like with all these politicians, with what the USA says, with what France says, and what the European Union say, that what they say, Wyatt says this all the time, what they say has no meaning. You don't pay attention to what they say.
But don't you think China's
what they do.
the deep state strategy with their own strategy?
I think they're like they're anticipating. They know what they're gonna do, and so they have a strategy in accordance. China is in a confrontational relation with the USA, but they're not interested in destroying destroying the USA because they need it as a trading partner. So China, what I've seen that China's doing is they're constantly like throwing lines. Like, we want to make business with you. And that's what they're doing with France. And why don't they do that with the rest of Europe? It's just because France, in spite of Macron's bipolar disorder, France is the only one that has a consistent like search for autonomy in Europe. It's like the reluctant EU member, France as a deep state, not as Macron. Macron represents France in certain aspects, but he's also a globalist. He's also so he's trying to play both sides. But the official policy of France is to be the protagonist of Europe. They have this sort of infatuation with being like the leader, or at least their own thing. And so that's why China is courting France. And China is acting according to what the USA does, like, but not in an aggressive manner. They're like, okay, you sanction us and we drop bonds. And yeah, they threat and stuff like that, but what I see is happening is that, yeah, like USA has its strategy, China and Russia have their strategy, and the strategy of the USA is like ill-conceived. It's not that it's not working. It's working, but it has no regard for the USA. It's working for private enterprises that are multinational. They don't give a fuck about the USA. So they can sink it and move on because they're trying to like globalize, basically. They're globalists. They don't care about nation states. They care about their own personal interests and their own like moral infatuations, their senses of superiority.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's fine.
about
The
to hop
Chinese
off
feel the
here.
same exact way and would do the exact same thing for themselves.
Brandon wants to hop off, so let him get his last words in.
Yeah, I think that's all well taken, because it seems like China and Russia do have their own issues. They have demographic issues. They have China has an issue with increased wages. It's no longer going to be a place where manufacturers can go to get slave labor. People want to get a fair wage in China, and so they're confronting that issue. There's a lot of, and when the downside of an authoritarian regime is that there is a lot of endemic corruption, and there's not a lot of people, there's a lot of yes men in an environment like that, and you don't get the feedback in the system you might get in a little bit. Of course, our system at this point is probably the same way, but
it's the same. It's the same.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. When you have a cult of personality leader that's been there for 30 years, it's really hard to get him accurate information sometimes.
But he's accountable. But he's more accountable than the deep state. He's more accountable than the deep state.
No, in China, when they catch them in their corruption, they put them to death. But,
well, unless you're good friends with Xi, or Putin. I mean, there's
Or
no
Putin.
doubt. There's no doubt that Putin and his cronies have collected a lot of money. There's no doubt about that.
Totally. But that's not the problem. The problem is if it defunds the system. There can be all the corruption you want, but as long as you achieve your results, it's not corruption because it's functional.
But
corruption only exists when it's dysfunctional.
The thing about the United States that's odd is that a lot of this deep state stuff is being driven by people who make, $130 a year in their salary. They're not the ones making the $1 billion, incomes here. These guys are we've cultivated this cult of middle management out of Ivy League educated schools that their currency is not even money. It's their position and reputation and the power that they get over their little corner of the bureaucracy. It's remarkable, really.
They're fanatical technocrats.
Yeah, and I've never seen anything quite like it. I mean, maybe the Soviet Union would be similar. Somebody has their little bureau that they're in charge of. Yeah,
late stage Soviets were like that.
Yeah, and I would say the United States
CPCs, the workout is very different from the Soviets. Very.
It's pretty obvious what the U.S. deep state strategy is at this point, because we don't have a lot of leverage. Our military, I wouldn't say it's a paper tiger. We can still reach out and touch people on small scale, but we're not going to win a big shooting war. We can smack you in the face really hard and hurt you. We could sink China's Navy, but then we'd be out of stuff, and then we wouldn't be able to rebuild it. That's if we lose a bunch of stuff, that's the end of U.S. hegemony.
It's destructive power.
Yeah, and so we have the ability to make you nervous, but really our power at this point, as everybody already knows, is in the banking system and in our monetary system. That's all we have, and the only thing propping it up is our military. And so everybody knows that that's a waiting game. China and Russia know that's a waiting game, and I really think it was critical. China sat back and, they were nervous. They wanted to play both sides of the fence at the beginning. Now, like I said, it's obvious the U.S. and NATO are not going to commit to big spending on the infrastructure required to win a war, to back up what they're saying. And now that that's obvious, I think the game is up. And I think it's just a matter of time before Russia doesn't just take Ukraine, but they also go eventually do take over places like Kazakhstan. They have deep ties in that country, from their space program to they're gonna rebuild portions of the Russian sphere of influence. That was an attempted coup in there right before all this on purpose.
They don't have to take over Kazakhstan. They make
no chance
friends
of taking Kazakhstan.
They just have to keep the CIA out of it.
Did
That's
you see
all they
they're
have to
already,
do.
they're already cultivating it because they
Kazakhstan
have
is
Russian media have
Kazakhstan
this.
may be very for the Russians, but it's not to
Russia.
the point
No,
to
no.
become paranoid.
Did you guys see the video on Russian state TV just recently? There was a guy from Kazakhstan that they had on there that was serving in the Russian military, fighting in Ukraine, and he was already kind of pushing that idea, like, hey, the country I came from, the government's infiltrated by Western intelligence services. They're they already know what the game is. I mean, America's all wrapped up in that.
No,
Kazakhstani
President
government.
Tokayev
yeah.
is very friendly to China. They're not pro-US.
No,
Get it wrong.
But
we just about had a coup there. We just about had a coup off.
Before you get into
guys,
take fucking turns. Raise your fucking hand.
It's not a matter of who's friends with who. It's a matter of who's doing what. What is their policy? Because you can have good ties with whoever you want, but what is your policy? You start cutting down your own bridges. You start burning bridges with your neighbors.
Utilize 4321. It is hard to take prisoners in an artillery war. Who is deploying more artillery is inflicting the most casualties.
That's so delayed. That is like the previous, like 2 hours ago's topic.
Yeah, but he's right.
Brandon, we lost Brandon.
So I would like to go to some point. I don't think Russia.
Let's go, Brandon.
The problem about cornering Russia like they did makes and cutting ties with Russia made them not just industrialize, but they also look for new areas of influence, because they also need market, and they need these markets in a way to be sure that they have their sphere of influence. Central Asia is, of course, very important for the Russians. But once the war is over, we won't see any invasion of another country. Well, not in Central Asia, not in Europe. What we probably will see is that some Western companies are either going to make some mea culpa in Central Asia and be allowed to be there, and some others will be kicked off. So what we see is like the shaping of European and US interests, especially European interests around the world, chasing them out. We see this in Europe, in Africa, going from one country to another. We saw this week some interesting declarations from the new Prime Minister of Senegal, the guy that actually is the president, Sonko, which said they want the French out also from the country. There is no need to have all these French bases in Senegal. Actually, it's just 350 French military guys there, but still the message is symbolic. They want them out.
But you're changing the point from Kazakhstan. The point was Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I want to get back to that.
And I said it is my point of view. They won't conquest anybody. They will just chase these Western interests out of their areas of influence that they think they have to do. And the other thing is that we also know.
No.
Okay,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Your point. You can go after I finish. I'm okay. So let's not waste time.
Vaughn was ready to go.
Why cutting me in?
I'll wait. Just hurry the hell up.
But New Caledonia. This week we also had this information about the protests in New Caledonia, which it's a kind of a French colony, and it's the Western, especially Europeans, are losing the grip, and that's what is going to happen on the end of this war. It's being chasing out Western interests. It was very interesting. I think we should also talk. I hope someone from France come up inside. Mr. Rambo left, but what happened in New Caledonia was extremely interesting.
That's
so
another
Paul,
story.
now you can.
I think Vaughn was ahead of me, but go ahead.
Go on.
I was just gonna say. I mean, I think once Russia wins the war, like all the
Central Asia countries like Kazakhstan. I really don't think they have anything to worry because Russia will probably just bring them more in the fold with more economic opportunities. The Belt and Road is going to be going through there. I mean, I don't really know why they would desire a war when they could pretty much be like Chechnya or something and live off a fat tit of Russia. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's really no reason for them to do that at all. And you know, the only countries I feel like that have to worry about anything would be the Baltic states, because they're going to become a liability to the bigger countries in the West because they talk all this shit and they literally can't bring anything to the table. I mean, Poland really doesn't have anything to worry about. Germany, Hungary, probably none of the Czech, Slovak, you know, none of them. I mean, it's just those three idiots in the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, and you know the other one that will be an oblast. I mean, seriously, I mean, all these stands that have semi-autonomy and stuff where they have rocket programs or manufacturing, they're just going to get a better deal with Russia. There's no reason for a war.
I'll defer to the commander. You know, I mean, you're hanging up.
Yeah. So the thing about Kazakhstan is that just now someone mentioned about China is also trying to stretch their influence into Kazakhstan. That is correct, because no matter how they hug or they even kiss, China's aim is to expand their influence into Central Asia. So they are competing with Russia on controlling or influencing these countries in the Central Asia, because why not, you know? So so despite, you know, they hug and kiss, you know, whatever, ultimately they are still strategic rivals. So which is why, you know, despite all these things on the backstage, Russia definitely is still thinking about, you know, making sure that, you know, all these former Soviet states are still, you know, very, very friendly and not anti-Russia at least. So this is definitely still ongoing. Paul.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is, you know, the Kazakhstan had a little bit of an upheaval, you know, a couple of years ago, and Russia backed them up on it. But you do see the United States has this ultimate, absolute hatred, desire to take Russia down. I mean, they fucking hate Russia so bad it's in their fucking bones. And the only thing that the United States has as a weapon is American the delusion of the American dream of prosperity and, you know, American, like, whatever, great life, and they use it with their fucking with their NGO bullshit that they infuse. You see it in Georgia, you see it in Armenia. You see, they were doing it in fucking Kazakhstan too, and I guarantee you they're doing it in Kyrgyzstan and all the other stands. And that the American tactic is to try to influence the younger population to believe that they too can be American. They can too be a fucking America influencers on fucking TikTok, and they can have a great life being a bunch of fucking douchebags like we are in this country. And that's the only weapon we have, and we use a lot of money to try to promote that fucking nonsense. And unfortunately, the stupid young people in a lot of these countries half believe in it. Look at this fucking Georgia shit. I mean, talk about Georgia. You know, they're protesting. They're protesting against transparency. What the fuck's wrong with these people?
And then Turkey immediately is doing the same law. I think I read that Turkey is making up the same law as well. This anti, you know, NGO.
Kyrgyzstan just did it. Sorry. Kyrgyzstan.
Turkey is doing.
Yeah,
Turkey is proposing, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's everywhere. But the thing is that about Central Asia, I think there is a double game here. They are exposing those elements. They are probably going for color revolutions. And the moment they try, because these countries, they know what these organizations are going to do, and they are letting them out, and they are all dictatorships, most of them. Perhaps Kyrgyzstan a bit less, but all the other ones, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, these are bad dictatorships. And it's interesting they are letting all these organizations in. They know what the Russians probably tell them, the Chinese also, what they are doing. So I'm expecting more, like I said.
That may be bad.
Let them go on, and when they have the opportunity, they will chase them out, put them out, or everybody out, in a way like the Russians did. Because with that mobilization, they didn't try to stop. When the Putin announced the mobilization, and almost 1 million people left, some out of extremism, other not, the Russians let everybody get out. They were very free, and these people are not going to get in anymore. Many came inside, but that was not the indoctrinated ones. The indoctrinated ones are going to stay out, and for their God's sake, I hope they don't try to get inside of Russia again, because something bad awaits them. Toby, sorry.
Well, I think, we're touching on a really interesting, well, from my perspective, very interesting point here, which is it's almost like the death of nationalism as a spirit, because the rise of the nation state was a curious thing in the Napoleonic era, and then a lot of people took the nation state for granted in the 20th century. Everybody just assumed that nationalism was the thing, and NGOs at the moment, they would have been treated as spies during the Cold War. If you were in some NGO in some foreign country pushing policies that were contrary to the national interest, you'd just be shot as a spy. Globalism assumes that nationalism is gone. And in countries like Australia, which are entirely globalist, nationalism is basically, it's not even relevant. Both parties in Australia, the Uni Party, just openly represent multinational corporations. There is no real nationalism. And I think that what we're seeing in Ukraine is a revival of this idea of nationalism. And the end of the unipolar world and the reestablishment of a multipolar world is kind of like a revival of nationalism. And it's very, very difficult to see how NGOs can exist in any nation that takes itself seriously and has its own national interests. And there's this position from the globalists, which is that if you don't allow our NGOs, if you don't abandon nationalism completely, we're going to sanction you. We're going to cut you off entirely. And I think that has got to go away. I think that there has got to be like some sort of restructuring where countries can be nationalistic. They can actually have policies that represent their national interests at the same time as being part of a global trade network. And that's what I think is the big conflict at the moment. And I think it's not really going to be resolved by conflict and military conflict. It's going to be resolved because the Western nations that have abandoned nationalism are becoming untenable. It's like the globalists are actually harming countries like Australia more than they're hurting these people that they sanction. But I could be wrong there as well. It could be that the globalists will win. But I do find this discussion fascinating because globalism kind of does mean the end of the nation state. And whether or not that dream is feasible or will come true, I guess that, only time will tell. But I definitely think that what we're seeing is the revival of the idea of the nation state, the idea that nations have the right to be strong.
Toby, did you see in Georgia, in Tbilisi, just like yesterday or the day before, these guys from Latvia and Lithuania, and these
the foreign ministers, right?
Foreign ministers from these countries protest.
And Iceland.
Yeah, and Iceland too. Walking.
What the fuck is Iceland there?
Walking in the streets with the protesters in Tbilisi without even asking permission at all.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's extremely strange, but only if you think that the nation state is still relevant. If you believe in globalism, well, then these people are at the vanguard of history, right? So it seems to me that we're either going to see the end of the nation state completely and we'll have color revolutions in Russia and China, or we'll see the resurgence of the nation state, and then we'll sort of like go almost backwards in history. But that seems to me to be the conflict at the moment. And I think the great weakness of globalism is that it's really not good for anybody except the bankers. And we're seeing that in the West. Western countries are becoming utterly impoverished. The amount of disposable income as the middle class evaporates, it's becoming a scandal. And so I don't think that globalism has much of a power base, because unless the globalists can defeat China and Russia pretty soon, I think what they're going to face is an absolute erosion of their power base in the West.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at countries like Slovakia, I mean, they just tried to kill the prime minister because he doesn't support Ukraine and he wants to end the war. And probably the first thing they should do is, if he's, while he's recovered in the hospitals, go ahead and ban all the NGOs, because that's the kind of shit that got that crap going in the first place. So, and Georgia passed a law and all these people freaked out. I mean, honestly, those people should be kicked out of the country and they should probably close the embassy as a protest. I mean, they're already going to sanction them anyways because they passed a law where if you give money to their people in their country, you just have to let them know. And supposedly that's a problem. So I imagine they're going to try the same shit in Slovakia while he's in the hospital if he survives. There'll be some magic seafoam green revolution and all these NGOs will show up. But that's probably the first thing they should do in Slovakia is kick them all out, just like they did in Georgia. The Georgia law. All these countries have it.
They're not even kicking them out in Georgia. They're just making them register and show what they're doing.
But some of them are going to leave because they don't want to be registered. So they are kicking them out.
Well, they're making them show their cards. They're making them show their cards.
Yeah, exactly. And some of them ain't going to want to show their cards, so they're going to leave. And I mean, all the countries should have a Georgia law where, either you tell us what you're doing or you get the fuck out.
Which the Georgia law is based on the United States law, basically.
And the thing is
a copy of the United States law.
So Singapore is a very close friend with the United States. I took a photo, of the aircraft carrier when I was at the beach. And we so close, and we have this freaking law. In Singapore we have the same law, and we even rejected one of these activists, a Singaporean activist, because his funding is coming from a Soros NGO, and we literally called it out. So even if we are very close friends with the United States, we are aware of the danger of being a friend of the United States. So, and if any foreign ministers dare to much, although we do not have protests in Singapore, but if they try to incite a protest, they will be kicked out of Singapore, 100%. Without a doubt, they will be kicked out of Singapore. We will summon the ambassador. We will downgrade diplomatic relationship with their country for sure, because this is a process. This is direct foreign interference. Yeah, this is direct foreign interference into your country. So for Georgia to accept that or not to react to that, it would be ridiculous. I think the government, the ministers did say that no, this is inappropriate for the foreign minister to be marching with the protesters. So. But there is a divide, because I just read the news because I was looking at the comments, the chats. They say that no, the law was vetoed by the Georgian president, but then this veto can be vetoed by the parliament back. So the parliament will still have the final say. So I think this story is not over yet.
Yeah, the president is French. The president of Georgia.
Well, she's Georgian. But she did grow up in France, yes.
She was the ambassador for France in Georgia, I think. I might be wrong, but
until she married a Georgian businessman and what? Well, she is going to be kicked out. I'm most for sure. The elections are coming. in November.
How's that even possible?
There's no question that they're going to overrule her veto. That's
I mean, that's why she vetoed it, so she didn't get kicked out, because all the NGOs were hooked
but Wyatt, that's the difference between Singapore and Georgia. Singapore is a powerful nation, and Georgia is not. It's that simple. If the United States wants to be friends with Singapore, they have to be super nice. They have to be kind and
I would disagree.
Diplomatic.
Because even in the early days when Singapore just got our independence, CIA tried to infiltrate. They tried to bribe Lee Kuan Yew, and Lee Kuan Yew basically rejected and blackmailed the United States. We say that you give us double or 10 times or don't know how much money to Singapore officially to Singapore, or we will expose you. That's what Lee Kuan Yew did to the CIA, and then we actually got the money. We got a direct investment from the United States to Singapore, but to Singapore, not to Lee Kuan Yew. And then CIA, after they changed the chief, the new director said that no, this did not happen. Then Singapore blackmail them again, blackmail the United States again. We say we have all the receipts. No, you have to admit. Then in the CIA, give up. No, they admitted that they actually still did, because they tried to say that no, it didn't happen. No, the new director. So, but then Singapore is not a strong country then, right? No, in the early days, we are still not a strong country. It's a matter of principle. No, I think the current Georgian government has principle. They have rejected to join Ukraine. And then, in fact, over the past 2 years since the Ukraine war, their economy have improved tremendously. I think their GDP have increased by a lot. Imports from Russia increased by a lot. I think it's because the import that increases the GDP. I think it might be related. So because of the Ukraine war, Georgia got wealthier. So the government has made good policies. So I think which is why they find that this law makes sense. Maybe because of these 2 years, they realize that there is no reasons to actually be pro-West, because by being neutral and trade with Russia, they can actually give a good life to their people. There's no need to be European or be the West. I think that is the realization within the Georgian government. I'm quite sure the Georgian government don't love the Russians per se. I'm quite sure, even if they are the current group.
Yes. Wait a minute, Stalin was a goddamn Georgian.
So I think
I can agree with why
it's economical, and I think it is important to remark. It's economical mostly and foremost. Who is making noises? And during the pandemic, China appeared as one of the major economical partners for Georgia, and they started to grow economically. Then, also before the war, Russia made a currency exchange agreement with Georgia, which stabilized their currency. Their currency has improved in terms of strength. Well, it's stronger now, valorized, and the Georgians understand that if they are going into an antagonization with these two actors, Russia and China, especially China, they will be left in a situation that they couldn't stand up. Because the thing is that I think I said something like that last time. The Georgians were being used by the American, the European Union until 2008. When the war ended in 2008, they didn't care about Georgia anymore. They stopped investments. Nothing improved. They made all these promises and nothing improved in the country. And now that they actually are improving, they want to destroy those connections. The biggest partners of Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, almost 60% are actually Central Asian countries, which is impressive. It's very so the European Union, the Americans, they are like, oh, the future, but there is no European future for Georgia. This is a lie. And they just like someone said they indoctrinize the young people. Yes, they indoctrinize the young people, but the thing is that most of the government has been elected several times, and it was elected by the majority of the population. And the new president, there will be new elections for presidential elections. Sorry, there will be new presidential elections, but they won't be with elections with the public. They will be voted by the parliament, more or less. It's a very complicated system. But that woman has no possibility of coming back.
Yeah, I did check the trade. So previously, when I was trying to verify, the Russian link, and then you're right. Most of the trade is with the stun states. A lot. It's like a lot. It's ridiculous. Vaughn.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I mean, I think a lot of countries are just sitting on the sidelines waiting to see Russia win, and then once Russia wins and things kind of play out a little bit more with China, they'll make their decisions with BRICS and align themselves in some way with China economically or whatever. But I mean, I just feel like a lot, even if they've given tacit support, they're like, oh, we condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but then the same sentence there, and we hope that peace can be worked out. They're just playing that game because they're kind of waiting to see what happens. And I think secretly a lot of countries have already realized what's up, and they're just waiting until the United States or the West is a little bit weaker before they make their announcements about their future plans.
And for I'm not sure if there's any Georgians that is watching currently or ever on the DPA Open Mic, but no, my message to you is there anything that you cannot do now that after joining EU then you can do? Is there a point to actually join the EU? You can surf the internet, you can use YouTube, you can do everything you want, you can travel anywhere you want. What's the difference? The only difference is that maybe you can join the Schengen zone, you can have free travel into Europe. Okay, so without visa, okay.
Or you can get puberty blockers to 8-year-olds.
But the problem is, but there is a major problem. That means you will have talent outflow. You're going to have human resource outflow, and then your country will collapse. So, Paul.
Nobody wants to prevent anybody from being part of the EU. I mean, that's
the EU.
I mean, but the end game, the freaking end game is that China and Russia and want Europe to be part of them and get rid of fucking the United States because they're just a fucking problem.
Yeah. So because it's
combine the whole European landmass, what is it?
They don't have to get rid of anybody. All they have to do is, basically retard the West's ability to project power, and then they can do what they want, and other countries will feel like they can do what they want. And I mean, the way it's going right now, that's probably a pretty good likely possibility that at some point the United States is going to be fucked up enough they ain't going to be able to go be the world policeman and put out all the fires. And, obviously Europe's going to have to either figure out how to survive on their own or go down with the ship.
Because my thinking is more like from the point of view of a normal Georgian, it's the same problem with the Western Ukrainians. What is the difference between the status quo versus you now have the label, you are now Europeans? It's just it's just identity politics. You just want to be identified as a European or you're part of the West, but there is no meaning in it. In practical terms, there is not much things in it. You have certain things, but then those certain things that given to you, like the free travels and everything, will actually destroy your country because when you have free travel, you can work anywhere in Europe. Everybody will leave your country. They will go to work in France, they work in UK, or no more.
Well, think about it too, and then you'll have the forced migration policies, and if you don't, they'll fine you. And I mean, and you're already a broke country that is barely getting by, and now you got to pay 100,000 euro a day because you won't accept random people into your country. I mean, like you said, what's the upside? What's the benefit? I mean, free travel versus waiting a month to get a visa. I mean, but again, the West is petty. They might be like, well, you won't join the EU, you can't come. But that should tell those people all they need to know then.
Yeah, well, this is why I said, I think, the globalists have got a much bigger problem than China or Russia. I'm not convinced that China wants to see America fail. I think China would much prefer that America traded and operated peacefully and kept making China rich. I think the last thing China wants is America to implode into a civil war that leads the war into conflict, destroys Chinese trade, jeopardizes Chinese prosperity. I don't think they care that much about Americans. It's they're not focused on America, they're focused on China. But the other thing is, like, with the EU, have a look at what's happening in the EU now. The globalists have got a much bigger problem than what's going on in China and Russia. They've got problems of what's going on in the EU. Look at Holland. The Dutch have now elected Geert Wilders, right? Everybody in Holland wants to stop mass migration. Fico in Slovakia was a populist, right? Well, he'd just been shot. You've got Orbán saying that they don't want to take migrants. Even the Polish leaders are saying we don't want to take migrants. Globalists have got real problems in the West because the populations in the West are getting more and more sick and tired of globalist policies. So globalists are in a bit of a race here. They've got to conquer the world before they lose credibility in the countries where they're established at the moment. Because I see much bigger threat to globalism in the West than in, say, China or Russia. I think China and Russia would be kind of happy if the West just left them alone to get on with their own stuff. But yeah, so I see the big conflict coming within the West. As because the globalists are going to have to crack down. They're doing it already. In Australia, we're going to have a license for social media. I won't be able to do this anymore in future because, I'll need a license, right? This kind of draconian totalitarian policy, it's like every day it's coming into the West. That's not sustainable. Eventually, that's going to lead to the end of globalism, not because of pressure from outside the West, but from within the West.
Thank God the Aussies are going to finally rid us of you, Toby.
Yeah.
Oh
no, I don't think China wants to fight America or, have a collapsed America. I just think they want America unable to interfere in their own region, in their own backyard. They want to trade with us. They want us to be friendly as possible and have good relations. They just don't want us interfering. And, if they can facilitate that peacefully by just economic problems and internal turmoil that just keeps America kind of preoccupied with their domestic problems, and that probably works for them too. Like right now, China's probably really happy Ukraine war is still going on because there's really no time for anybody to talk shit or say anything about Taiwan. It comes up once in a while, but the Chinese know we're busy. So, as long as we're busy, China's happy. And if Russia can get us busy somewhere else, like inside America or in our own backyard, like South America with the Mexican border, then, that's the best way for them to go. Because that's really all they want. They just want us not to bother them while they set their plans in motion. And we want, of course, we want to stop them because we have our own plans. But, that's the race. Who's going to hold out long enough to finish the race?
Yeah. Okay. Here's a theory from one of the groups I'm in, right? Someone mentioned the same thing Toby is saying. It's okay because China knows very well a crash economy or crash U.S. economy is a crash Chinese economy. I think combined, U.S. probably accounts for almost half of China trade, if I'm not wrong. But anyway, so his theory was this. That's the reason why, because China can easily substitute the trade with Africa if Africa develop. So that's the reason why they're trying to, as much as can, to depopulate or to remove the muscle and the brain from Africa and bring them to the West as soon as possible. So China plan to break from the West and focus on Africa for purchasing power becomes almost a longer dream, or brain drain, and all the manpower drain from Africa. That's why the West is trying to flood Europe and America with a bunch of Africans and other people. So the Chinese plan can take a longer time to achieve. But yeah, again, that's all to me. That's all conspiracy theories, of course. But what Toby is saying, I do support that notion. I don't think China want to see a crash U.S. state of economy or statehood, because it's not good for China in the long run. Except because if the U.S. crash, China will be next to follow, because these two are too, as I say in America, too big to fail. I think China and America is too big to fail. If they fail, a lot of things come failing or falling with them. Sorry, Mike.
Like
Yeah.
I said before,
It's nice to see you guys. Let me just say, let me go with what the Watts say earlier about the Georgia. I think what Georgia want is that Georgia want to become a new Germany, right? They want all the benefit what the West done. I mean, what America and the European rest of the European do for Germany. They thought they're gonna have that, and that will never happen. The industrial age already changed completely. Except they're gonna it's same thing go with Ukraine. All they thought they're gonna happen to them, they're gonna become a new Germany, like the way the Germany was developed, like everything, like Germany, Japan, the way they give them everything, support them, that is what the thing is gonna happen to them, and that is a la la land. They will never, never, never get that. Except they're gonna tell China to just lie down and just take all the job away from them and then bring it to Ukraine and then Georgia. So that is what their mindset was to that, and that will never happen. So they need to get that out of their system completely. Think that they're not gonna get anything from this European Union than to be used as a pawn. Other than that,
That only happen if they win the war, right? If they don't win the war, then they don't really get that, right? So they have to win the war.
even if they win the war, industrial age has changed. This is the problem they don't think of. The industrial age have moved from manufacturer with we need thousands of workers. Now we need thousands of robots. So things have changed, and now most of the thing was controlled by China. Are they gonna tell China say, "Oh, stop"? And I know they've been saying, "Oh, I've been hearing on TV for past couple of days saying, oh, China is overproduced, right? They will never stop. China will keep producing."
Mike is saying what I was
Go on,
saying
please.
earlier. What you were saying, you're saying what I was saying earlier, only more retarded. The Georgians want to be Westerners. The West is putting money in there, trying to convince them that they can have the benefits of the West. But they're appealing to the younger generations because the younger generations are stupid. And they don't realize that their biggest trading partners is Russia and Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and fucking Kyrgyzstan. All the fucking their biggest trading partners ain't the fucking Europeans. They're selling them TikTok, and they're fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was Gabriel.
I was just going to go back to the whole China and the United States thing real quick. I mean, you can look at China's smart. Obviously they don't want to have a war. They want to trade, but they obviously want to blunt us so they can advance their plans. And I mean, think about it. China and Russia both have ties to a lot of countries in South America, Mexico. They have good relations. Central America, Venezuela, and let's say they encourage this migration into the United States to create a problem for the United States that they would think that the United States would deal with, and then that they would be distracted because, our people here are like, send the military and all this. So if we did that, if we sent assets down there to control our border, it would obviously take away from our ability to focus on other areas. And it's like, that's a peaceful way to interfere with the United States and create a problem. Because if you look at it the way the Chinese and the Russians would look at it, they're like, if you had millions of people crossing their border a year, they wouldn't tolerate it. They would stop it. So they probably, maybe, I'm not saying they did this, but let's say they did initiate this, thinking surely at some point the United States will react to this and do what we would do, but they're not. So it's not really working right now because they're not getting the reaction from the American government they wanted. But that would be a peaceful way to distract us, I mean, because think about it. Most countries would be like, if you have millions of people pouring across your border, you're going to deal with it. But we're ignoring it and focusing on Ukraine and Taiwan and, Israel and Yemen and stuff. So it's in that sense, if that was the case, it's backfiring. But in a way, if that was the plan, it makes sense because you'd think that we would deal with it at some point and then we would be busy with that problem.
But Vaughn,
we're not because we're stupid.
Vaughn, the migration crisis in the United States is like absolutely manufactured by the Democratic Party. It's like deliberate.
Yeah,
they're shipping people in. They grab people in the
Well, it's not
Caribbean.
like the Chinese and the Russians don't have friends and sympathetic people that they can use like useful idiots. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they could be exploiting the situation by encouraging the migration, using these dumbasses in America. I mean, think about it. We're stupid. You would think we would respond and shut our border down like any normal country, but we don't.
But
that
ignores the fact of the matter.
Outside influences.
You can speculate that, but the fact of the matter is that like Amazon is profiting from that policy, and Walmart and all these huge companies and Bill Gates and all these. It's not like a foreign interference issue. It's a globalist interference issue.
No, hang on. Listen, I disagree.
Yeah, but
Gabriel, listen. Wait.
I'm not arguing with you about that. I mean, but why wouldn't China utilize useful idiots to advance their agenda?
This is nonsense.
I mean,
listen, everybody benefits.
They could just be assholes that are being used because they're conveniently assholes.
No, listen.
Yeah, like
the West needs this immigration. As an economic point, like we benefit. Everybody in the West benefits from mass migration because the bottom line is we don't like children anymore. Our love of money has become so profound that we can't even replace our population. Look at the birth rates. If we don't have those immigrants coming in doing the work, right, it's good night for us. We need those people. Those people benefit every single one of us. And there are a few smart people in government who realize that we need those people, right?
I'm not saying none of that's true. All I'm saying is, why wouldn't you enhance a problem? We were talking about earlier about
it's not a problem,
the solar flare, and maybe the Russians
mass migration
did something
is
to
not
enhance
a problem. It's the only thing keeping the West alive. If we don't have that mass migration, we're done. Right?
It's keeping us alive, but it's not a good thing. So why wouldn't you?
It's absolutely critical. Our economy, the tax receipts of the government are going to collapse. If they don't have those migrants coming in doing the work that needs to be done, it means economic collapse.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It doesn't mean it's a good policy.
It's not some Chinese conspiracy. If the
I didn't
Chinese
say
really
it
wanted
was
to
a
hurt
Chinese
them,
conspiracy. All I'm saying is, why not pile on? If it's a bad decision and a bad call,
it's
why
not
not
a
make
bad
it
call.
worse?
It's not bad.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
absolutely critical.
Everyone
We
knows it
need
is.
those
Everyone knows
people.
it's a bad call. It's a bad call to bring in migrants and have low birth rates.
No, listen,
So it's
if
a
you're
bad
going to
call.
have
It's a
low
bad
birth
policy.
rates, you
But
need
if
the
it's a shitty
migrants,
policy,
right?
why wouldn't the Chinese enhance the policy to make it worse?
Toby.
I'm not saying they are, but I mean, it'd be a hell of a way to do it without shooting anybody.
And Vaughn is
Just
talking
flood the fucking field.
Vaughn is talking from a population point of view. What you're saying, you're right. And where Vaughn is coming from, Vaughn is not talking from an economic perspective, where you're coming from. Vaughn is talking about basically from a population's point of view, and I think that's where the disconnect is. But sorry, Paul. Sir,
Oh,
Paul.
no, I was just gonna say, I mean, we're so quick to have to label like China and all these other countries with malicious fucking intentions. I mean, China needs a lot of food, and they got a lot of money. If the United States wasn't so fucked up in the fucking head, we could let China come in here and maybe buy land in the United States. They can't buy land and take it back to China. It's still here. But they can invest. They can invest in our country and grow food, employ people, pay wages, and make the world a better place. But we also want to make everybody out as an evil fucker. That's what
You're saying evil fucker. I'm saying they're protecting their interests, and their
Vaughn, you
interests
live
are
in
to
a
have a weak
fantasy
America.
world. You're living in a fantasy. You live in this world where Westerners like children and are having children, and you're living in a world where Westerners want a future. Face the reality, right? Look at our society. We have given up. We don't care. We don't like children. So God bless the immigrants. They are going to get everything because they want
if
it.
you gave
right?
up, that's
we don't
on
want
you.
It.
That's on you. You gave up. Your country gave up. I haven't given up.
What's
so
the
I'm
birth
not
rate where you
saying
are?
what I said is the truth. I'm just saying, if you got a guy who's a problem and you can make his life harder, why wouldn't you do it? It's all
If
it is a
nobody is
possibility.
talking
I didn't
about
say they
fixing the
fucking did
birth
it.
rate,
I
if
just said it's a
nobody's even
possibility.
talking,
You can
if
sit there and
nobody's
say we
even
benefit
talking
all you
about
want from
policies
all
to
the
fix the
immigrants.
birth
We
rate, what are
do.
you
But
talking
that
about?
doesn't mean that
Hey
it's a good
guys,
idea.
question, guys. I think, sorry, guys. I think both of you are wrong on some in my own
But
view.
can we make our points like
I'm about to break it down to you guys right now. How wrong you guys, both of you are. See,
Okay.
immigration is good with control. Immigration without control is not good.
That's Toby's
When
point.
somebody immigrates to your country, you want that person to become your country, not to bring their own. See, and the other thing, the good side of the immigrant is that the immigrant always try to, because this is one thing about human nature, right? When woman stay on one thing too much, they get to relax and stay to that point. Changes is more a little bit difficult for the human. People don't like to change, right? When immigrant come, they bring a little bit change to the country to move forward.
Hey, Mike, I
Okay,
thought you were gonna buy a
like
better microphone. Jesus Christ.
oh, sorry. What I was saying is that immigrants always bring some change. People like when I was doing, I remember when I used to work at one of those companies, they tell you that people don't like changes, right? Like most people be an American for a long time, like they always like lay low, relax. When immigrants come, they start to keep them like somebody's running. Let me just use an example. When it doesn't have anybody's running against, they just start to relax and just like nobody. But when somebody's just run past them, now they have to start running. Okay, that is one of the advantage of immigrants, not just because of the bad trade or something like that. Right?
Mike,
Yes, it's
Mike,
there, but the thing is that
you just
they
told
keep
them
the
they are
America
wrong,
moving forward.
and you didn't
That's
score
the
a
fact.
point. You told them they are
Huh?
wrong. You didn't give any valid point why they are wrong.
That's what I would say. Okay, they can Toby. Toby was talking about the bad trade. Bad trade doesn't make the difference. Okay, some country they might have a low bad rate or a higher bad. Look at the China. China is moving forward, right? But with the Chinese population, if they could have surpassed America with technologies, if we want to go by the populations, China is supposed to surpass, or India supposed to surpass America with technologies, but they are not, because
The bad trade
innovative.
is to keep your economy going for the longest time. The bad trade is now it's now just the development side of it. It's to keep your basically your country and your society moving forward to the next generation. If immigrants are not coming in, what Toby was saying is that 40 years from now, the US will have no workforce to maintain an elderly population, crash the economy.
Sorry for cutting you off. In 40 years' time, we won't need too much workforce anymore because technology have improved. I've taken out everybody's job.
But you
We
have to
barely need
have resources to get there. If you don't have the population,
we are at this point. We are already there. We are already there. The most of the thing that the America are doing now, they are producing food to sell outside America. But to feed America, the technology today is more than enough to support all those things. Okay, we need less labor, but America are greedy, right? They are greedy. They want to feed the whole world. They are overproduced in the food.
My only point is we should be honest about what our values are and what our policies are. Have a look at the policies and the values in the West, right? Just have a look at them.
Mike, your mic is very bad.
There is every bit of evidence that we do not want families. We do not want more children, right? What we want is money and PlayStation, right? These are our values. And if we're going to have those values, and fair enough, like, who am I to talk against this? If we are going to continue to eradicate families, if we're going to have like housing prices like we do in the West, if we're going to have energy prices like we do in the West, if we're going to punish people for having children, then we need to be honest about that, and we need to beg migrants to come in to help us sustain ourselves as we pass away into the night. If we want to worship the earth, if we want to protect the precious earth from the evil influence of humanity, right? And if we want to extinguish ourselves, then we should get about doing that. But we should be honest as we do it, right? We shouldn't blame migrants that we're inviting into our countries for causing some kind of problem, right? They're helping us.
And also,
until we change our domestic policies, our values, we have no business criticizing migrants or blaming them or creating some fantasy where it's like a Chinese plot to harm us.
No, what I see is that the West migration things is they made mistakes. They do it for free for all immigrations into the Europes, but rather than using the control methods, means that limited and only absorb the talented migrants into the where it is in the Europe continent, so they can utilize on that. If you invited those untalented refugees coming here, they're bound to create lots of social problems. What the liberals think that they are going to put all the refugees into the Europe continents, that's the end results today. You have a lot of social problem, but they don't pre-plan their migrants policy beforehand. Look at Singapore. Singapore only attracts the talented peoples over there. All those migrant workers has unlimited contracts and bound to the workforce agencies on that. So you have to learn from that. That's what the liberal politicians fail on this matter on migrant policy.
No, Average, you're wrong. The only, because if you vet through the immigrants, then you cannot do an Order 66. So you have to let them all through. Then you do Order 66. Then the everything can sleep.
Let me cut you up on that. Let me cut you both of you guys on that. See, my mother said one word like
the only way that
sorry 1 minute. If you say you don't want to see a bad thing, you want to see a bad person, you close your eyes because you don't want to see a bad person. You will never knew when a good person will walk by you. Okay? If you say, oh, you only want talented people, right? Majority of those who are really talented, they don't even show it. If you say we want to go by somebody with a high degree, people that you going to improve your country, you will never find them because your goals. The majority of those who improve America are not the one that really have a college degree or the one that really go to university.
Not just that, skilled people as well.
Okay, hold on.
Skilled workers.
Okay, Mike, please go me. Is it Mike or is it me? Is that me? Oh, that was Mike. Okay.
Yeah, it's Mike.
Yeah, Mike is a Mike. Hold on, please. Please go mute. Okay.
Mike, go and get the earphone. Oh my God, it's just a few dollars.
Yeah. So my point is, I think if your immigration, I don't think it's bad if your economy is moving steadily. But if you're importing this much people into America and the economy have basically no good standing, I think that becomes a problem. And to what the straight man was saying, yeah, I do understand his point. He can recruit talent, but most talent that comes here are not the one that basically go, as he said, they're part of the economy that make the things move to get to that talented guy. You need the average guy without a degree to basically make Walmart and make all these other people to work. The money that end up going up to the top for the talent guy to use his skill set.
No, that's not what I mean.
Hold on, please, Mike. Your microphone is not good. Hold on, please. Yeah. So we can import the talent guy, but also you have to also remember you have to also import the guy that can also clean the Walmart, the parking lots, the grocery stores, and all these other things that keep the other part of the economy moving. But in that sense, you have to have a very functional economy. If your economy is not moving to a very good pace, importing those much people, to what Vaughn was saying, that's a lot of people to an economy in the USA that doesn't have any good standing at the moment. It's almost in inflation, almost towards a recession. So I think that's a bad combination. And so that's why I think Vaughn may have a little point. But I'm definitely in favor of immigration because, hey, I'm an immigrant in America.
Okay, let me cut you off on that. What you just said there, right? You were saying something about maybe This is what I'm about to say, just to make it clear. College or talented people, the way the people say it, right? Majority of they came here to improve technology, not to innovate. There is two different things in this world. There's people that innovate and there's people that improve technologies. So far, what you have been seeing, those college degree, is what they are doing is improve, not innovate.
There's a lot of
That's two
innovation
different.
that comes from
And
them.
second thing,
I can name both of them. I work with them.
name them. Name something that they no innovate, no
Hey guys,
improve.
let me make a point real quick
Huh?
about what Vaughn
Can you
and
name it for me, please?
Toby were saying.
So that was
Other than Mike needs to get a new mic.
Hey,
Mike, I thought we were going to tell
Okay,
you
Mike is gonna get Mike, please.
last week we were getting a new mic, man. What the fuck? But
okay, about
but,
the
you know, I like look, you know, look, everybody wants to. I've lived in America my whole life. I'm going to be 66 in a couple of weeks. My point is this: that America was not destroyed by immigrants. America was destroyed by greedy fucking capitalists that exported our
Thank you.
industry to other countries and destroyed the the nuclear family. Where when I was a kid, you know, my parents, I was one of 6 kids. My mother stayed home all the time. And then my father worked. My father was a lawyer, so he made a lot more money. But I also had very good friends in the same neighborhood where I lived that worked at the fucking steel plant, that worked at the fucking Ford stamping plant right down the fucking road. They made good money, and they had fucking 6 kids too. Maybe they didn't have as much money as my parents did because my father was a lawyer, but they had pretty close to good lives. They all had good lives. We American, the American people decided to sell that away, to sell it, to fuck it, throw it away.
It's worse than that. Decided it was evil and to be eradicated.
Excuse me. Yeah, but what are you saying? We decided, yeah, it was evil to have like a, just a regular working class family.
Kids are a threat to the precious earth.
Right.
Oh yeah, and also the immigrants are mostly come from wrecked countries from those capitalistic policies. Like the need to immigrate to a more prosperous country has a direct correlation with the destruction of, like, in the 90s and 2000s they trashed Middle East and they got flooded from Middle Eastern migrants. And it wasn't China that was telling the US, whispering in the Senate's ear, hey, why don't you go bomb the Middle East so that then you can get flooded with immigrants? And why don't you impoverish all of Latin America so you can get flooded with immigrants and have your troops occupied on your border instead of invading us here in Taiwan? I mean, it's a possibility, but
Super
it's
chat.
a long shot.
Tommy Hossein Orit. China has jobs and has fewer kids than USA at Paul.
Yeah. And that's the thing, that USA isn't that terrible, and that's what I wanted to tell Toby. Like, USA isn't the worst place on population decline. Japan is much worse, Korea is much worse, China is worse, even Europe is worse, and USA has like the worst immigration policies right now. Like not in the sense, it's super hard to get into the USA if you're a foreigner. But if you want to illegally trespass, it's facilitated. So and they've stated, the Democrats have said, look, we want all these guys to be able to vote. And they've said we want to give these people nationality if they join the army. So they want to build their own army of like foreign, just like Rome. They want to build because Americans don't want to join the army either. They don't want to have kids, but they do, and they don't want to join the army. And so it's like a self-inflicted damage. China might benefit from it, but this whole historical period has been a pattern of China benefiting from the self-inflicted harm that the USA is its own population, like their own leading class, their own elites, are inflicting on their nation for their own selfish interests, individualistic, boomer, selfish interests. You know, like all these guys that are in power right now. And so it's hard to blame, like it's a very far stretch. And yeah, like the population decline makes a need for immigrants, but it's not actually a need. It's actually a policy. It's like we want cheap labor, basically. We want cheap illegal labor.
And really,
when they talk
really all I
about
would say was
China exporting deflation to, I was having the finger up way earlier on. If the China is exporting deflation to the West, right, which they claim, also immigrants are exporting or bringing in deflation, right? Because what's happening with capitalism when it's not tamed with the government policies that people decides on, people that are deciding on government policies, we know how after Reagan, the mostly neocon and also right-wing policies are enabled to let go of free market, let free market decide, right? No government intrusion. That's what capitalism will drive to the minimum level of the income. So you can just be subsistent, have subsistent level of the income. It's driven through
Super chat.
immigration policies.
Tommy Hossein
right?
Orit. Destroying the Mideast to flood Europe with immigrants was a gigabrain 200 IQ USA imperial plan to weaken Europe.
And they succeeded.
This was happening for a long time. This was happening for a long time. Immigration lowers the income. I'm talking about that masses of the population, majority of the population that have the really low income, right? Not the middle income. So this is natural for the capitalism. So that you have to have policies enacted by the state to keep the standard of living up, right? This is what, when you look at the longer time period, this is what is happening. But it's decided by people, yes, to have that, force of free market deciding and the fascism actually shows up in the international policies with the empire using the resources of the rest of the world to with the promise to the population that they're gonna be benefiting by imperialistic policies. That's the trick. The corporations and state join together to enact imperialistic policies with the promise to people you're gonna benefit from it. Okay, you go on.
Super chat. The Iranian Putin. Ha ha ha! I'm a robot. Ha ha ha! I'm a robot. Ha ha ha!
No, I mean, I was just gonna. I mean, my point really was, controlled immigration is good, uncontrolled is bad. And all I was saying is, yeah, we have a need, and we need these people, and they're coming in because the big companies want them. But that all I'm saying is who's to say the Russians didn't call up their good friends in Venezuela and say, hey, can you dump those 20,000 prisoners out in the 100,000 people that are going? That's all I'm saying. I mean, why not dump your trash in the people already going somewhere? I mean, it's a cheap way for these countries to hit back at the people they feel like have fucked them over for the last 100 years, and it doesn't cost them anything. All they got to do is load them up on buses or a boat
drop them off in Mexico or somewhere, and let us deal with them. That's all I'm saying is why not just throw your trash in with the people that are migrating?
Okay, Vaughn.
I mean, look at all the MS-13 guys they're catching on the border. Amazon's not trying to hire them, and they're sure the hell ain't going to go work at Amazon. So obviously someone's turning these guys loose and sending them north. So why wouldn't you?
Again, Vaughn, to your point, MS-13 started in America, and they went to the south. It's an American gang that went to the south. But anyway.
Yeah, but I'm just saying all that back and forth stuff. I mean, these are all criminal organizations that work back and forth across the border. I mean, who's to say that they're not getting their buddies out because, Venezuela don't want to deal with them no more. So why not send them up there?
Definitely.
I mean, some of them will work for them. Some of them will get put in jail. Some of them will disappear.
Definitely, you have a point. They'll come here, and it's highly possible they'll come here and continue the same gang mentality and the same gangster. That one, I have no doubt about that. So definitely, what you're saying, if you do have.
I mean, like look at the Mariel boat lift. That's when Cuba emptied its prisons, and all the people that were fleeing, that were legit fleeing, the refugees. You had a bunch of criminals mixed in with them.
Do MS-13? Do they like children?
Hold on. Let me entertain my body conspiracy theories for a minute. China have invested so much money in these countries. Let's say the US is intentionally bringing these people, so those money China have invested in those countries never get repaid, and eventually making China screwing up China economically. Because if you take the manpower and the brainpower, because it's all a bunch of the brainpowers and manpowers that live in those countries, they're not the weak and able. No, they're not. No, it's a bunch of young men, the one that's supposed to pay back those debt to China. So if the US, what if this is intentionally doing this to basically make sure those debt that China is giving to these countries never get repaid, eventually keeping China on this second level behind the US economically, while in the same turn, to Toby's point, does helping US grow its economy of a new population replacement, the what Vaughn doesn't want to go to. So the new population comes in, because in the West, he decided got a bond a daycare as a woman, and having children is bad for the economy. So of course, so if you can import those Africans and those all foreigners to come and replace their population, in the same time, that debt the owe to China becomes defaulted, and China economy, because of those loans that never get repaid, now they're struggling to get this money back, while the U.S. economy keep afloat because of this new brain power and this new manpower that they imported. So it could go both ways. I'm not saying this guy conspiracy theory. I'm gonna invite him on the open mic one day to explain it. I'm not buying it, but I can kind of see some of the logic behind it. Yeah, Toby.
Well, like it comes down to the basic premise: are these people that are coming in good or bad for the economy? Because if it's a Chinese conspiracy to hurt the West, then it must be bad, right, for the economy. That's why they're doing it. Because why would the Chinese put forward this plot to aid the Western economy? That doesn't make any sense. It's like if China really, really wanted to hurt the West, they'd close the borders. They'd say, suffer your population decline, right? And winkle out of existence even faster. The reality about mass migration is this. Politicians care about tax receipts. They care how much money they're getting in. Politicians are keenly aware what happens when you lack workforce and you lack people paying payroll tax, and when you lack a consumer base, right? The amount of money you get to spend as a politician declines, and that's bad for you. And that's why politicians always want more people. They want more taxpayers. They want more consumers. They want more grist for their mill, right? They don't care about whether or not all the people are your ethnic group or that ethnic group, right? So that's why politicians are always going to support population increase. And if they can't get it because the people aren't having families, then they will import the people. In a way, it's exactly the same as when the capitalists decided to export all the factories over to China.
Super chat.
We're doing exactly the same
Paul
thing.
Fallon. Great chat.
We're doing exactly the same thing with baby making, right? We're exporting the making of families off to the third world. We don't want to do that work here. So we're getting them to do it. But it's not feasible that it's a conspiracy that China is assisting Western economies by getting migration into the West.
Hey, Toby. Okay, I won't say conspiracy, but I would just let's say I would assume that countries that don't like America are happily dumping their garbage in with legitimate refugees.
People who don't like America are laughing at the whole rainbow earth worship movement and saying, yeah, you keep on having no children. The sooner we'll be rid of you, the better, right? They're saying, yeah, keep your birth rate at 1.5. Europe, you're out of existence, right? North Korea is looking at South Korea saying, you're going to have 4 great-grandchildren for every 100 people alive today. See you later, scumbags. Keep that up, right? You're not going to be here anymore. And this is actually something that is entirely in the modern world. It's not even a Western problem. China and Russia have these same demographic problems. In fact, the only place on earth that seems to like children these days is Africa. And so the future belongs to them. And I think a great deal has got to do with your values. If you value money, if you love money more than you love people, right? Well, of course you don't want children. Children are a responsibility. Children are a burden, right? You could be drinking Scotch whiskey and playing computer games instead of having to set an example for your children. So, yeah, we don't like children. So let's own that and let's give the future to the migrants that like children. And God bless them too, just quietly,
But to love children, they need to show some, benefit. I mean, children don't show benefits, so nobody likes children.
You are a perfect example of our values, Euro. To say something like that, right? Like arguably in a sane society, right? You would be punished for saying something like that. But in our modern society, people will agree with you. They'll be like, yeah.
But
exactly.
hold on. Okay, people. I don't think China have a population problem. I don't think so. Birth rate problem, because they can easily fix that, and America can fix it. America have the whole ideology, as Toby is saying. They have this whole anti-family unit ideology that's going to be very hard to change. China doesn't have that. What China probably have, they just have, if they get some incentives and some program to adjust that, they can almost solve that birth rate issues overnight compared to the US. The US have to change up. It's a whole attitude that had to change in the West, and that's what Toby is saying. So one thing is, I'm not the Chinese population thing. I'm not worried about, and it's the same ideology that is kicking the people in Japan, because there's 200 genders and 200
Super chat. Tommy Hossein Orit. Seems Joe Biden loves children a bit too much, eh?
You know what?
No. The hatred of children. I think that this we've been going on for a while, but
hey, listen.
So the next subject that hasn't been
it looks very effective at changing subjects.
The next subject is the killing of children in Gaza and by the fucking Jews.
Whose children?
Yeah, they're killing a lot of fucking children. Those fucking goddamn Jews.
No, I get.
They're not Jews. They're Zionists. They're fucking Nazis.
Orange juice. Watermelon juice.
You know what?
Mango juice. Now, I'm trying to confuse the algorithm. We are talking about orange juices and orange juice.
Yeah, we're talking about people working on orange farm, making orange juice, making the apple.
Yeah, the orange juice is killing children. Yeah, so the AI will get confused.
Well, so here's the starting point. Does everybody know that Israel proposed to Albert Einstein to be their first president? And he said, no, I'm not going to be the president of a Zionist country that's a bunch of fucking Nazis. Fuck you. I'm not doing it.
Not quite.
He recognized it's not Jewish, it's Zionist fucking Nazis.
Okay, you know what?
Right from the back.
Paul.
Einstein say that?
I'm pretty sure. Look it up.
Not word for word.
I want to look it up.
Not word for word. But anyway, Paul, that's the problem. Where whenever the West has a monster, all of a sudden it becomes this isolated monster. When they have an angel, it is our angel. He's from the West. Oh, this is our hero. No, whether it be a Zionist, it be a Jew, it's your Western murderers and Nazis. They are Jew. You can call them a Zionist from NATO days. They identify as Jewish. They are Jew. They're the one killing people. They're not Zionists. I don't differentiate between the two. They are Jews. You can call them any other name you want to call them. They are Jews killing people in Palestine. That's that. But no, do not try to create an identity for your monsters. It's the same people that have always been. So
is Einstein also a Zionist because he's a Jew and he declined that offer? Is he also Zionist then, or a Jew, as you claim, FTS?
My point is this: what is
those that demonstrate against Zionist policies also Jews? So they are just Zionists, or
can I say one thing?
Zionist Jews?
Can I say one thing, FCS?
That's my answer to your question.
FCS, can I just say one thing? And it's don't take offense, all right?
I don't take offense, man.
All right.
Apart from you.
If you speak a little slower, you could be understood a little bit better.
It takes time.
You don't speak so quickly because it's your words get all.
Mumble.
I apologize if I'm being.
Why do you have to apologize?
My point is that if you speak a little slower, because maybe dumbass Americans like me could understand you a little bit better.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
You don't have to apologize if you ever have to correct somebody for the good. So this is a public forum, right? And there's people probably home listen to me, and if you have issues hearing me, they also probably could not hear me. So if you have to correct somebody on the good, it is no apology for that. Where I'm from, you don't say I'm sorry for doing somebody a good thing or shouldn't. So no, no offense to that. But to answer what Vision was saying, the Zionists, do they identify as Jews or not? I don't care what other labels he gives to them. If those are a bunch of people that were doing good, they'll call them, oh, these are Jewish people. But when they're doing evil, they call them Zionists. And that's the problem we have in Africa. Whenever you have your monsters, you give them a new name. When you have your angels, they belong to you. So, no, we don't accept that new name. They're all Jewish. So that's where I'm coming from.
I actually went to search.
American
it's true.
culture.
Einstein was offered to be the first president of Israel. He rejected it because he don't like the fact that a lot of the army, the Israeli army during those days, was actually formed from the ranks of the terrorist groups. So he don't want to be responsible for this. So he rejected the presidency, and he said that he would say a lot of things that people would not like to hear. So I dropped the link.
It's a known thing. It's known.
I don't know. I did the first time I heard about it, so yeah, I didn't know. No, because my part of the world we don't really give a damn about Israel. At least no. I'm not Muslim. Maybe the Muslims will dig a bit more about that, But
no,
I don't.
We learn this from school, from our history classes. Like when we do
countries. What were you pointing at, Vaughn? What are you pointing at, man? Vaughn was pointing at something.
It was the fucking super chats.
Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Yeah. Sorry, I was busy. You guys continue. I will put it in when it's most
another reason why you should come on the open mic.
I thought when you had a super chat, it made like a noise.
Oh yeah.
I had a question about the whole Israeli thing, and I had to take it away from partisan. Or are we going to do this first?
Super chat. Von Festus. The required annual pregnancy exam will solve any nation's birth rate issues. 5.
Oh my god. Seriously, Wyatt, I'm still surprised why China is not banned yet. I'm really surprised.
No, we're getting there.
Super chat. The Iranian Putin. Yes, speak slow. U.S. public school system let me down.
Who is this fucking Iranian Putin, man?
Iranian Putin that lives in the USA. That's a complete contradiction right there. It's Iranian Putin that lives in the USA. Vaughn, that's the guy you have to look for. This is the guy you have to look for.
That guy's been talking shit all night long, man. I gotta. What the fuck?
Okay, guys, I have a question for the panel here. Like, when you look at Israel's behavior, and you have a look at like the Biden regime's position and its makeup, do you think that it's evidence, with the current situation is evidence that Israel does not respect the US, and the US is not controlling its vassals? It's almost like the tail is wagging the dog here. When you have a look at Netanyahu's public comments, that is so very, very far from having any respect at all from the US. Like, I wonder about this. If it were me in the US, I would be concerned that we are being made to look unbelievably weak and that we are incapable of stopping the tail wagging the dog here. And the thing is, Biden is not some, and the Democratic Party, they are not mad Zionists. And yet they can do nothing. They're basically being ignored. So I wonder what the current situation says about U.S. power. It seems to me that Israel has no respect for U.S. power. Now, that's not to say they should have respect for it and that the tail can't wag the dog. But it just seems to me this whole situation is exposing the lack of control that the U.S. actually has.
Vaughn, go ahead. Vaughn.
I mean, it's really
Super
disrespectful for
Tiny
for
Destroyer 4. How many drinks are you down, Paul?
Damn. Probably 20.
Vaughn, go.
It's only a few.
I forgot what I was going to say. I'll go ahead, man, and I'll come back.
What else? To answer Toby's question.
Wait. You got a super chat. Like, fuck you. $2 Canadian, bitch. Jesus Christ.
50. But to answer my question to Toby's point is this. The reason why the US can't do anything to Israel is not that the tail wagging the dog, because there's not a single crime they can bring against Israel that they cannot be charged with. Almost everything Israel is doing, they can be charged with it for what I've been doing over the past years. All this mass bombing of population, they did in Iraq, they did in Afghanistan, and then in Syria. This prisoner, this dehumanization of prisoners, they did in Guantanamo, they did it all around the world. So there's not a crime they can charge Israel with that they cannot be charged, that they can be found guilty of. So it's like me, a thief, trying to tell someone else to stop stealing. It's impossible. That's why I'm not surprised at all. So if Israel was to go to war without their approval, then this is when the tail is walking the dog. Because I know Israel will destroy Palestine any day. That's fine. But going to war against another country like Iran or full-scale invasion of Syria or other places without the U.S. consent, that's when I think that thing flips. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in regards to what Netanyahu was saying, I mean, that shit was, really offensive. I mean, I don't know what the guy's thinking if he thinks he's going to say shit like that about how no one came to their aid in World War II. It's like, I'm sorry we weren't there in the very beginning, but we did give Jewish people refuge. We sent hundreds of thousands of people over there to liberate Europe, and hundreds of thousands of people were killed and wounded. We supported the creation of the state. We give them military equipment. We gave them billions of dollars. And for that son of a bitch to sit there and talk like that and be that ungrateful, it really makes me question who and what we're actually supporting over there, because, you exist because we helped you exist. We supply you with weapons, money. We give you our clout. And that's how you fucking repay us. You sitting there crying about how we weren't there in 1939 to save your ass. I mean, there's plenty of fucking guns laying around in Europe back in the day. There was Jews that picked up guns and fought back. Sorry, the rest of y'all just got on the train and took it. But I mean,
to be fair, America did
well,
actually turn back
millions of people
shiploads of
died
Jews
in that war, and this motherfucker sits there and runs his mouth like that. It was really fucking offensive and disgusting. Talk about ingrate.
So I'm next. I'm next here. I'm next because I'm my finger up, man. I'm used to the finger thing. But have you noticed that how absolutely subservient our complete Congress it has become to the Israeli. They want to make it illegal to protest on campus. They want to make it illegal to suggest that the fucking Jews killed Christ, right? But I mean, look, I'm not a religious guy. I don't give a shit about that fucking
Super
crap.
chat. Archimedes. Some people say US support for Israel is necessary for the petrodollar. Mearsheimer disagrees. What would you do if you were king of the USA?
Don't make me king.
All right. Well, let me address that later. But my point is this: that from all of the whatever, but we are being it's been shown that these little protests, they weren't even that big a protest. They were clamped down by Jewish patrons of these Harvard University, big donors to Harvard University, big Jewish donors to all these universities, said we cannot allow anybody to suggest the fact that bombing innocent civilians in Palestine is somehow unacceptable. I mean, you could say it's acceptable. It's America, right? You can say anything, but to say it's unacceptable, you get clamped down, and the cops come and fucking beat the fucking shit out of you and take you out of your fucking. This is insane. This is fucking insane. This is beyond McCarthyism. We had McCarthyism in the 50s. We were worried about communists. This is worse than that. This has gone off the fucking rails. That's all I'm saying. I'm done.
Oh, I mean, just real quick, if I was king, I would close up most of the military bases, cut everybody off, and if you want me to stay, you got to pay me to stay in your country. But I'd leave. I'd cut everybody off because I got plenty of shit to spend money on here. So the gravy train would be over. We'd all come home and we'd party with all that extra cash.
So I'd have to ask Archimedes, is he talking about the king in heaven or the king on earth? Yeah, he has to clarify.
No.
I didn't know I didn't know USA is heaven. He's king of the USA, not king of the heavens.
Yeah, but if USA is a Christian country, then they believe in the king in heaven, and they don't have kings because they're a Christian nation. So I don't know. I think Archimedes is confusing the USA and Texas with India, maybe. And I mean like
President
South
Jesus.
Pakistan, not American Indians. He would have to clarify. Maybe pay another $5.
But yeah, but another $5, maybe make a little clarifications. I agree. Hey, Archimedes, so come back with a clear question. But if I was king of USA, definitely, as Vaughn was saying earlier, come back home, build this country so much so that make other countries jealous that they want to do overthrow their own government because of what is across the sea. Make it so powerful, make it so make it shine across the oceans, and I guarantee you will overthrow the president overnight. You say, hey man, we can have that too. To hell with you. You sometimes because for the past 70 years they've been preaching democracy in Africa. It didn't work. All it took for some of them to do some coup d'etat was to see that neighboring countries doing better than they're doing. You say, hey man, we're sick of your shit. Time for you to leave. So yeah, so definitely if I was the king of USA, bring back, as Vaughn said, bring back all the married, bring back all the close all the bases, come back and keep our submarines under the water around the world, but bring all the men's home and just build America. Build it to the power that it has. Build it to the power.
Super chat.
Oh, nice.
Archimedes.
Texas,
Texas is heaven.
And I agree.
I told you.
I told you, this is a trick question. This is what Archimedes is trying to trick
Texas is
the
heaven,
Christian folk of Texas into.
And I agree. Texas is heaven, and I agree. The one state that is still America is Texas.
Yeah, that's worth $2.
So to answer Archimedes' question, right? If I were king of the USA, that would mean that I am the Lord, right? With the king in heaven, because that's what Americans believe in. And as such, I would point out that Abraham, right, whom I made an agreement with, is actually the progenitor of all Islamic peoples, as well as all the Judaic peoples. I would point out that Christ, man, his son was a Jew, and therefore all Christians are effectively Jews as well. And I would say that all of your bickering is nonsense,
Festus.
right? And I would punish the
Bangladesh
wicked, and I
is
would smite them
Pakistan.
with great smote. So thank you, Archimedes, for your super chat.
Oh man! And guess what? Taiwan is China.
It is technically
And
it's correct.
and Kosovo is Serbia. Oops.
Oh shit! It's going down the drain. And guess what? Southern Mauritania is Mali.
And New Caledonia is New Caledonia.
Super chat. Archimedes.
No.
Vaughn is bloody blasted.
Oh, spelled it wrong. You can't come back with an insult and you're wrong. Oh God, I'm not. That's coming from me.
Once it goes personal, you lost.
What's
the
a
fight.
bastard? What's a bastard? No, you know.
Because he cannot write the action. He cannot write bastard because you will be rejected by YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you cannot curse in the super chat.
Is that you or is that YouTube?
YouTube.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
control it. So they tried many times. They have to keep changing to try to enter.
No wonder I have not found anything offensive so far. Like, for some reason, people are behaving nicely. I said I kind of move letters around. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the Middle East problems. I think
Von is hanged. Oh, he moved now.
Von is typing something. Well, you're on mute, Von.
If you're muted.
I was trying to send a super chat that said Archimedes, you fuck bastard, and it said no.
Super chat.
Oh,
The Iranian Putin.
you know what, man? That's
Texas
the guy.
is Mexico.
Hey. Texas is not Mexico. Texas is not Mexico. Texas is USA. The rest of the other states are Mexico.
This Iranian Putin has to show his face, man. Come on,
He has to come
shit all night long, man.
He's on every
He's
open
been
mic.
talking shit all night long, man. What
You
the
have to come up. You have to show up.
He's basically the biggest sponsor of the open mic.
I agree.
By this point,
I agree.
like he outcompeted NGS and the rest. It used to be like NGS and gang, right? So now it's the era of the Iranian Putin.
You see?
I bet he's somebody we know. He's just trying to be fucking sly.
But yeah,
Vaughn is hang again. Vaughn is trying to type something in the super chat. Yeah.
It's just 4 hours. Oh man.
Super chat. Von Festus.
Vaughn,
Africa is French.
Vaughn, you know what? Now this is personal. YouTube, if you do not take down white or don't take down DPA, but fuck French. No. But no, seriously, Vaughn, to your point though, France they have a very huge support. People don't know this. There's some whether this is financially, this is
Super chat. The Iranian Putin. I am the local area Putin.
What is a local area?
Basically he's your
Apparently we have Putin franchises now.
You know what? I'm the African Putin. But no. Oh, but yeah, but the French still have some very good support in Africa. Don't undermine them. They still have some very okay. They may have lose Burkina Faso and Mali, but they still have Senegal, another very kind of a little bit not powerful, but with some enough power. They have Ivory Coast, which have some little power in that region. They still have the Togo and the Benin under their kind of like influence. So they still have some very good. So even Mauritania, they still have.
Isn't that where the Americans are moving to, the Ivory Coast?
Yeah. The Americans are trying
so they'll have that too. So,
well, guess what? All of a sudden, there's a terrorist unit in the north of Ivory Coast trying to invade Burkina Faso. Every time they show up, man, the terrorists.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
Of course. Yeah, Toby.
Okay, guys, enough of this frivolous banter. There's a significant issue that we haven't talked about in Ukraine, and that is, what is Zelensky's status after the 20th of May? Because we saw Putin say in China that he doesn't know if he can sign a peace treaty with Zelensky until the Ukrainian Constitutional Court makes a ruling on whether or not Zelensky has the authority to make such a signature. And I did a little bit of reading on this. I'll just give some context before I hand it over, but I'm interested what Wyatt has discovered about this. But Timoshenko and other people who are also very much pro-NATO and theoretically on Zelensky's side of things, they suggested to Zelensky months ago that he go to the Constitutional Court of Ukraine and get authorization for the state of martial law and to not have elections. And Zelensky declined to do so. Now, that's all I know about that. I don't know why he declined to do so. I don't know if the Constitutional Court is a threat to his government, or whether, maybe Timoshenko or other leaders inside the pro-NATO bloc have ties to the Constitutional Court. But the reality is that Zelensky decided to not go to the Constitutional Court. And under the Constitution, it's pretty clear that he is in breach of it. And so Putin makes an interesting point. What legal authority does Zelensky now have to make any kind of international agreement on behalf of Ukraine?
I mean, I think after his term expires and this martial law thing expires, the last extension, I mean, I don't think Russia will try to kill him. I think they might act like they are. But honestly, I think if he actually leaves office and someone takes his place, if he actually decides to leave, which I kind of think maybe he is, because he decided not to do that and he doesn't want to take a hit in court maybe, or take a chance. And he knows how bad it is, really. I mean, he might be on a plane that night and gone.
Then I think there's the question is, if let's say he follow through, he go to ask the Constitutional Court, and then the court say that he has no authority, I think that complicates everything. I'm not sure what's the implication. I think that's what Zelensky afraid of, because it's like, if the court say that no, Zelensky have no more rights to sign this kind of treaties, then everything will be in limbo. Then they will have to do an election. Then if they do an election, he will lose the election, because the people may let's not fight this war. We can give up Donetsk, we can give up Luhansk, no problem. Because the people don't really care, because they don't live there anyway. Then the war will end. I think he's not allowed to go to the court, because they might just screw up the whole war. What do you guys think?
Don't you think though? The United States just gave Zelensky their impromptu of their agreement that he can do whatever he wants. I mean, Blinken just said, "Oh well, he's got to I think Toby commented on this, what I saw earlier in the chat was the United States position is that he's just trying to position Ukraine for the proper, time where they can have democratic, whatever, it's just complete.
Yeah, but I mean, that position could change all the time. I mean, I kind of feel like if he leaves voluntarily, he's on a plane and he's out of there. If he's forced out, maybe he's detained or something. But I don't think they're going to throw him under the bus or anything. I think they're just going to, his term's over, he's left.
You know, they might not even announce that he left. I mean, or he'll go on a fundraising tour like he did when that offensive was going down the tubes and everyone thought the Russians were trying to kill him, you know. Like I said, they might act like they're going to kill him. You get Medved out there to say some crazy statement, and Zelensky's paranoid and high on coke anyway. So, you know, I mean, I feel like if he leaves voluntarily, he's gone.
My position would be is this: I think whether it be the court or it be Zelensky, I think the U.S. cannot invest 120 billion in your country and let the court destabilize the country or something. Whatever's happening, whether it be Zelensky decisions, it be the court decision, the U.S. and its allies is fully behind in the background, making everything that will benefit them in the long run. Whether it be Zelensky leaving, Zelensky staying, Zelensky agreeing to the court ruling in any direction, I believe they have 100% to do with what the U.S. have decided to do with it.
I mean, think about it. If he leaves voluntarily and they can just put the next puppet in, he gets his payday and he goes to Miami. I mean, look at Zelensky. He was run out supposedly, but he still got like $20 or $30 million to retire. So, I mean, if he agrees to transition peacefully to their new puppet, they give him his check and he goes to Miami and chills.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because there's this weird scenario where you've got people like Viktor Orban who might start to say that the EU cannot legally grant aid to the Zelensky regime because it has no legal foundation. And at that point, what will happen is the European Court of Justice will step in and make declarations that Zelensky is the legitimate leader. And what you have then is you have foreign courts making constitutional decisions about the constitution of Ukraine. And that makes the Constitutional Court of Ukraine something of a laughingstock. Right, which is and that's an awkward position. So I find it interesting.
That's good.
What is Zelensky afraid of? Like, I really think that this might have been a catastrophic move. He should have secured the Constitutional Court's support in some way or another, because being able to question the legitimacy of his regime, it's going to suit all kinds of different international actors, such as Hungary, Slovakia, China.
But he can even escape. He can even escape, stop being the president. He can I'm not constitutional. Then they have to do an election. Then he's like, I can go off, get into, become an ambassador in the United States.
But do you believe really the court of Ukraine can decide without the U.S. Input? Toby,
of course they can. Well, you might have to pay them a lot of money, but come on, these are Ukrainians. They should have been able to get it done. Is my point. It's clumsy. And I don't understand what it means. I can't find any good information about it. I don't know if the Ukrainian Constitutional Court has feelings one way or the other. But I can't imagine it would be that difficult to get them on board.
But isn't that kind of the question? Is he didn't have the faith that it would endorse him? That it might involve Poroshenko, Klitschko, all those other guys that are maybe...
Well, Timoshenko has said this. She has said that it shows that Zelensky is, basically taking too much cocaine and is lost because he doesn't even know who his friends are anymore. And that seems to me to be the most accurate interpretation. I think that this might have just been one of these harebrained decisions that he just suddenly decided, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. I'm just going to tell the Constitutional Court to go away because I am the great dictator. That's interesting.
No, Toby, absent what you said about Hungary, about Orban, right? From what Orban is saying, absent that, Zelensky doesn't have to even respond to the court. The court have no authority to move him to do anything to him. They can go all day on media and scream bloody murder, which I believe the US will not let them do in the first place. But absent what Hungary is pushing in the EU side, I don't see any reason why, if I was Zelensky, to even go to the court, even listen to the court, because now I'm king of Ukraine. I can do as I please.
Well, it might be another thing too. Is it might be a stretch, but he doesn't want to take his chance with the people or the court, because maybe these people have family members that have been killed or wounded, and now there's their chance to get even with him. I mean, think about it. He's got a lot of shit to consider. I mean, He's killed hundreds of thousands of his countrymen. There's literally no one in Ukraine that doesn't know somebody who's dead, wounded, or missing.
But
I mean, you're asking the people that you've killed to vote for you. You're asking all these politicians that might have to exist after the war's over to support you.
No, but
I'm just saying he's got a lot of shit to take into consideration, and it's probably overwhelming for him.
What are the underlying things you have to consider? I mean, I think you have to consider from a basic standpoint is Zelensky is not a politician. He's a fucking comedian. This is not his game. He's an actor. He's got
the best diplomats and PR people the West can buy.
That's my point. He's doing what he's told. He's an actor. He's playing a part. He's doing what he's told. Who is telling him to do this? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
How long does it take you to be a politician?
No. It takes a long time to actually be really good at it, you know.
Okay, to be very good at it. That is true. Everything takes a long time to be good. Well, I think by now he understands some of the ropes and some of the ins and outs of what he's doing. He may initially comes in as a comedian, as a fluke, but now this guy have get himself in enough trouble. If he have any common sense as a human being, but then you do have some to understand of what's going on around him. And I think he knows it's too late, but he don't know how to jump off the rail anymore. And there's a train coming to hit him. And I think he's trying to find the best way to
he's an actor. He's delivering his lines. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's way in over his fucking head. He has no fucking concept of where he is, what he's doing.
He's still a person. He still knows what's going on. He still has his own paranoid mind to deal with. So, I mean, to say he's not aware and he's not capable.
No,
I mean,
I'm not
he may
saying
not be Lavrov, but he's not a moron. He was smart enough to take the deal and accept the position, given the amount of money he probably made off of it.
One of the guys in the chat, Dimitri S, said that actually Zelensky tried to arrest one of the members of the Constitutional Court. I didn't know that, so that's kind of interesting. So that suggests there's a lot of friction there. But the thing is, Zelensky wouldn't have made that decision without Western input as well. And to me, it's very interesting. It's like if Zelensky and his backers can't even control the Constitutional Court, it really makes me wonder how unstable his regime is.
I mean, think about it. The 21st comes, and that might be everybody's chance to cut him loose and try to carve a deal out for themselves.
You're right. It could be a whole plan to just dispose of him on the 21st. And you know what?
I mean, think about it. Eventually, all these rats are going to try to save their own asses.
And Putin brought it up.
He's out and it's all in limbo, and everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. That's when people will start fucking stabbing each other in the back and screwing each other over, fighting for that last Gulf Stream at the airport.
I doubt Putin would have brought it up for just shits and giggles. I assume that it matters.
That's what to Putin. He's putting in work. Just one sentence and that's a chaos. But
he's the OG Putin as well. The actual
Zelensky is the local Putin of Ukraine also, right? So
man.
The indigenous Ukrainian Putin.
He's the era Putin of Ukraine, definitely.
I mean, think about it too. Another way to speed up the war and get what you want if you're Russia is maybe they announce that this government's illegitimate and they're all targets for, military action if they choose, just to flush these people out of the country and, create a power vacuum that someone feels that maybe they can control or put in place. I mean, there's a lot of things that could go on. I mean, they got a lot of options, whereas Zelensky really doesn't. I mean, again, it's another example of how Russian plays the game and parlays these things into more and more options and multiple plays they can take, and they all benefit them.
If we were talking about being the king of the United States before, if I was the king of Ukraine, I'd be saying, "Hey, Russia, look, I realize we lost. I'm sorry that I fucking was such a bitch. can we just be friends and like, you know, can we make up because that's what they need to do. I mean, really, that's what they need to do.
120 billions later, Paul, my money. After I give you 120 billion later, you woke up in the morning.
No, I mean it's been stated by Russian people and stuff that with all the action in Belgrade and the shelling and stuff and the terrorist attack that they've pretty much pushed Russia to the point where there's not going to be any kind of like, oh, we can still be friends. You know, they're going to fight till they get the position they want and and negotiate what they want.
You better hurry
up.
up.
Wait a minute. Eventually, that's where they got to be eventually. That's where they got to be eventually. Sooner or later.
I'm saying Ukraine doesn't ever like figure out to back off or not do something stupid. They just exacerbate the situation and, justify everything Russia's doing to them. Because, we're not doing that. Then they turn around and do it. And they get caught red-handed doing it. And then Russia's like, see why we're attacking them? Look, there's a guy right there doing a Nazi salute. And there's a French reporter saying they're not doing a Nazi salute while they're filming a bunch of guys driving by and you see swastikas on the cars and flags and shit. I mean, it's a joke. The whole damn thing's a joke.
I have a conspiracy. So maybe the plan by the United States was to put Zaluzhny next after Zelensky. And then Zelensky was like, no. His yard is also my yard. And then he stuck him and sent him to UK to be ambassador.
What if you're right? What if because he can come from the military and go to presidency? So you have to leave the military position, go to civilian role, then to presidency.
Yeah, but it's a war. They could always have a military leader during the war. I mean, they could probably figure out some bullshit loophole.
No, they can make Zelensky just do a military coup, right? And just remove Zelensky.
No. If you do a coup, then the West lost. So they have to do a very smooth transition. He's a military guy. He stepped down, becomes an ambassador to the UK, and came back as a president. That's a more Western influence image than a military guy coup d'etat Zelensky.
Russia cannot tolerate a fucking Ukraine hostile to them. They will not tolerate a fucking Ukraine hostile to Russia.
We're not saying that. We're just saying who's going to replace Zelensky and the kind of games they might try to play, either to drag the war out or end the war or get more money.
Do you guys remember Zelensky's peace plan? He had a 10-point peace plan back in October. And
it's still the same one.
Well, this is my question, right? Because that peace plan was complete Russian surrender. That was Russia disarms, Russia gives up Putin, Russia breaks itself into pieces, Russia punishes everybody, Russia charges 100,000 war crimes on
Russia rebuilt Ukraine, yes.
It's basically complete Russian surrender and complete total victory to Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
Which was arguably a little bit
delusional, right?
But nevertheless, that was his position, and there's not been anything since then. My point here is Zelensky is now looking at people are talking about peace talks in Switzerland where Russia is currently not even invited, so I don't even know what that means. But what
kind of peace talk where the one of the side is not even there?
It's the same as the Olympics. It's like Russia is banned from the Olympics, and now Macron wants Russia to agree to a ceasefire during the Olympics. It is hard to get inside the minds of these people and what they actually think. But in any case, if Zelensky changes his position towards something sane, right, in terms of a new peace plan, that's going to look incredibly bad. Just because of the nature of his previous position, he's going to be changing from complete Russian surrender and defeat to something sane. And that's going to really, really weaken him, both domestically and internationally. So I think, I don't know, it's almost like if the West want peace, they're going to have to get rid of Zelensky. They're going to have to get someone else in because he's made himself ridiculous. Albeit with Western support, but I think he's untenable as a candidate if they're going to actually make peace.
So if our conspiracy, the conspiracy that we are thinking now is correct, that they're going to use Zelensky, then imagine Russia used honey trap. They use a very pretty Slavic girl and then hook him. hook Zelensky, and then when Zelensky go back with a Russian wife, and then he become pro-Russia, it will be so messed up.
Well, no, why? To your point, right? Russia is more soft to Zelensky than the other idiot, than the other crazy guy, the guy from the intelligence.
Yeah. The Budanov.
Yeah. Russia is more soft towards Zelensky than to Budanov. I've observed that Russia always have harsh word for him. Well, not Russia. What's his name? Medvedev. Medvedev always have some threat for Budanov. Doesn't tend to be just exist. Doesn't just tend to be just exist in a whole war. Russia barely ever direct any direct attack to his group. And you're right. Maybe this is a peace plan right here. Zelensky presidency, and Zelensky and Budanov took a flight to Miami. What's the guy?
Jackson. You know this person called Jackson Hinkle on Twitter.
Yeah, that crazy guy.
Yeah. You know his previous girlfriend was like the previous beauty queen or something. Maybe she got assigned a new operation. Okay, you can drop the Jason Hinkle. You have good training now. Now go for Zelensky.
Wait. The breakup?
Yeah. They got a very pretty Russian girlfriend, and then they broke up already. So that's why now he became.
Yeah, she was Miss Russia the year before.
He's a young guy, man. Come on, you gotta give him credit for it. But I mean, but what you're saying though is that Zelensky, which Putin commented on recently about their whole fucking plan of like having their peace conference in Switzerland or wherever the fuck they're gonna do it. That doesn't involve Russia. I mean, it doesn't. It's not Zelensky's fucking plan. He's a fucking retard. He doesn't know anything.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter because
it's an American. It's America. The only way for Ukraine to survive is to break with America. I mean,
but you cannot blame Zelensky.
The corrupt bastards. Well, I know, but the corrupt bastards that run the country can't do it because they're addicted to the money. But it can't. They can't.
But you cannot blame Zelensky. It's not Zelensky's fault. If you listen to all these NATO commanders, all these NATO generals, the briefing that they make, and imagine you are Zelensky, and you hear these US generals and NATO generals telling you that, don't worry, the Russian military will just collapse.
I mean,
when you see the Abrams
do you think those NATO guys told Zelensky, "Hey, we told your guys if there's a minefield, drive around it"? Because even Zelensky would know that was ridiculous.
Well,
he's a cokehead. You could tell Biden, when he remembered, he would be like, "Damn, that's stupid. Why would you drive around a minefield? Why wouldn't you use mine plows?" And then he'd forget, but he would be right for that 1 second.
No, that doesn't matter if you can drive. Wait.
I mean,
if you can drive around the minefield,
you're right.
It's perfectly fine if you can drive around the minefield. The problem is you don't even know where the minefield ends. That's the problem.
Yeah.
When you drive around, you still hit the mine.
If you remember, if anyone watched that Scott Ritter's documentary he made last year, a 2-part documentary. It's on YouTube. He says it's the Zelensky is the only foreign politician that entered MI6 headquarters. Okay, so he is not the American agent; he is the British agent. Yeah. So
that's why he's protected by British
SAS.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
exactly. SAS.
Remember, it was the British Prime Minister that came there and canceled our first deal. This
whole thing is.
But what Toby was saying earlier about the same way
that USA MI6 works together. Anyway, yeah.
The same way they believe that Russia is the one sanctioning them after they sanction Russia is the same way they believe whatever peace agreement they agree to in the stupid ass meeting, they can impose it on Russia. Hey, Russia, we've got on your behalf. We have decided you have to surrender to Ukraine. So now surrender. The same way they believe this nonsense, like, oh, you cannot attend the Olympics, but please pause the war for the Olympic. Oh,
they're not so nonsensical. guys, they're not so nonsensical as they present it.
Everything
That's for public viewing. Everything that seems stupid from the West is for public viewing. It's for public perception. Nothing is what they really do. When you look at it, they're really smart. They're really intelligent. They slowly implement their plan. They're destroying the strategic assets of Russia slowly with all these planes. Yes, they are destroying strategic assets slowly over these years, and they keep going. Like this, the bombardment of the Baalbek airport. Those are the all strategic assets. The A-50 planes, everything, the industry. Those are the strategic assets. They're not so important for the Ukrainian war. They're important in the case of the really bigger war. So they're slowly implementing the strategy of getting attacking.
So Russia's nuclear capability is being degraded, sure. That's what you're saying, right? Russia's.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that.
I think what's going on with these
real conventional. That's
but
there's different level of strategy.
Between Russia
that's
and NATO.
The top strategy. That's top strategy, only last resort. So it's not about that. It's about conventional war. That everybody understands that there is not going to be a nuclear war in West and Russia. They're talking for the public, they're threatening, but everybody knows it's not going to happen. But they're only talking about conventional wars.
And you think Russia is
I think I agree with Yura in the sense
strategically, yes.
I agree with Yura in the sense that I think what the West is doing with these bullshit negotiations is they set them up, they make a big announcement. The Russians don't show up or don't accept the terms, and they're like, well, we offered peace and they didn't take it. We offered peace again, they didn't take it. And it's all so that people in the West think, oh, God, we've offered them peace 3 times, and they've refused it. But they don't tell you that they weren't invited to the negotiation, or they have these ridiculous terms that they offered the Russians that they knew they wouldn't accept. It's just like in America. You know, they have so many senators vote against the bill because they know it's going to pass because those guys might be in, election trouble. So they don't have to vote against the bill that the people want. So, it's the same thing.
Zelensky is in Britain now. So they're watching him. There's no chance of implementing a prostitute, to flip him over. It's absolute control of everyone important. That's what's happening, So,
you don't believe in the power of love? You don't believe in the power of love? It's true love. Just ask Jason Hinkle. It's true love.
I'm not sure I agree with you on this idea that
they will prevent any pretty girl approach him that's not vetted. So
the British will send their own pretty girl to compete.
Yes.
Then the Zelensky will be
British don't have pretty girls.
I really don't think I can't get behind this idea of Jules that there are very smart people prosecuting this war and that Russia is becoming strategically weaker, because if anything, Russia is becoming hardened, right? Like, so they've cut Russia off with all their sanctions, which means that Russia has found unsanctionable sources of materials and investment, right? They have trained Russian soldiers against the very best weapon systems NATO has to offer. Russia has actual battlefield experience and huge numbers of NCOs now who are able to train new recruits in ways they hadn't before. This idea that Russia is strategically weaker now, this sounds, with all respect to Jura, this sounds like real wishful thinking. This is like Russia is about to collapse. They only have shovels left.
I didn't say that they're weakened strategically. I said destroying strategic assets.
You actually did say they're weakened.
Destroying. I'm talking about plan.
Let me finish if you like.
I'm talking about plan that they want to start.
The thing is,
if you don't understand the difference, you're a lawyer.
Maybe I'm not
right?
smart like you.
Say something.
You believe in
understand the difference between destroying and weakened, right?
On the
You're making
side.
stuff up, Toby.
But the
Making
You're
stuff up.
interrupting me, Joe. You're a
wait, let
very
me talk, let
rude
me-
man. Now learn your place.
wait.
Nasty
No,
little
let me talk.
Okay, you
So,
talk.
but since
When you make
2014,
stuff up,
because
is that
Russia-
ruder than me
So
being
wait,
rude?
wait.
Then
Wait,
more than
silence.
you about being rude?
Be silent, Joe.
Yeah, it's stupid. You told
The-
me
the-
when you talk
No, in
when
2014,
you talk
right,
too long, you become really stupid. Don't
Wait,
talk for too long, okay?
Shut up, Shura.
So after Crimea, right, Russia got sanctioned, right? And then that sanction is not complete enough, it's not powerful enough. And for the 8 years, they are training Russia how to deal with the sanction. That is the main problem. When you want to sanction, you sanction right one heavy punch and make sure you destroy the country. But they did not. They did reduce the GDP by a lot, but then basically they are also training Russia on how to survive the sanction. So they basically are eased into the sanctions. And then now when the Ukraine war sanction comes, they already prepared because they already know what's to come.
You
So
know. Yeah. They know.
Correct.
Nothing is
That's
more.
Russian strategy. That's the Russian strategy. They didn't attack Ukraine in 2014 because they wanted to adjust to the slow sanctions, right? So when they got prepared, when they enabled Sarmat and the nuclear capabilities to be overwhelming, that's when they enacted the war, right? When they got ready and economically ready too, they prepared everything.
And
Since
what Ilya says
2014.
is true. They're smart, but they're too smart for their own good. It's like they're clever in their plans. They can carry out plans, but their plans are ill-conceived. Their idea of what they want to achieve isn't convenient for them in the bottom line. It's just like a temporary stopgap. It's short-sightedness, basically. Quick profit.
It's just pattern. What Britain used to do for 300 years, so they just copying that. Enact someone else to fight for you. You don't have to pay them. You just convince them that that's their benefit. So that's what Britain has been doing for last 300 years. They repeating that pattern. There's variations of it, but they always find brothers to fight. For them to weaken. That's a pattern. It's with the help of United States, but this is what they did for 300 years. Nothing new.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's working like shit right now.
What?
Because the world adapted, and they didn't.
Of what to say earlier, the same white conspiracy. I'm gonna really go off of that route. What if Zelensky is in the UK to go on a training and indoctrinations to replace Zelensky? Because as you said earlier, as Voisin mentioned, these are UK assets. If they're UK assets, where's the best place to have the next guy that's possible to replace Zelensky is to have him in the UK as an ambassador going through the M16 training and
training. M16 training.
Oh, hey, names. So that's the best.
He uses AK, right?
Yeah, he uses AK, so getting M16 instead. No more Kalashnikov getting AK, getting M16. So that's the best place to have him. So if as you said, and I don't believe that if they're UK assets, as evidence now point towards that, that's the best place to have the next guy that could possibly replace him. It's just next door to them. So if he stays in Ukraine, Russia can kill him because he's no longer in the government, and guess it could be a target for assassination. They could kill him. Even Ukraine could kill him, or maybe some disgruntled soldier can kill him. So take him far from the front, bring him close to us, where we can train him and we can brainwash him and send him back as the hero to save Ukraine from the crazy Zelensky.
Yeah, because Zelensky is very popular in Ukraine. So
I get two
that's a very
conspiracies.
important one.
I get one from Wyatt and I get one from Bradley. I get two conspiracies.
Yeah, I have another conspiracy theory. I say that the Anglosphere is actually still England. That all the ex-British colonies are still England, and England is behind this whole shit show, manipulating the states to attack Russia through Ukraine, manipulating the Israel. You know, it's all, and they still have Australia and
Super
Canada
chat.
in Brazil.
12 Para Commandos. I believe India, China, going for war, soon considering huge troops deployment along leg.
No,
Chaf
not
Para
gonna
is
happen.
changing topic.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's the wrong time to fight. It's the wrong time to fight. It will just
Didn't
start
China
a new
just
Cold War.
didn't China just ask for India to be given a seat on the Security Council?
So I fact checked on that. So you know, when I reported on that, no, I saw it based on the tweet. So I went to look at the actual speech. I tried to look for the source. In the actual speech, India was totally not mentioned at all. So it was just Bebo trying to explain what is the multipolarism is going to look like. So it's not actually, they didn't endorse India, but in my opinion, there is no choice but to endorse India, because you can't say that, oh, we're going to go multipolar and then you don't want India to be on the permanent seat. That is impossible. That is hypocritical. So I think Bebo is trying to, you know, extrapolate from it, but he shouldn't have written it, because once he written it, when I reported it, then after when I do fact checking, I was like, what the hell? They didn't even talk about India at all. So it's like, fuck. But never mind, I got a good views for that video, so I'm perfectly fine with it.
No.
But in political talk, it's considered, everybody knows what they think. They think about India. That's political lingo.
India is in BRICS, right? So, you know, if India is a permanent, you know, UNSC, you know, member, then that will actually just strengthen BRICS. So it makes perfect sense that they want it, and it's a perfect trap for the West. So, Yvonne.
Yeah, I gotta get going. I just want to do a quick closing. You know, obviously, keep watching Kharkov. I think West Sumy, if something happens, that'll be where it's at. Maybe this week or next week. Obviously, Adivka. As far as like the Fico assassination attempt, you know, I don't think anything really is going to happen right away. But I would be interested to see if people in that part of Europe start hearing about maybe a color revolution or a change in the government because of the assassination, maybe to cool the temperature down, stuff like that. Yeah, just keep watching Ukraine. I mean, I'd be interested to see what comes out with Xi and Putin, if there's any more details on like anything they actually agreed on. And, you know, wait and see what happens in the Middle East as usual. And hopefully nothing else pops off in the week. But y'all have a good week. I enjoyed it. It was good. It's going good. So keep it up. Take it easy.
Thanks, Vaughn.
See you, Vaughn.
Yeah, Vaughn.
Yeah. We'll probably go on for another 15 minutes, around 5 hour mark. Then we do closing for everyone. Yeah, then we can continue first. Who's next? You roll?
Yeah, I can do it. What I'm afraid about assassination attempt on Fico is that when he recovers, he'll be a changed man, which happens so many times with you know, the attempted assassination of the politicians. They when they go back to power, they completely switch. That's weird, but I noticed the pattern of that happening. And if nothing happens, and obviously he's gonna be for almost a year, he's gonna be in a hospital recovering. It's probably, you know, the people are gonna change the government, because now this is gonna create a much more resented people, right? They gonna vote even more for people that are against Ukraine helping to Ukrainian help, right? So the next even all over the Europe, more people will be for stopping the help to support of Ukraine, right? There is gonna grow over time, more and more. But politicians don't care about. They're gonna even push stronger for the war, because they wanna hide all the facts. They, as it always happens, when the economic problems cannot be solved, politicians always offer you a victim, right? They present you a victim to hate and to blame for economic troubles, not to pay attention to them, what they keep stealing more and more and destroying the country and destroying the economy. That always happens, right? Even though with so much independent news options, people don't get wiser, because the history books don't teach that. Only philosophical thoughts and some patterns on cyclical history, right? Anyone else want to go on?
Paul is falling asleep. Are you
Yeah.
Are you falling asleep?
You're muted.
Oh, it's the sign. He's tired.
Yeah, you know, Paul.
I was contemplating the what was Euro was saying and so forth, but you know.
Yeah.
You know, Paul.
So let somebody else go before. Let me get my thoughts together.
Well, I can comment on the Fico thing. I thought it was astonishing, the reaction from Sky News. Within hours of that event happening, Sky News journalists were saying that Fico was an authoritarian who was anti-democratic. Fico is like the ultra populist. You know, he makes Trump look like a principled man. Fico has been chasing votes in Slovakia since he could walk. He is like the epitome of the EU politician. He's actually quite pro-EU. For Sky News to come out and condemn him the way they did, it was borderline supporting assassination. And I thought that was absolutely remarkable. I thought, gee, that's where we've come to now. It's like you can, if you work for Sky News, you're not even fact checking, you're not doing anything. It's just, yeah, okay, that guy spoke against support for Ukraine, so therefore it is good if somebody shoots him. I thought that was remarkable, and it shows like where we've got to with the corporate media now. They have no values at all. They just say whatever they want.
That's surprising. Which wow, there's a lot to. I almost forgot about the assassination already, because so much things happened over the past week. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the Western media, it's they were saying Fico is pro-Russian. I mean, I've seen so many examples posted by the Russians on Telegram. They showing the examples of Western media saying how he's pro-Russian, so he deserved assassination, right? So it's even worse from case to case, right?
Yeah, the Fico incidents, right? Exactly the same thing they've been doing overseas. Now it's coming home to them. And whenever you go against them overseas, you have car accidents. Some of your own person shoot you down the street. Oh, it was a dictator, or it was this thing, was that, and it was communist, it was socialist, or all this other thing. I guess they see it could now. They have brainwashed the public to civility is the way out of everything, and they see that is not working. And they have Orban, they have Fico. They're gonna have more of these people who say, "Hey, time to start killing them one by one." So they resort to the same old tricks they have used around the world. Now it's coming home to them, and because that's the only thing they know. If they can get you out peacefully, because the people are already buying into that nonsense, they go to the one way they know, and they have always worked 100% of the time, shooting their leaders, shooting other people's leaders. Now they're gonna start shooting each other, and it's gonna backfire. And
I apologize, but
and I think what Euro
there's
said,
increased assassinations.
and I think what Euro said
involved.
earlier just now was correct as well. Like a lot of politicians, after they got attacked or attempted assassination, they changed, because it could be a high chance that before the assassination they already won. If you don't change your position, something is going to happen. And then after assassin attacked, then they were like, okay, they mean real thing, they mean real actions. Then they might be afraid. Then they might change their position. So I think what Euro said is correct, because I also noticed the same trend.
True.
FCN, you want to say something?
No, I was going to say that that the reaction that Toby and FSC and everybody said about this, it doesn't touch the fact that we have become so how do you describe it, that we actually think, we've had in the United States, it happened like a year ago where we had like political commentators basically saying that maybe assassinating Trump is not a bad idea because he's so fucking bad, and we need to maybe do that. I mean, and when you look at the reaction to the attempted assassination on Fico, they basically are saying, well, these people that deserve it. Yeah, I mean that's where they're going. Supposedly the good people, the Democrats, the fucking good people, the Barack Obamas of the world say, well, maybe because he did kill fucking American citizens, because they didn't like him. So we're devolving into this level of insanity is really fucking scary.
People forgot how World War I started. World War I started because of one assassination.
That's true.
The second American Civil War will start if Trump got assassinated, for sure, 100%. There is no the people will get pissed.
Americans are too chicken to go to Civil War. All that nonsense you see on YouTube just for cameras. I live among a bunch of them here in my community, and I guarantee you, all that show is just to show we are here. But if push comes to shove, they will be the very first one to take that gun, hide it under that truck, and drive back home. They're all chickens.
I don't know if it's chickens or if we just live in a different age. This is my point I tried to make earlier about Ukraine and the impossibility of surrendering. The amount of power that states have because of technology is unprecedented. It's like there have always been mad kings and mad tyrants who want to exercise power, but if they're getting their information by carrier pigeon, then everything's a bit fuzzy. If they have to rely on the loyalty of the people around them and they have no real way of verifying it, then everything gets a bit fuzzy. Sure, they want to be tyrants, but they don't have the power. The modern world with big data and cameras everywhere and coming into digital currency, right, and social media licensing and this kind of thing, it gives unprecedented power to states. And so I think that it's not so easy to agitate for any kind of civil disturbance.
Joe needs to polish the top of his head.
If you have a look at January 6th, that was called an insurrection. And, the big meme about that is imagine starting a civil war and forgetting to bring your firearms, right? It was a protest by any definition. And yet it was described as an insurrection. And the state cracked down on it. There are hundreds of Americans in prison now being charged with insurrection. In this kind of environment, it's very, very difficult to talk about public disobedience. And so arguably this is one of the nastier things about the technological age is that it disproportionately gives power to the powerful and takes it away from the ordinary folks.
And that's what Toby, when I say Americans are chicken, that's what I'm saying. From that September 6th incident to all the nonsense the American citizens said there. The same example, Paul mentioned the Democrats earlier. They something also with the Republican. They're also the same more hypocrite. Whenever something go against their interest, they could care less what the Constitution says against them. They will put the Constitution aside and do as they please. There's all these protests going on today, since they're all paid by Israel and they all gladly support a bill that basically go against the Constitution of America. So, and the citizens just say they're gladly because American citizens are like this. If this thing go against their interest, they could care about any law or any constitutional authorities in place to make sure that interest is protected. But if it's something in their interest, they don't. That's when they care about laws. That's when they care about the constitution. That's when they care about any other things you can bring forward to them. And that's the reason why I say, with that mentality, they will never fight a civil war, because again, when a civil war comes, majority of people will be, if they are against it, go like, oh well, it's not my interest, so they will vote against it.
But you see those M13.
Hold on. So many things have happened.
Immigrants.
Hold on. So many things have happened.
I apologize.
Yeah, so many things has happened in America for the past decades that could have triggered any true patriot, any true American citizen that want to keep their right as enshrined in the Constitution. They could have gone to war about it. There's so many things. My country, all they did in my country, Liberia, was to basically take away your guns. They start harassing people. They went to war. Americans today, the federal government can go today in any state today, surround it and do
American way, and it's very more slow progress towards the control and more control. It's very subtle changes, and it's always offering to implement that for the one that are stronger. Let's say when when Republicans did use the law or lawfare against the Democratic the attorneys all over the United States, Republicans right wing supported it. Now when it's opposite, when the Democrats started doing lawfare against Trump, now they are against it. You see, this is the way, very subtle changes that actually they know how to implement. When it's time, then they can. It's kind of democratic feedback. It gives them the feedback when they can do it. And how it happens, yes, they attempt so many times and then it doesn't happen, but it will happen next time, right? So it's really slow progress towards that. But I would say we're actually now finding out how they always controlled us. In 60, 80 years ago, there was no sign of any doubt of what's going on, what CIA or Pinkerton agents did at the time, and how they control the masses. There was no sign. Now we are seeing it.
When I shot Kennedy.
It developed much later. So nothing happening, right?
Small hint.
Nothing.
About the slow progress. About the slow progress you're talking about. In America, the population is so disenfranchised. They have no time to organize. They have no time. Hold on, Paul. They have no time to organize. They have no time to come together to even start a revolution, because people are so worried about their bills. They are so worried about surviving tomorrow. They have no time to go to any organization meeting to say, okay, how can we say fuck this system? How can we say this system is going against our right and our constitutional authority assigned to us? And I'm thinking, so it may be a slow progress.
GLHF.
If the people have the ability to basically or talk to one another, but they can't talk to one another. They cannot talk to one another because they are so very few of them.
You should know. It's not only that. It's that FBI and CIA that they throw in the fifth column or they any organization that shows the resistance to the standard view, they actually go in, place the agents, and then slowly, when they got more power, they actually move them around. Their original purpose, their original design, right? They move, they play with them. They play with everyone. Any organization that has a possibility to really enact a change, right? They couldn't do with Occupy Wall Street. That's why they had to destroy Wall Street, because Occupy Wall Street didn't have the leadership hierarchy, it was like really horizontal decision making. That's why it was so disorganized and everything. But because there was no leadership hierarchy, they couldn't interject in their own agents. It's kind of job guarantee for so many people that have nothing to do, but they give them a job to enact change of the like Black Lives Matter. Like they switched their original the original meaning, right?
Okay. Okay.
I stopped because of the super chat. I didn't stop because I didn't have nothing to say. So I apologize, and I apologize for apology. Okay, FFC, I can apologize more.
For the apology.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yes. So it's what's happening. So there's no way to organize really a resistance that can do something, because they will always throw in some double agents, let's say, and destroy the reputation of any organization that started to attack establishment, right? So there's no really capability to resist that that influx of the foreign agents, double agents, let's say. Go ahead now. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have to leave.
One thing. By the way, Gabriel, we can see you. Your hands. We cannot see you. Just so you know that. I didn't see your
Sorry, I'm in the dark.
Okay.
But I have to leave, and I wanted to make a quick comment before leaving, like closing.
Yeah.
Can't see your finger in the dark.
Go ahead.
Argentina's economy is very bad. You don't have to appreciate, understand them. They have no lights.
Cut the lights. But let me make a quick comment before I leave.
Sure.
Yes, please. Closing.
We've been discussing this issue before, like democracy and stuff, and it's amazing to me that we're still kind of surprised by the methods and the techniques, like the hypocrisy, the double speak, and all that. For me, it's already a given. That's how the way. It's like you can't believe what they say. Don't be surprised when they lie. It's natural. That's what they do. I'd say that, like, from my perspective, the reality basically is that we live in anarchy. Okay, like the fundamental is anarchy, and anarchy creates monarchy, because like the will of the people validates someone to guide them. Okay, and that's democracy. So the problem, every real democracy is authoritarian, basically. But like the only real authoritarianism is democracy, because like in any authoritarian rule, people know that their resource for change, when they want to impose their will, their volition, is to revolt, to overthrow the government. Like in the traditions of China, like when the ruler loses the mandate of heaven, you overthrow him, and that's happened everywhere. When the ruler stops making sense with the reality, when they get all caught up in their own hubris, they're overthrown. But democracy tells you, just wait a while, wait a little bit. You'll be able to choose next time. Next time and if you chose him, if you voted and then he goes and does whatever he wants, it's like, well, then why did you vote for him? So it's a buffer zone. It's like a way of taking away the people's capacity to react to what the policies are being done, and to tell them to wait. And all of the other things follow. So fundamentally, the democracies are like a system of hypocritical dominance to assure authoritarianism. And you have that phenomenon that the leader isn't the one you see. The leaders, the real leaders, are people who you don't see. So Xi Jinping, everyone knows who he is. They see him, he makes a decision, it's his responsibility. But in the democratic systems, and now we see that, like for me, what's happening right now is that the systems of control have been so sophisticated through mostly media and also surveillance, as Toby says, but their power has become so great that they've become sloppy. They're just stretching it. Like I wonder, like when will the USA is the most armed population in the world, and they're just taking it. They're just taking it up there. Like, my God, I can't believe it. And what will it take for it to react? And you can say, yeah, it's because they're too poor. But no, because the more comfortable the people is, the less they want to react. When people become so poor that they're desperate, that's when they actually don't have anything to lose but their chains, and they revolt. So they're basically stretching the gum, stretching the elastic to see when it breaks, because they think it won't break because they have all the control. And that's why they're becoming so sloppy, and they're losing their power, both geopolitically and internally. I don't know what it's going to take. If the nukes start flying before people actually realize that they're not acting in their own interests. But hopefully it doesn't get to that. And that's what I wanted to say. So do something, people in the US, before it gets to that, please.
Okay. Yes, I will comment on what you said earlier, but just
Slave. Trust the plan 2 more weeks, trust the plan 2 more.
Okay. But yeah, but to what Vision was saying earlier, right? You know, there's a saying back home: when you and your brothers are fighting, whenever the neighbors get involved, stop fighting, let the neighbors know to stay behind his boundaries. And that's happening in America. When a Black Lives Matter was protesting, half of the country, oh no, fuck you, Black Lives Matter. They were protesting against the state, the same state entity you guys are fighting against. Supposedly, the same state entity you guys have those much power. But again, that moment, it didn't serve your interest. It was against somebody you don't like. So obviously, oh no, Black Lives Matter movement had to be crushed. You join the government to basically crush the movement. Then you want the same group to join you. Oh, if they don't join you, oh, they're all kissing up to the state to go against the state. This is the reason why. Because you can't say, oh, you can go to the state alone. Whenever somebody go against your enemy, you join them to let the enemy know, I may hate this motherfucker, but we all hate you equally. This is how you get your voices heard. Because if you go, they call you, they single you out, oh, these are all Trump supporters. If you go, oh, these are all Black Lives Matter supporters, because you agree to divide yourself out. If you Trump supporters believe the movement, the Black Lives Matter movement was doing, if you think, even if it doesn't serve your interest at that moment, but it's against the same enemy, you join them to let the enemy know, oh shit, this is a fucking movement. So the day you go to your Capitol building to seize the Pelosi's office, the same group can follow you, because now you have a unison against one entity. Then once that entity gets what you gets one from that entity, then you can go separate ways. But until that they reach, the US government, the US population is far away from doing anything to this. The government is far removed from it's far out of touch. They already created a police state in front of you. To you, the police is needed to keep the black in the ghetto. Fuck no. The police are there to keep you from getting the Capitol building. You don't know this. You say, oh, they're Black Lives Matter, oh, they should be criminals. Yes, everything that's a police bill that you believe suppresses another group of people, they support it. Oh yes, yeah, keep them over there. But forget, every law that passes to suppress your neighbor, it also applies to you. Every law you support to quash your neighbors also applies to you. You may not use that at that moment. The moment you try to use it in the future, the law you voted against your neighbor, now they can use that same law to suppress you. The government does not pass law for a certain group of people. They pass the law for everybody. And once they get you to vote for them and get that law in their hand, you're screwed. And from a country that are very sneaky with it, they did it. They came in 79. Oh, the country is peaceful. Everyone turning your guns. People said no. Oh, look at man, it's been this is 1986. There's no more war in this country. Liberia is peaceful. Liberia is joyful. People said, okay, sure. People turning their guns. They came in 3 years later in 89 and start killing people. the few people that refused to turn their guns, they had a gun to defend themselves until they could escape and come back with reinforcement and overthrow the government. So yeah, the government know how to, that moment, by the way, okay, when it came to ask for those guns, the Mandingo people say, hell no, we're not giving no guns away. We can't give the guns to the state. We were the criminals. Oh, they're always picking up, they're always going against the government, blah, 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 blah. Most of the civilians give guns. And when the war came, the very first people the government attacked was the Mandingo people because they know they were armed. So, oh yeah, go for them because they're armed. Go for them. And once the Mandingo people left the country, then they went for the rest of the people population in the country because they know they were not armed. It was just a landslide. Majority of the people that got murdered in that war were not Mandingos because they were armed. They took off running to the neighboring countries and came back with reinforcement. But when the war started, while doing the first time to collect the weapons, everyone was against the Mandingo people idea of owning weapons. When the war started, they were the very first victims of the war because they were armed. Because the government knew who had weapons can defend themselves. So they went the full force against them. Initially, they were killing them massively. So once they took off, they left the country with a bunch of unarmed civilians with an armed militia running the country. They just slaughtered the population anywhere they could find them. They go to villages, they burn the whole fucking villages down and kill everyone in the fucking villages. And it's, oh, that's a massacre going on because they were not armed, because they know nobody had weapons anymore. So government policies does not apply to the person you hate. It applies to you also. If you encourage it, it applies to you. So every law the pro-Trumpers have agreed that allow Trump supporters to pass to kind of subdue Black Lives Matter, it also applies to them. If they try it, it applies to them. All the laws they pass, oh, if you protest on the street, someone can run you over, no problem. You go protest on the street for your president because of something. A Black Lives Matter have the right to run you over. The law applies to everybody. There's no clause that says so. But so that's the reason why I say the U.S. population is not ready, and they are far, 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 far away. They are too divided, and they don't know who the enemies are. 1 minute is the Black Lives Matter the enemies, the next minute is the government. You can't have two enemies, and when you have a three-way circle, say the saying if it's to build a triangle, you have to stand on two. The third one is optional. But these people they are basically they stand alone and have two people that are far from them. You have to choose. You have to find an ally. Yeah, so that's where I'm coming from. So I'm coming from a war zone, a country that fought almost 20 years of killing each other, and I grew up among some of the people that was involved in that war. And some of the things they tell me, and my parents told me, they say, even if you have to go to jail, but never unarm yourself for the state. They will never protect you. So that's my mentality. And when I see Americans out here kissing ass day and night, this is why I say Texas is the only American state, is the only America. The rest of them are all a bunch of pussies. Because Texas so far, to a level, have kept their right to bear arms and kept us to a level. Even Texas is kissing ass. Even Texas is kissing ass to the federal government because the government have time. You don't have time. All you have is every time you lose any right to your government, it's gone. It's not coming back. You have to fight for it and get it back. Every right you give up, the Constitution was very clear. The Constitution of the U.S. is very clear. The right to bear arms. It didn't say, oh, you have to pass a background check. It didn't say, no. If people are crazy, let them kill themselves. Either we have the right to bear arms or you don't have the right to bear arms. But people accept all the little funny clause. The same Constitution tells you if you pass any law that basically go against the Constitution, that law is considered null and void. But still, state and local municipalities pass their own laws, and the citizens gladly follow those laws because that moment it didn't apply to them; it applied to somebody that they don't like, or some community or some group that they don't like. So until they can stop that individualized thinking in that country, America have a long way to go. And I don't see America fighting this federal government as well armed. They are protected. They have created a beautiful police state. The American police today is probably more powerful than most military in the world.
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
I cannot say the fuck up. That's a problem. So I'm telling you. Oh, Paul,
you should apologize, Paul. You should apologize.
Here's the funny thing.
I told him already. I can't fucking understand him. He goes crazy, man.
I can shut the fuck up. But your grandchild, but the same authority can tell your grandchild to shut the fuck up. Tell his grandchild, hey, don't move. And that's where I'm coming from.
I have a 27-year-old son, and he fucking talks like that. And I keep telling him, shut the fuck up. I can't understand a word you're fucking saying. You talk too fast. You you talk too fast.
It's not
You're
about
making
fast. It's bombastic.
I'm an old. No, it's about me. It's me. I apologize. It's me. I'm old. When people are talking fast like that, I can't fucking understand what they're saying, and it pisses me off. I can't understand what they're saying.
FCS.
You have three things influencing you right now. You have my accent.
FCS.
I
still can't understand what you're saying. Hear it.
Anyway,
FCS. It's that's pronunciation that makes it so difficult to hear. It's not the anything
I
else.
had no problem understanding what he was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
sounds
quite
like
appropriate.
You know, too bombastic.
But FCS message for the Americans are appropriate because we are now in the American Asian time zone, and so the 50% just now the last count of the poll, 50% of the people watching is Americans, or at least in the American continent. So you guys got the message from Liberia, no?
So yeah, listen to Liberia.
No. FCS. Look,
exactly what it is.
I just want to make it clear to you. I'm not dissing what you're saying.
Super chat. Slap. FCS, why are you giving this racist time of day?
Is that racist?
I love the super chat.
Is that
so
racist?
You can stop people from talking,
No, definitely no. Paul, it doesn't apply to Paul. Paul is halfway gone. It doesn't apply to Paul. Paul is almost out of the equation. I'm talking about Paul's grandchildren. Maybe Paul will not be around when the police come knocking down your door asking for your guns. He'll be long gone. I'm talking about his grandchildren that are going to be sitting there. Oh yeah, it's right. They're here to protect us. Here, take my guns. So that's the one I'm addressing. That's the population I'm talking to. So
earlier I said to you, FCS, that if you just slow it down a little bit.
I'm not talking.
And I'm an old guy. Maybe it's just me. I apologize. If you talked a little slower, I would be able to understand it a little better. That's all I was saying.
There's three things you have to beat.
You talk very.
Let him talk. FCS, let him talk, please.
There's three things you have.
FCS, let him talk.
You have to beat my accent.
FCS, let him talk.
You have to beat my accent. You have to beat the alcohol in your system.
FCS, let him talk a little bit.
No, Vision, hold on first.
Yes, let him talk a little bit.
There's three barriers between me and you, Paul. There's three barriers between us. One is the accent that I have, and two is the alcohol in your system, and three is the old age. So those three things, you can't beat them. So you have to choose one. Which one are you going to beat first? If you're going to beat the alcohol, no problem. If you're going to beat my accent, you have a long way to go. So
FCS was talking for like 10 minutes. The whole story was 10 minutes long. If you tell him to talk slower, that will take 20 minutes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
So anyway, we will need to do closing soon as well. I think we should go into closing. I'm hungry. I need to go for lunch.
Let me close. I've been here way too long. Let me close.
No, wait. Because I got this.
Super chat. Slave.
Oh shit.
Toby, how much for the women? How much for the girl?
Oh shit. Oh, please don't answer, Toby. Don't answer.
Don't answer. So we do closing first. I let FCS rest. I think let Toby first. No, Toby was asked the question anyway. If you closing. No interruption. Okay, Toby.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, White, for the open mic. Yeah, listen, we don't encourage Slef. He is a very degenerate human being, but we should pray for his soul. And on this note, like listening to what FCS says, a lot of it's true. Like what it comes down to me is hate speech laws are a form of hate speech. Like if you start passing laws that regulate other people, be prepared to be regulated yourself. I think it's very easy to get worked up by what's in the news, and you might feel like your emotions are inflamed by what's happening in Palestine or in Ukraine or elsewhere. But the world's always been pretty bleak if you want to go and have a look at all the bad stuff happening. And there's always an opportunity to improve your own life, you know. Well, anyway, for me, maybe I'm not perfect like a lot of these geopolitical analysts out there, but for me, I'm a massive failure in my own life. I'm very often unkind to people that I know without good reason because I'm a cranky old man and other things. So there's always opportunities for me to be a better person to my neighbors and to my family. And so that's nice, right? Like I have an opportunity to make the world a little bit better. I can't fix Israel. I can't fix Ukraine. It's a long way away. So it's better to focus on our own little part of the world. And if everybody did that, probably the world would be a much better place. So that's my position on that. Focus. If you're depressed with the world, well, focus on your own life. Be nice to someone that you actually know. Things will get better. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. It was an interesting discussion, with the exception of that Euro guy who I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah, that Euro.
See you, Euro. See you guys.
All right, but I apologize. I mean, look, FCS. I know. I wasn't trying to be criticize what you were saying. I was just having trouble following, and that's I don't know, man. I apologize if I was gave you the wrong. Yeah, and then you're right. It's almost 3:00 in the morning here, and I have been drinking. So I mean, I'm not sober. So and I have to admit that I'm not a perfect person. And but I've been here from the beginning. Actually, it was the first time I've done the whole thing, and I really appreciate the fact that there were a lot that Wyatt puts this together to that we can communicate with people all across the world, and it's very it helps, I mean, it helps. I mean,
to see different point of views.
Yeah, hear the different point of views. But I'm angry at the world. I'm angry. I am angry as fuck about the world. The way things are going in the world really pisses me off. But the thing about the world being really pissed off at the world and recognizing in my late age, I'm going to be 66. When you're really pissed off at the world and you realize there ain't nothing you can do about it, really, really pisses you off. Really hurts. But it helps to be able to talk to people about the realities that our everyday lives present to us, and so I take solace in the fact that I'm able to talk to people across the world and discuss these issues. And thanks Wyatt, and thanks everybody else that participates.
Thank you,
Gracias.
Paul.
Thank you.
Super chat. Slav. Toby, we are putting the band back together.
Oh, Slav is speaking on Toby.
So Euro closing.
Not FCS. Okay, I
FCS
don't want to
just
be
not talk
interrupted.
very long. Let him rest behind first. Let him be the
I
last.
don't want to be interrupted. The thing is, FCS, it's Indians and Africans. Most Africans have that bombastic sounding, like the tongue is pulled back when you talk, so there's more, the barrel effect of the voice. So when you're talking like that, it's and you speed up, it's really difficult to understand you. I understand because I really practiced a lot to understand Indians and you guys when you speak English, but that's the real problem, that opening the space in the mouth to make bombastic sounds. So English is more, towards the teeth, your tongue towards the teeth, and that pronunciation is then immediately slower and less bombastic. That's how I see it, with these sounds, right? But you pointed very important that I started with how they get one side of the population to be good with the new laws that will restrict everyone actually in the future, just like that the German priest saying, they came for the communists, I wasn't one, so in the end they came for me, right? That's the policy of doing that. But I'm listening to a lot of the recently. I listened to a lot of the talk about philosophical thought and everything, how it was subverted by CIA, by FBI, how they subvert philosophical thought, development of the philosophy last 30, 40 years, how they the CIA and Jews push and advertise those that are on their side. They don't need to finance anyone or anything. They just push those people to present, like Slavoj Žižek say he's communist, but actually he's fascist. His ideas are fascist, like Heidelberg and all of that. So how to say, you can simply decide who's for you, who's against you. When you see if you're against globalism, you go against corporations. So if communists talk against corporations and control, how they implement control on people, so you should listen and learn something from it, not believe someone who keeps talking against communists, right? Or communist thought or philosophy or socialist policies. So it's very simple, right? Whoever attacks socialist policies, it's your enemy, right? Because socialist policies need to control the neoliberal and the globalist policies. That's very simple, right? They have subverting the philosophy. They subverting everything. They offer you options, like too many choices. They understand the power of too many choices, just like when you go to the store and you have too many choices to choose from, but you're going to choose. If you don't usually shop for that, you're going to choose cheapest thing, right? Or something that was advertised that's familiar to you. So this is how subversion works, right? Something that's familiar works for you, and that's how they played with the right wings by Bush attacking the Democratic attorneys that didn't wanna do investigation on water fraud. But they did the investigation. There was just no basis. But they promoted water fraud first, and then they say, "Oh, these are against voters, against democracy." So right wing didn't rebel when they implemented these policies against lawyers that are not tribal. Right now, we see tribal lawyers, but on the Democratic side, now everybody's against it. But they still believe in voter fraud, right? Even though it was investigated to the death, all the voter frauds were investigated to the death, but they believe about voter fraud as prevalent as deciding the outcome of elections. But biggest impact on elections is gerrymandering, and that's what actually is fraud. Gerrymandering of the areas so much that you cannot lose, right? That Republicans will always win. And they somehow always hit, the year when the gerrymandering can be changed, the Republicans always have the power to do the gerrymandering. That's somehow interesting, right? Every time the elections on 0
Super
year,
chat.
that's when the
Left.
gerrymandering is allowed, right?
You're
So
going to
it's
die
interesting how
of old age
they
before
do.
you finish.
That's my aim. I'm aiming for it. So hope you die. No, I'm just kidding. So that's the case when the tribal thinking prevails. This is what's happening, but it's instigated by the economic problems that are never solved. But still, tribal mentality doesn't allow change and solving the economic problems, because socialist policies are immediately bad. That's thinking that prevents any change, right? Same with Democrats, when they think, oh, this is just a neighbor. But you have to consider any type that's pragmatic. It doesn't happen. So it's gonna get worse and worse and worse, and we are repeating, just as I thought in 2008. My question was, why are repeating what happened 8 years ago? That includes World War II, right? In 2008, that's why I started investigating everything: economics, politics, social and psychological interaction. That was then. I immediately knew we are repeating the same thing in 2008. We keep repeating. It's the cycle of history. That's very important to consider. Who's your enemy? Read your enemy. Okay, trust your enemy. Yeah, everyone should go. Thanks, man. Thanks for this chance. I enjoyed to talk and get on Slav's nerves.
Yeah.
Thank you, Euro.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, but
There's another super chat. You want to talk, or you want to talk while the super chat appear?
no, I don't mind. Me, I don't care. You know me very well. But what's his name? Vision. If you stay here, there's a good son I like, Mr. Bombastic. I can say bombastic, but I don't speak bombastically. So what?
So
Super chat.
Come on.
The Iranian Putin. This stream sucks. I am going back to Dennis Davidoff.
What the hell, Davidoff? Hey, Putin. The last time I checked, Putin have never called anything suck. Putin is always base. No matter which way it goes, he always have his punchline. He always have his position steady. Even when Ukraine invaded and conquered Moscow and Belgrade, all of this region, Putin stayed his ground.
Super chat. Evolution. For the prosperity of the Wyatt.
But yeah, my closing is of course it's just the same old thing as always. Hey, if anyone's watching from the super chat, there's not a single thing anybody can say over the internet to piss me off. Not a single thing. In front of me, I will punch you in the face. Since I can punch you, I can't get mad, because no matter how much angry I get, the worst I can do is break my iPad. I'm not gonna break my iPad. It costs me too much money. I can't do nothing to you. If I can do something to you, then you know how angry I can get. But over the internet, nobody can there's not a single thing you can do to piss me over the internet. Plus, again, I grew up in Africa. And in African society, in the community, it's very normal for people to just pick on you. Just like, I don't know how to call it in the West, but it's sort of roasting each other. That's how we grow. We just grow up mocking each other. So it's very normal thing for us to do. I grew up with that mentality. So to get under my skin, you have to really try. And in person, it won't take much. But over the internet, I've been on the internet for the past 20 plus years. Nobody has pissed me off enough to say I could care. Because once I get off this thing, you're non-existent. I don't know what happened to you. You don't know what happened to me after this line goes up. So I don't take nothing personal. It doesn't bug me. But in reference to what Paul is saying, that at this age you're mad and you can't do nothing about it, and this is exactly the reason why. One day we went to a protest here in Austin, Texas, There was this old lady. She said back in the 60s, I refused to go because I said I don't want to get hurt. Now I'm back here. I'm too old, but I have to be back here because I refused to go in the 60s. So this is the reason why. For me, people are, there's US laws. You can't say this. I could fucking care less. As long what I'm saying, to the best of my understanding, is the truth. I'm gonna say. The man that raised me, the man that gave birth to me, tells me, if you die pretending to not know the truth, you're a coward. If you die standing on what is right and what is true to be, what you right, don't care, don't be suicidal. But if what you believe to be truth and you believe to be right and you die behind it, you did nothing wrong. So with that mentality, the US government can revoke my visa tomorrow. I could care less. They could ban me from coming to the US. I could care less. The Guinean government can ban me. The Liberian government can. I really don't. That doesn't worry me at all. I could lose everything that I have today tomorrow morning, as long as what I'm saying I know for sure is right. It doesn't worry me at all. The consequences doesn't worry me at all, because I will defend myself. I will survive. My plan is to survive in the process. But because of that fear they put in people, they have used that fear now to a different level. They've used the fear to basically imprison you physically while you're walking around. Well, you're mentally and spiritually imprisoned, but you think, so not to piss them off, so you watch what you say, not to piss them off, you don't go to certain places, you don't say certain things. I'm the whole different breed. I say what the fuck I want to say, and whoever get hurt can get hurt by it. That's my drive. I would never go out looking to hurt somebody. I would never do it, but I would never back down for somebody trying to hurt me. That is just my drive. So I would prefer a world where we would even have to even go to war. I would prefer a world where we would even have the need for army. That's the word I would prefer. A very peaceful, loving world. But the reality tells me that is not possible. We have to fight until the last man on this planet. So with that mentality in mind, whatever protect humanity and what I believe in is what I want to go by. It may not be the best side to you. It may not be the accurate, the most responsible side to you. I 100% understand. Do not fight me for that side. If you fight me for that side, I will retaliate. I will defend myself. So that is my position. Politics, religion, economy, as our vision is saying, socialism. My dad tells me, if somebody tells you I have the absolute truth, tell them they're lying. So when it comes to that, so if someone tell me, oh, socialism is 100% wrong, you're fucking lying. You tell me communism is 100% wrong, you're lying. You tell me capitalism is 100% wrong, you're lying. That's not true. They all have their own good and bad to them. So find your isms that work for you and let it do as well. Let it serve you and serve your people. So that's my politics. When it comes to politics, I'm fluid. I'm political fluid. I don't belong to any ideology. I don't assign myself to any camp. If I could tell American citizens today, don't be Democrats, don't be Republicans. Once they secure your camp, they don't have to serve you anymore. They're always going to get your camp. They're always going to get your vote. They don't have to serve your interest anymore. If you're neutral every year, if they have to work for you every year to get your vote, they will serve you. But those definitely serve you. But if you say, oh, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat, they don't have to convince you anymore. You've convinced yourself to belong to them. You've already changed yourself to them. They don't have to break you away from them. They already got you. They have to do all they have to do is the bare minimum, and you still, to prove me wrong, you're always going to vote for them. No, be neutral. Don't belong to no party. Be neutral. If Trump is good this year, vote for Trump. If the following year Trump is the worst person possible, do not vote for Trump. Vote for your interest, not the party. Don't vote to piss off your neighbor. Don't vote to piss off the guy you don't like at work. Don't vote to prove a point to somebody that probably do way better than you are doing under that same person you supported. Vote for what you believe protect your country, protect your, not just you now, but your grandchildren position in the future tomorrow. With that said, I don't talk much. I don't like to do a lot of conversation here because I love to learn. Because if you don't learn in this world, that's your fault. Because there's a lot of things to learn from people and from other cultures. Anywhere I travel, the least I try to do instead of tell them what they do, instead of tell them what to do. I ask what you doing and how you do it, so they can teach me. When I came to the state, what do you do and how you do it? They said, this is what we do. I said, okay, I try my best. What I could get from it, I got from it. What I could learn from it, I learned from it. And I learned we had a very similar, actually we had the same constitution as them. And how, but our 1847 constitution basically got scrapped in 1986. And that's when Liberia went to shit. That's when Liberia got ripped off. So when I see the same process happening here in Texas, I tell Texans, if you need an evidence of what's coming your way, I'm still alive. I can tell you, I can attest to that. It's coming. So that's why sometimes I get so carried away with those things. And as what I said, if I can talk for 10 minutes, if I have to talk very slowly for everybody to get it and stuff, it will take an hour plus. And I know the open Bible doesn't have enough time for that. So I try to point in as much as I can point in and be good. But Paul, with my closing, I have no bad feelings. I have no ill will.
Why? Look, White, I say, because I was the first one to get on today. And I stayed the whole time.
Yeah.
It was the first time I ever did that, man.
But yeah.
At FCS, look,
Yeah.
man, I'm a fan. I mean, I'm not like that. I'm not trying to be a hard ass.
No, you're not.
But I'm an American, I'm like a fucking, look, you need to know. I'm trying to give you advice. Do not talk so fast. Your English is great. You have great English. You speak very well, but when you speak so quickly that the words get squished together,
bombastic.
I know. But my point is, your English is great, but because you go so fast, it makes it difficult to discern what you're saying sometimes because you speak too quickly. Because you're very good. The words you are saying are very good. They're accurate and the right words, the right pronunciation, everything. Great English. It's just quick. And it's
he has to use his power, just now he's like,
I'm really pushing hard to try to understand because
and also
so my point is you would do your, and I tell this to my son. My son does the same thing. He yaps at me really quickly, and I'm like, will you shut the fuck up and slow down? Because I can't maybe it's just because I'm old. But in America, there's a lot of old people.
No.
So my point is, and I'm only trying to give you a little point of advice.
Paul.
Slow down. Slow the fuck down.
To be honest, right? From my cultural point, there's not a single thing, your age now, there's not a single thing you can say that should make me angry.
No, I don't want to make you angry.
No.
I'm just trying to give you advice so you can be
Super chat
understood by other people.
The Iranian Putin. Yes, need to talk slow. I smoked too much weed.
Oh, come on. Come on, man.
Look, there's a lot of people. Yeah, but he's right.
My last line is for the Iranian Putin. Yo, I know why policies is you have to come on camera. Probably doesn't want to show your face. But please, just for one day, just come and say hi to everybody and go away.
Look, don't believe me. Don't believe me. I don't care. But I'm just saying, if you want to try to get your point across to people in America, slow the fuck down. Okay?
Yeah, he's trying to tell you
are stupid. Americans are stupid. Okay? They need to be talked to slowly. So I'm trying to help you, man. That's all I'm trying to do, man.
Okay. So, Paul is sincere. He's actually not trying to make you angry. He's actually trying to say that if you want, because you have important information to transmit,
So
the best
slowly
way to get people to hear you is slower because the IQ level, generally speaking, in United States is actually lower. So you're too fast for them to understand.
No, okay. Okay. Maybe another confession. I talk fast, and my tribal people, I think it's a known thing. We talk fast, so it could be just maybe a genetic thing. But definitely, I'm aware of this. I do training, do some little training sometimes in classes, and many times I'll ask a question to the class. The whole class is just like, "Huh?" And I said, "Oh shit, that was too fast." So I have to slow down. I'm fully aware. So I teach every 2 weeks or so. I had to teach a class. So every now and then somebody is like, "Hey man, can you do like 60 miles per hour? Not 1,000 at the speed of light."
Don't worry, you can train every week in DPA Open Mic to learn to slow down. When I do TPA videos, right? No, the way how I talk is a bit different from when I talked 2 years ago. No,
Really?
because Euro was talking about our tongue is not a bit lazy. We call it lazy tongue. So I trained to talk so my tongue is not so lazy now because now I know the pronunciation is sharper. 2 years ago, my tongue is very lazy.
My favorite open mic person, RL. The way he talks, everything come to a halt, and that is impossible for me to talk. RL, if you're watching, I'm not trying to diss you. I cannot talk like that. It's impossible for me to talk like that. Even if I try to, I will lose my train of thought. So yeah. So I will try. I will try to slow down. Of course, if I have a point to make across, at the end of the day, I'm trying to people to get my point. So if only that means anything to me, if my own point means anything to me, I should slow down to make sure my message is delivered. So 100% agree with you. But it's a practice. It's a learning process. It's a learning curve. With that said, I gotta go. It's like almost 1 a.m. here in Austin, Texas. I know I have a little
I'm in New York. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here, man.
Oh
So
shoot! With that said, and Paul, you have a good night.
All right, we gotta have West.
Bye, guys.
Right,
bye bye.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, FCS.
You.
So it's my turn to do closing.
Right.
So bye, guys. Bye, Paul. So yeah, thank you for watching for the DPA Open Mic episode 79. It's my turn to do closing. Yeah, FCS is correct. No, if I were to talk the speed of RL, usually it's because I got really pissed. I'm really pissed, and then I'm trying to prevent myself from exploding, so I have to slow down my heartbeat. So I will talk very slowly. But usually I don't talk so slowly, and I do get what Euro is trying to say about the kind of thing. Is we in my place, in my region, we call it lazy tongue. The tongue don't want to move. So the tongue is just stagnant and it's not moving. And then we just talk without the tongue moving. So, or very minimal moving. So that creates the pronunciation is not as perfect. So that is actually one of my main problem when I talk. Sometimes I don't even know that I know I'm doing that. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching. It's an unusual time. Usually I don't come to this point at 3 p.m. in Singapore time. Usually I finish around 12 noon because I start a bit earlier, which the Europeans will totally miss it. The Europeans now is like early morning, so it's a bit yeah, it's different. And I saw Matt might say that he respect me for learning the language, but the reality is in Singapore, English is our first language. So which is very funny when the last time when the comments, right, people say that people like trying to defend me, say that no, this is not my first language. It's wrong. Actually, it's my first language. Everything we learned in maths, in science, everything is in English. So it's just that we are very poor at proper English. Of course, at least we're still better than Japanese. The Japanese English is even worse. So anyway, yeah, I think it's pretty decent. I think the viewership count is definitely lower because a huge chunk of DPA viewers are Europeans, and the Europeans are not around. So we are around 50% down, I think, as compared to the usual viewership we have for the past few weeks. But yeah, I'll try to circulate between maybe American American Asian and European Asian timing. Actually, she says European American timing. So yeah, so that the Australians, New Zealanders can actually come on and whatnot to and then we can talk a bit more about the American stuff as well if we are on the American timing. But otherwise, it's 3 p.m. I need to go and eat my lunch. I'm very hungry. And thank you everyone for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I will not be doing the European timing later today or later or tomorrow. So because or today, because this session is already very long, so it's not humanly possible to watch any longer open mics within a week. I think many of you guys may take 4 or 5 days, at least 2-3 days to watch a full open mic. So it's not ideal to have too much, then we all go crazy. And then you will just dilute the quality, the conversations. So do they watch the TBA upside down? I think so. Australians and New Zealanders maybe watch it upside down. So are the Africans. Anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world